Takes that on the offside, no run. Score remains on 3-11 for 8. 9-run difference between the two teams. Yeah, the academy down in Barbados and then over to Guyana. There's 2 tough games in a row for them.
Yeah. And they really took a beating. Barbados Pride scoring 581 for 9 declared of 138.3 overs.
Windy round the wickets and almost forcing an error by Archibald. He followed that one as it swung away from him. But again, doesn't find the edge.
West Indies Academy, 111 for 3. Rivaldo Clark is on 69 not out. 90 balls, 8 fours, 2 sixes. And so they will have to do a lot of batting today to survive.
This time, much better by Archibald. He just leaves that to go through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 3-11 for 8. Jamal Hamilton on 82. Colin Archibald is on 5. Lead for Jamaica Scorpions, just 9 runs now.
Just would like to see the Jamaica Scorpions captain Campbell get innovative and maybe even put some more pressure. I'd like to see him put some more pressure on
Hamilton.
Yeah, he's approaching 100.
Exactly.
So you got to make him think outside of the box. You just don't give him the 100. You know, he's a more senior batsman here. You're still trying to get him out.
You should be. Brian to start a new over into Hamilton.
I think that was one of the issues with the Leeward Islands when they came out yesterday morning to Brad Barnes. They sort of relaxed and, you know, I think you still, the set batter or the person who can bat, you'll be looking to try to get him out, put him under some pressure as well.
No, you're quite right, Burnham. It tends to happen in our cricket. Most captains, they tend to forget about the set batsman and just concentrate on one end. When you're quite right, they should be trying to get both batsmen.
So now you got 4 balls to Archibald. You look to claw in on him. Even if you get a boundary, you want to have a little chatter. Maybe even have somebody at short leg. You know, don't make it so easy for him. Make him think about what's happening. As he's shown a very inclination to come onto his front foot. So you want to give him something to think about. Campbell, very conservative, just continues with the basic feel.
Yeah, 1 slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 on the boundary, backward square leg and fine leg.
But this is a more balanced feel here. He's now changed now, so that's a good ploy. Really, really good ploy here by Gordon Bryan. Coming from around now to over. And that's almost now be a worry for the left-hander. If he can get it into the right area. Beautiful delivery. Good leave by Colin Archibald wearing the number 1.
Yeah, excellently. 2 good leaves in a row, really, by Archibald.
Looks like an opening batsman.
Well, that half century last week was excellent. He looked like a top order batsman in true.
Played for the West Indies A team in 2022, 2023. Good leave. Also played some cricket in Jamaica as well. So a lot of these guys here, the Campbells and the Jermaine Blackwood and company, they know him because he studied in Jamaica at UConn. As one of the graduates coming out of that program, was sent there by the Nevis Island Administration government to study physical education. One of the top coaches in Nevis. He's also a model. He's got his own modeling agency as well too, Colin.
Hopefully he can pose for a few shots out there this morning.
Played. Get an easy single. That's what I'm talking about, Terry. It's just
Yeah.
too easy. Gotta make him work for everything. Once he's on strike, you want to, put that pressure on him. Even put the pressure on Hamilton. Get Hamilton to do something out of the extraordinary. Because Hamilton is 83 and you'll be thinking about 100.
You should be thinking about a big 100. As big a lead as possible. Within 7 of the Jamaica Scorpions' first innings. Hamilton back on strike. Just with the one slip. That's cracked nicely backward of points and splits the gap. 4 runs to Hamilton.
That effort from the fielder there, I think it is Minley. You have to stop that.
It's gone for 4. He moves to 87, 318, 317, I beg your pardon, for 8.
Don't like that effort there at all, Terry.
No, it looked like they were watching each other to see who was going to commit, but in the end, nobody did. So he split the gap to finish the over. Just 3 runs separate the teams now. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes will now be thinking about posting a biggest lead as possible. With Hamilton there, it's certainly doable.
And I think with the introduction now of first innings points, Terry, it sort of sets up the game nicely. Because every point is important in this championship.
Exactly.
Whether it be a batting point, a fast bowling point, you name it. When it went by the end of round 7, we saw what happened last year. And so that's why the commitment, everybody's got to put their bodies on the line.
Minley over the wicket to the left-handed Archibald and straight to gully. Archibald is gone. Minley strikes again. Leeward Islands Hurricanes lose their 9th wicket. So certainly got a game on here. First of all for first innings points. Second of all overall.
And he was playing away from his body, Terry.
Yeah.
Never got across, never got out. And
well, the first ball that Minley came over the wicket, he followed it, he flashed at it. And then a couple of good leaves from Minley and Gordon Bryan. But that one, first ball of the over from Minley again. He played at it and hit it straight down Gully's throat. So interesting times. I think it's great, Vernon, that they brought back their first innings points. But as long as, you're batting, say for argument's sake, Leeward Islands get first innings points here. But then the opposition, Jamaica Scorpions, they end up with more points because of the batting points. And so, I'm not quite sure about that. But it's great that they brought back the... if you get a lead on first innings, you get points for that. As big Odean Thomas strides to the crease, having a laugh with Hamilton. Hamilton would be saying, just stay there.
Stay. I don't know. The big question is if he can survive 5 deliveries.
Yeah, that's
going to be the big
problem.
question. And that's why John Campbell should be thinking about having somebody.
He should have everybody around.
Under the helmet. He's coming up now.
Mindy's asking, I think.
He's coming around the wicket?
Yep.
Why would he come around? He just got
over.
Archibald So Minley's already gone 4 for 39, Terry.
Yes, pick of the bowlers once again.
He's got 2 wickets with the new ball.
And a huge chance with 5 deliveries at Odean Thomas possibly to pick up a 5. Oh, look at that. Immaculate straight back forward defense there by O'Shea.
Get somebody under his helmet. Can't afford to become pressing to the West Indies test player on the front foot. Get somebody under that helmet and give him a good bumper. Make him think about it. Just remind him. Give him a dose of his own medicine.
Ooh. Just past the outside edge.
That was just too good for him.
Yeah. Needs to be right on the stumps, Minley.
So the big question now, the Leeward Islands in a quandary.
they just hope to survive this over. Then I'm sure Hamilton will look for the lead. They brought in an extra gully from backward point. No ball.
Mainly striving for the extra pace there. And because of that, he overcompensated. He still have 3 balls. Hamilton is asking him, did you willfully bowl that no ball?
He's going back over the wicket now.
Maybe he did. You just never know.
So 2 slips, 2 gullies. Wait for Odean Thomas. He's facing Makino Minley back over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yes. Give him something to think about.
Played it well, though.
He did. This is what the cricket is about.
Yeah. Leeward Islands trail by 2 runs, 1 wicket remaining. Hamilton just having another chat to Odean Thomas, telling him he's just got 2 balls to negotiate here as Minley steams in. It was all right. He didn't really play at that.
Now that one I would have been bowling him a full length delivery, Terry.
Straight on the
he already
stumps.
got the short one.
The short one,
and
yeah.
he wouldn't be thinking about looking to come forward. So that Yorker would have been coming.
Exactly.
But Minley will tell me, Mr. Springer, you never played Test cricket.
Right.
17 no balls so far by the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers. Minley 2, Bryan 5, Smith 9, and Redwood 1.
Minley in again to Thomas. And that was full of delivery, but clipped beautifully.
Wow.
Through square leg.
They're going to come for 2.
And they come back for 2 to tie the scores. Excellent by Odean Thomas.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
In the air, though.
Go, well.
In the gap.
He'll tell you, he'll tell you he split the gap. Huh?
So he survives.
He survives, and not only that, he leaves Hamilton on strike to face the next over with the scores level, 324-9.
So he's done his job.
He's done his job. That's what they brought him in the team for, Bernard.
I think Minley missed a trick. Really, and he knows that too. He's kicking himself as if like, no, I just
all he had
away.
to do was get one online.
That's all.
That's all, yeah. So it'll be Gordon Bryan to continue the attack for the Jamaica Scorpions from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to Jamar Hamilton, who's on 87.
So now Hamilton, we're going to see the game smarts here, because it's going to be a touch-and-go situation here now as to how Campbell restricts Hamilton from getting the strike. Odean Thomas is going to also have to make his mind up that he's going to have to run, not 1 but 2.
Got to be ready, yeah. So sparse field here for Bryan, and cracked by Hamilton. He split the gap, no good work on the backward point boundary. Coming back for 2.
That's what we was talking about, Terry.
Yes. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes gain first innings points and now have a lead of 2, 322 for 9. Jamar Hamilton moves on to 89.
He's got to keep batting. He just has to keep batting. He has to really just tell Odean Thomas, listen, I'm going to put the ball in the cover area and you take off because I'm going to come back for the second run.
Bryan in again. He backs away.
See, he just needs to bat properly still. No need for that. Yeah. Just take his time and bat. You got to trust your partner. Odean Thomas has demonstrated in the last over that he's capable.
You do have to trust your partner.
You have to, Terry. It's cricket.
But would you?
You have to. Whether I would or not. That's not the context of the conversation here, Terry. That shot by Hamilton, you don't need to get out now at this time. If anybody is supposed to get out, it's supposed to be Odean Thomas.
Yeah.
No need for you getting reckless here.
Most definitely. But
yeah, just stay and bat. Just bat properly. And he's quite capable of batting properly. Just spend some time at the crease, look around, see what's happening, make sure that, on the last ball, they're going to try and maybe keep you off strike.
But from a Jamaican point of view, Brian should be aiming at the poles, which he did then with an inside edge.
See,
Hamilton takes off. They're coming,
it's not.
And
yes,
nobody at the bowler's end to take the return. Campbell is not happy with Brian. He thought he should have got back to
but he has
the stumps quicker.
Yes,
yeah, he should be realizing what's going on.
But he's still arguing with the skipper.
Captain.
This is what we're talking about, game awareness, understanding the game.
It was a good bit of fielding.
Yeah.
And
so if that throw was on target, you realize he was nowhere in the...
gone for all money,
yes. Got his game smart, his understanding what's happening.
3:24 for 9. Hurricanes lead by 4. Brian in again to Hamilton. He's on 91. And he clubs that through mid-wicket. They won't take the single. So 2 balls remaining in the over.
Now the communication has to be right. Hamilton has to be saying to Odean Thomas, listen, on the 6th delivery, on the 5th delivery, there needs to be a communication, right? Because Odean was darting off there, so it surely means that there was not a communication. Has to be clear.
Thomas must make sure he's backing up. Brian in again, and again, club down to long on. He takes the single. You got to talk to him. He doesn't know. He's there on the non-striker's end. Communicate. Let him know what's happening. 3:25 for 9. Hamilton moves on to 92, and Odean Thomas has got 1 legal delivery to negotiate from Gordon Bryan. Hamilton comes down, has a chat to him again.
And now the cat and mouse goes on, because if I was John Campbell, I'd be thinking now that we got to get him out now. So even if I just get somebody under his helmet and ask Gordon Bryan to bowl a short ball.
What's he doing? He's moved.
Blackwood is now coming to first slip.
Yeah.
Or into one era.
And Campbell's moved to a shortish.
Yeah, but he's not going to catch Thomas there if a short ball goes up. So you need to bring the helmet out and put the fielder in the right position.
Thomas drives beautifully straight back over Brian's head. 4 runs. Who said he can't bat?
Did anybody say that?
Well, if they did, they forgot to tell Odean.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Beautiful shot.
Look at the elbow.
Top order would be proud of that. Colin Archibald would have posed for that.
I think that was easily one of the best cricket shots of the Leeward Islands inning so far. Straight down the ground. And that is how...
Definitely. Can't catch you there.
Yes, that's how you play up the V.
Exactly.
That shot will make the highlights tonight.
Definitely. And no doubt make Odean Thomas's career highlights. 3:29 for 9. Thomas moves on to 6. Jamal Hamilton will be on strike for McKinno Minley's next over. He's on 92, and the lead is 9.
Well, a shot like that will certainly give Hamilton some confidence that, don't worry, I can get this 8 for this 100.
Exactly.
No need for me trying to, that's a level of confidence. That's what I was talking to you about, Terry.
Just keep knocking it around. Huge gaps for Hamilton.
Got to make your mind up to run, Thomas. Got to get 2.
Oh, that's a very wide delivery there by Minley.
What John Campbell has done now is that he's put everybody on outside on the boundary now. So Hamilton is going to have to get creative. Thomas also is going to have to think about running some 2s here.
Yep. The only one that's not on the boundary.
No, everybody is.
Yeah, is the keeper David Beckford. He's lucky he's not under the captaincy of Mike Brealey, or he'd be on the boundary as well. Wide again, that one's cold wide.
Yeah.
Trying to keep it away from Hamilton, but very wide that one. So 3:30 for 9. Interesting times here. We say good morning to Mr. Hugh Gore and the ever faithful up there in the south stand. Enjoying the cricket, enjoying what is a good match going on here. Minley into Jamar Hamilton. Again, keeps it wide of Hamilton. He's trying to make sure that Thomas is on strike for the next over. Umpire just having a chat with him now.
Good contest here so far.
Excellent contest.
This is great for regional cricket. Cat and mouse game taking place here. Hamilton looking to get a big 100 here and to get a century. He deserves it. Ooh,
beaten.
That's a beauty. He's looking to try to run that down. Maybe might be advised to just get deep into his crease and just punch that into the offside of a back foot and get 2.
Yeah, just a bit of an extra bounce there.
Still got 3 balls in the over. Gregory Brathwaite. I wonder if he's golf he's practicing. It can't be cricket for sure. Maybe he plans to take up golf at the end of his career in umpiring. Good guy, Gregory. Are you interested?
I think of a single, but
yeah, that's what I was
Hamilton
telling you.
Says no.
The communication. You got to be talking to Thomas. He's not a robot. You got to let him know what you're doing.
Yeah. 2 balls left in the over, 2 legitimate deliveries.
The communication line has to be clear, so Thomas is not caught off guard. You know, you maybe talk to him, say, listen, on the 5th, you know,
we go.
We you know, has to be
Or
open.
look to go.
No, Campbell is
Field
making some adjustment.
Come in slightly. Blackwood at short extra cover. Campbell himself, and he bowls a bouncer. Good ball in there by Minley. Looking to keep Hamilton on strike.
I'll bowl him another one again.
Exactly. Just the 1 ball of the over left. Wants to keep Hamilton off strike for the next over. They've put on 13, these 2. And Thomas has scored 6 of them.
Set himself.
And he does bowl the bouncer, but
Yeah, it
didn't
was
get
tame.
the height.
It was tame. Very, very, very. I thought Minley gave away that single.
Yeah.
Hamilton predicted that. Like it was like a recording. You know he was going to bowl that.
So he moves on to 93, and the score 331-49. Leeward Islands Hurricanes lead by 11.
And that's the cruelty of the game, Terry, because if we look back as to when Jeremiah Louis got out, you know, he'll feel very unlucky because he would have been like, I hit that well, but he was in the air.
He did hit it well, yeah.
But he got to hit it down.
Exactly. Well, he could have
That's
hit
a
it down,
massive-
take 1, but he went for the
That's a
went
massive.
for the boundary.
But I don't really think that he went for it, Terry. Sometimes the bats they make these days, Terry, it's just amazing because that's a big boundary and the fielder was not right on the boundary.
No. Well, he almost overran it.
He still had, you know, maybe another 7 meters to the rope.
True.
93 to Hamilton, 122 balls. Odean Thomas has looked good. Who's here now?
Hamilton's on strike to Gordon Bryan, continuing from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And a French cut by Jamar Hamilton yields 4 more.
Yeah.
He moves on to 97. He went for the Yorker Bryan as he should. And Hamilton got the inside edge of the bat straight between his legs, beat the keeper into the boundary for 4.
Good delivery.
So 97.
Was aiming for the poles. And Hamilton at this level. In 2015, 2016, 113 not out. 2016, 2017, he scored 2 back-to-back hundreds, 125 and 103. And he'll be really looking now to try and cement himself and get a big one. deserves this if he gets there. He's been in a rich frame of form. He's driving that down the ground.
Decides against the single. It's only the second ball of Brian's over.
He backs a very powerful punch, and when he's on the go, Hamilton still feels he's good enough in any contest. Even if he's not keeping, he's quite capable as a batsman to just get big scores, but sometimes he just gets so erratic. He's got a glorious moment here to break that spell. Looking for power. Just keep your shape. Just keep batting. And every now and again he gets ambitious, gets idle.
A lot on his mind, Vernon.
There's no lot on his mind. You live in the moment. You live in the now.
Wants to grow this lead. As
Scoreboard.
well as trying to get 100.
Scoreboard taking a long time.
Yeah, because they got 93 up on the main scoreboard too. So they're saying he didn't hit that. He nearly hit the cover of it. Peel and Given caught behind.
I don't think he hit that.
I don't think he hit it. I don't think he hit that, but he did hit the boundary.
The ball came off with his pad. Let's see that again, please. Caught behind.
Caught behind off the inside edge. I think he's given it 4.
It was there P for a leg before?
No. He peeled for the catch. He didn't hit it.
He was far away from the ball.
But they didn't give him the boundary for the one that he did hit, that he French cut. So Hamilton has gone for 93. Leeward's all out for 335. A lead of 15. Game on, Vernon.
Game on. But a very positive knock. Lovely innings from Jamal Hamilton, and the small crowd also.
He's upset, and every right to be, I'd say. Because whether the umpire says he hit it, that's fine. You have to walk, but I think he's been robbed of 4 runs anyway. We look at it again. There's daylight between bat and ball by the looks of it. But the umpire says it's out. Smart catch down the leg side by Beckford. Leeward Islands Hurricanes all out for 335. Top score Jamal Hamilton, and last out of 93. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes lead by 15 runs on first innings. So they'll be happy that they picked up the first innings points. We'll take a break and be back with live ball-by-ball action. Jamaica Scorpions start their second innings in around 10 minutes.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for day 3 of the West Indies Championship. It's round 2 of this important competition, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowled out for 335, 29 extras, 7 byes, 4 leg byes, 1 wide, 17 no balls. And the scorecard for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes: Louis 4, Mikal, Kadeem Henry 21, Casey Carty 22, Kareem Agor 76, Joel Andrew 31, Jamar Hamilton, his second half century of the season, a well-played 93, Hayden Walsh Jr. 31, Raheem Cornwall, the captain, 16, Jeremiah Louis not, Colin Archibald 6, and Odean Thomas not out on 6. 335 all out, 87.4 overs, a run rate of 3.82. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they would have batted for 392 minutes. And this is in comparison to the Jamaica Scorpions, whose first innings total of 320 all out, 94.4 overs, 21 fours and 7 sixes in the Jamaica Scorpions innings. In the Leeward Hurricanes innings, 26 fours and 4 sixes. Successful bowlers for Jamaica: Marquino Minley, 4 for 44 from 20 overs, 3 maidens. Next in line, Gordon Bryan, 2 for 76 from 16.4 overs. And Smith, Royal, Barnes and Redwood each had a wicket apiece. Smith 1 for 55 from his 11, Royal 1 for 58 from his 18, Barnes 1 for 29 from his 11, and Tamara Redwood, whom I'm very much impressed with, 1 for 62 from his 11. The Leeward Islands starting with 2 slips, a gully, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, fielder just wide square leg, and a wide third man and a fine leg. Terry, we're in and ready to go.
Most definitely. It should be an intriguing day's play. Captain John Campbell will be looking to continue where he left off in the first innings with that splendid century. Jamaica will be looking to get as many as they can in this second innings. Put Leeward Islands under pressure, batting last as Jeremiah Louis starts proceedings. Wide outside the off stump, taken by Hamilton, low down, no run.
He may be still very much concerned about what happened during that dismissal. Hamilton. It was certainly, from our vantage point here on 360, excellent work by the cameraman. There was a double-decker bus that could even go through that dismissal.
And yet, the boundary that he did hit, they gave his byes, well taken down the leg side by Hamilton.
But there were clearly 2 sounds during that. But that's history now. Jamaica Scorpions trailed by some 15 runs.
Yes, they picked up the last 3 Leeward Islands wickets for 34 this morning. Leeward Islands trailed by 19 at the start of the day's play. This is the 3rd day. They now have a lead of 15. So vital first innings points for the Leeward Islands. They'll be wary. They won't want Jamaica Scorpions to get away in this second innings. The pitch is still playing pretty true as we speak. Does Louis Vernon really need a deep backward point on the boundary this early in Campbell's innings?
Wish I could answer you. Cornwall is the best man. He's at first slip.
Again down the leg side. Sharp take by Hamilton.
I think he's trying to cramp Hamilton, but I'd just like to see Louis just settle down and just bowl wicket to wicket. I think that's when he's most dangerous. When he gets that ball to start talking. The breeze is not as stiff as yesterday. It is.
Still quite strong.
Yeah, east to west.
Yeah.
It's predicted that February is going to be a very, very, very windy month. And so far it's demonstrating to be that way. I think what he wants to do, just get that ball, just bowl wicket to wicket. Just take your time, just get your your rhythm going. Yeah, Campbell will leave that all day. Now, there's a worry here now because Bradford keeps coming down all the time. I don't know if...
Just checking the front foot, I think.
Yeah, in terms of maybe where Louis is landing. That sort of messed with his mental up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. That's better, but then just too easy. That's the intensity that I just lack, Terry.
Yeah, especially when Leeward's in the field. They always seem to be on their heels. Nonetheless, Jamaica are underway, and so is Johnny Campbell. Takes the single off the last ball of Jeremiah Louis' opening over. So the Scorpions in their second innings at 1 without loss.
Now I think this game is set up nicely. It's going to be important to see what sort of approach Jamaica takes in this contest. They've already lost the first innings. And so they'll maybe have to back themselves to figure out, can we win this game? Can we put Leeward Islands Hurricanes under some pressure on the last day and give ourselves enough chance to get another 10 wickets?
Most definitely.
Maybe get spinners like Redwood and Royal, even Barnes in the conversation.
Yeah, because they don't want to put themselves, they don't want to look to try and set a target and then put themselves in danger of being bowled out cheaply. Odean Thomas starts with a wide one, and that's guided to the boundary for 4. Over pitched and wide from Thomas, first delivery. And Campbell simply just laid bat on ball. So he moves to 5, and the score is 5 without loss. I say a very good morning to a friend of mine in the States, Ira Edwards. He said yesterday that Terry needs a new cap. So I have my new cap on. Compliments of yourself, Vernon, today.
But I give you a new cap.
That's right.
You're trying to make me look bad at all, man.
Not at
I
all.
always sort you out.
I'm always bigging you up.
No, you had to wait for the gentleman from the States to call you to tell you to get a new cap? Come on, Terry.
The old favorites, that's all.
We're going to get you remind me of some of those folks there, who's superstitious and don't want to change their ways. So they've been wearing this straw hat since 1900.
History,
What history, Pride. Terry? Please, get to the program.
I'm often told that. But then again, I'm not a, what do they say, fashionista or something?
No, you live in the now, Terry.
Right, okay.
That's why you have door cameras and you have all sorts of stuff now that you see right now, clipped away.
Doorbell cameras.
Yeah.
Flicked away by Brown to get himself underway. Moves on to
Somebody's watching us all the time, Terry, even right here.
Yeah, I know.
So sometimes you go to a function, Terry, and you see people, they don't want you to take it.
Yeah, but everybody can see him anyway.
You could go to Afghanistan.
They'd still find
you. And they put up a Google map and they'll find you.
Right.
It's just amazing, Terry. Got to get through the program.
7 without loss. Campbell on strike to Odean Thomas. And another no ball. He beat him, but he overstepped.
He certainly is not comfortable. He's lumbering up.
Yes.
And that strike pattern is just not consistent. And I'm saying it again, Terry. Most of the franchises, especially when it comes to the fast bowlers, please find a track and field coach. Please find a sprint coach and get them to come and work with the fast bowlers. It's about rhythm. How you walk is how you run.
One cut back. Campbell wasn't too sure about that one, but gets the inside edge. Didn't play it on. Picks up another one. Well, they're going to St Kitts next week, isn't it, as far as Leeward Islands are concerned. So 100-meter world champion Kim Collins, he's right up there in the St Kitts and Nevis Athletics Association. Maybe they could have a chat to him.
Well, I think it's something generally that the franchises have to work in. They also have to bring in a psychologist to begin to be able to help the young players in terms of their mindset.
Yeah, because if you have a look at West Indian batsmen, and this has been the failure for the last 25, 30 years really, they don't seem to come with a plan. They may have all the shots in the book and they may look nice and everything for a good 15 or 20, but they don't seem to come with a plan that I'm gonna play straight, I'm gonna play myself in, things like that. So how much they think about their innings.
Well, Terry, let me say to you, preparation starts from in the nets.
Right.
And if you're batting for 10, 15, 20 minutes, that's not going to cut it in first class cricket.
Exactly.
You need to bat more balls. You have to hit balls. And that's to me, when I look sometimes at the preparation of some of the franchises teams and what they're doing, I don't think the players are hitting enough balls. Single there to Campbell. 2 overs bowled, 11 without loss.
Yeah, and also you talk about preparation, but also personal preparation. You can't leave it all to the coaches and the franchise and everything. What do they do in their off time? Do they see themselves as true professional cricketers? So therefore, 365 days a year, they've got their routine. They get up same time every day. They run. They exercise. Then they're in the nets. Is that part of their preparation?
Do they understand their role?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Sometimes, and I've heard officials, administrators say, oh, well, they're professionals. Yeah, I could be a professional and maybe still don't know what my real role is. Yeah. Because nobody has maybe never taught me. Nobody has maybe demonstrated and, showed me the pathway of brought mentors in to tell you, how to go about it.
Exactly. So you end up professional in name only.
Yeah. Even the administrators who run the game, are they professionals? Look at the amount of mistakes that they make. And in the meantime, the game is not improving.
Too true.
Or the system is not improving. Where's the development when they are saying, oh, well, Terry's a professional? You have to put things in place.
Jeremiah Louis into...
Now he's trying to get Campbell, he's trying to turn Campbell around.
Wide.
Yeah, but that one started, and again the win. Louis not getting his radar going right. And I would just say that Jamal Hamilton just saved the penalty for Anguilla because he had to box that one.
He did well. Save 4, that's for sure.
Yeah. Leeward song flat though. They need to get some energy. They need to get wickets. They got a new ball. They have to get wickets.
Well, I don't know how you'd be flat, seeing you've got a first innings lead. You should be saying to themselves, let's run through these Scorpions.
Well, it's not even a matter of run to the Scorpions. We've just come out to the same basic feel.
Well, and I still don't understand the fielder down there at deep backward point.
You want Cornwall's number?
93? Is to start with 93?
Yeah. Star 93. I think he'll be able to answer you. Say good morning to Basil Morgan. Folks in Montserrat. Davon Williams. Long time no see, no hear. Davon, son of Jim Allen, former president, former player too, played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at this level, former president of, also a director of Cricket West Indies. Somebody would have served the game. I hope Jim Allen is listening. Good morning, Jim. One of the prolific players from this part of the woods. Montserrat to produce so many great players. Lowell Mason, I know he must be glued to the television. Leslie Weeks. Stedford White. Beautiful delivery.
In my opinion, Jim Allen started World Series cricket, as in World Series cricket took off when West Indies needed 6 off the last ball. I think it was Gary Gilmore that bowled the ball. And he went whack and he put him out of the ballpark. And that sent everybody off, and all of a sudden, what they call pajama cricket took off. Jeremiah Louis into Campbell. Campbell advances, but lets it go through to Hamilton.
Talking about the Alfred Correttes, the Austin White. Austin White was a tremendous fast bowler. He was big, he was strong. First saw Austin White in St. Kitts in the Benson and Hedges under-19 series. In those days, Benson and Hedges used to sponsor under-19 cricket in the Caribbean. Big, strong guy. Played for the West Indies under-19 as well, too. Tyrone Greenaway, another fast bowler from Montserrat, also played for the West Indies under-19. No ball, so the bug continues.
Yeah, all these seamers so far this season having problems with the front line.
Another exciting young batsman who I thought could have gone all the way, Zuan Sweeney. Big, strong left-hander, very capable. Owen Roach himself. He was no slouch with the bat as well, too. Scored some runs at the Leeward Islands level. Montserrat. Remember the days they would have had the Ryans, the Fitzroy Buffon. Buffon was someone who also had a hard time, even when he scored runs at the Leeward Islands level, getting in the politics into the Leeward Islands setup. Just wasn't given the opportunity.
Advances again, Campbell turns it past Hamilton this time. They jog through for 2. That completes Jeremiah Louis' over.
It's going to be a long day for the Leeward Islands Hurricane, Terry.
Most definitely. Jamaica Scorpions 12 without loss. So the deficit now, 14 without loss. I beg your pardon. Campbell moves on to 10. Brown is on 2. So the deficit between the two teams now is just 1 run.
I think Louis is going to have to. He looks low in confidence. He maybe feels a little disappointed that the way we got out this morning for naught. And his body language, I don't see that intensity coming from him yet. But he's a true professional, and he will switch on just now. Just needs to talk to himself.
But you're right, though, Vernon. The body language of all of them out there at the moment looks pretty flat. They're just ambling around.
Shelton Forbes is on for someone.
But it's not Odean Thomas. He's ready and running in from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to Carlos Brown. And beats him. That's a good delivery by Thomas.
I think Hamilton maybe needs to take a step up because the ball is Hamilton
dying.
is taking the ball around about ankle height.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he can afford on this track to take 2-3 paces up. Cornwall now wants a leg slip. He's now moved Louis into. I just think, it doesn't make sense putting fielders in ornament positions if they're not going to be effective.
Thomas into Brown. Brown cracks that forward of point into the boundary. 4 runs. Good looking shot there by Carlos Brown. Got to the pitch of it, used the pacer. Thomas dispatched it to the boundary. He moves on to 6, and the score 18 without loss.
It's just a wide half volley. There's no purpose. Bowl the ball straight. Bowl the ball stump to stump. In a hard length. That's what you want. On this track, this is a good cricket wicket. And you got to bend your back. You got to be able to hit the deck harder. Even though Odean Smith was expensive, he was hitting the bat very hard. Thomas is a big man. Running and bowl.
That's that boundary. Jamaica move into the lead. And that beats him. Lifting delivery. Through to keeper Hamilton. So Jamaica lead by 3 now. All 10 second innings wickets still remaining. 3 slips for Brown. He crouched now as Thomas is into him. And big appeal for LBW and given. He got that one straight. Brown, I don't know whether he thought he hit it or not, but he trudges off, but he gets the ball straight and he gets it up there. And as you say, Vernon, it pays dividends. O'Shane Thomas picks up a wicket. Jamaica Scorpions lose their first. It's Carlos Brown gone for LBW to Thomas. As we watch the replay, oh yes, hit him straight in front, squared him up, hit him on the back leg. No doubt about that one.
I think he missed a straight one. He played down the wrong line. He was squaring up rather than staying side on. The ball hit him below his knee roll. He's a little aggravated as he goes back. The only thing he could have been talking about is that he would have played it. If he didn't play it, good umpire, good decision by the umpire. He goes back to the hut and he goes to sit down. He feel maybe indicating that he felt hard done. He's also have to be very careful.
He should watch the replay.
Because his antics, if the umpire gives you out, got to be careful. The match referee might maybe have to, at the end of the day's play, Robert Haynes and him will maybe have to go to a meeting.
Squared him up, hit him on the back leg, right in front. Good decision by the umpire. First blood to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Brown gone for 6. And Jamaica Scorpions are 18 for 1 in their second innings. They lead by 3. But I was talking to Marley Richards yesterday about the same thing that you were just mentioning, Vernon. Too many of these batsmen are starting to stand up and show their displeasure with the umpire's decision, and that's not on.
Can't do that at the international level. You shouldn't be doing it at the West Indies level either.
Exactly right.
The umpire gives you out, you
walk.
You walk.
Simple as that. We saw it last week with a couple of the West Indies Academy boys, and we're seeing it again in this match here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Thomas into Coke Mackenzie. Short lifting ball. It's patted down into the offside by Mackenzie. So Thomas will be happy. He got one on line and picked up a wicket. It's his second wicket for the match, I think.
Yes, he did get Redwood.
That's right, yeah.
Cotton ball.
So he got the last wicket of Jamaica's first innings and the first wicket of Jamaica's second innings. Thomas in again to Mackenzie, and it's turned nicely by Mackenzie down to fine leg to get himself going. He moves on to 1, and at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 19 for 1 with Mackenzie on 1 and John Campbell on 10. The lead for the Scorpions is 4.
So 19 for 1, some 4 overs. Carlos Brown back in the hut.
Jeremiah Louis to continue. 2 left-handers out there in Kirk Mackenzie and John Campbell. So Louis has decided to come round the wicket to Mackenzie. 3 slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket and fine leg as Jeremiah Louis bounds into Mackenzie, and he just leaves that alone outside off stump. Just asking for another man on the onside by the look of it. Discussion with Jamar Hamilton and Raheem Cornwall. might be asked. No, they're going to take Andrew from third slip and put him into the mid-wicket position. Move Kadeem Henry round a bit to a mid-on position. So he strengthened the onside field as he comes in again to bowl to Mackenzie. Again wide of the off stump, left alone by Mackenzie.
I think he's just trying to add. He's not comfortable, Louis, around the wicket. And he's quickly switched back over. Just needs to line the ball up. It's got to bowl straight. Got to bowl at the stumps.
He's still going to stay around the wicket. Strong breeze blowing east to west. Should be able to assist him to bring it back into Mackenzie as forward in defence.
See, when you have a chance, Terry, when you're bowling to the batsman, especially with a new ball, this is just the fifth over. A lot of batsmen are not very comfortable. You got a brand new kookaburra in your hand. You've realized there have been 2 innings here so far. There's been no pace. So it means that you got to really attack the stumps as much as possible. Because what is going to come into play is either going to be bowl, caught behind, or leg before. It's much better. Keep honing at those pads there. That's where
he wants to be.
Yeah. That's where he's most dangerous. With the breeze coming from east to west. And Mackenzie tends to square up. He doesn't stay side on to the ball. And he doesn't get a big stride out. So you're in the conversation if you keep honing at those pads.
Have we taken into consideration, though, that they're getting used to bowling to the kookaburra ball?
Nah, I don't know if anybody will get used to bowling to the kookaburra ball, Terry. I just think that we got to look at we got to look at adjustments of our pitches.
Well,
in terms of what we're preparing.
That's a hot topic, Vernon. That's been going on for too long now.
Yeah, you sometimes come to a game, grass is on the track.
Yeah,
and when you come back the next day, somebody shaves all the grass off. I could never really understand that.
Again, the backward point goes to deep backward point on the boundary for John Campbell. 20 for 1, Jamaica Scorpions, a lead of 5. In their second innings. And Louis way down the leg side again. Hamilton does well to palm it down. But they scamper through for a bye nonetheless. So at the end of the over, at 5 overs now of the Jamaica Scorpions second innings, they are 21 for 1. That's a lead of 6. John Campbell on 10 and Kirk McKenzie on 2.
Flags fluttering on the eastern side. Cricket West Indies, Leeward Islands Cricket Board, Jamaica flag, and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Leeward Islands Hurricanes flag motoring away. Odean Thomas will continue, not from over but around.
Ill-directed bouncer, missed by Hamilton and into the boundary.
It's leg byes.
Leg byes.
Took evasive action, didn't play a shot, but
interesting
strange.
Call.
Yeah, it is. Sort of took his...
He half played a shot, but he was more evasive action than anything.
But you see, Terry,
missed everything.
You saw his left foot was going. It was going across and not deep. And that's why I think sometimes Mackenzie gets himself into a tangle in that line. Like to see Odean Thomas try that delivery again.
Campbell on strike, though.
Mr. Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
But that line really just too wide. Gotta make him play. Gotta make him play. I'm not hearing any.
I'm not hearing anything.
Any jumping from the Leeward Islands. Have they just settled for first innings? Just hoping that Jamaica is going to take the lead?
Well, hopefully not. I mean, that is why first innings points were taken out of the West Indies Championship, wasn't it? The teams would just settle for first innings points, but surely here, and with the fact that they've got an early breakthrough, they should be pushing home the advantage, looking to restrict Jamaica Scorpions for as less as possible, and looking for the outright win. Campbell just turns that delivery down to fine leg, so he's on 11, brings Kirk McKenzie back onto strike. He's on 2, 26 for 1. Jamaica Scorpions lead by 11. Odean Thomas staying over the wicket to...
Don't like this field. I think for Odean Thomas, you need to have a balanced field. You're asking him to bowl to a 7-2 field. Because of that, now he's going to push the ball wider now. And you give him some balance, a 6. Give him a 6-3 feel so he can be comfortable and he can run up and he can attack the stumps and bowl the ball.
Yeah, he's all over the show at the moment.
Yeah, he doesn't have that control to be bowling to. It's not a Ulysses Lawrence or a company who's going to run up, cut his space and bowl down that line. So you got to give him some protection.
Turned quite comfortably by McKenzie down to fine leg for 1. Yeah, you don't even have to go back that far, Vernon. He's not a Cameron Pennyfeather who bowled immaculate line and length last week. Picked up the figures of 3 for 15. I think he would have enjoyed himself out here today.
No. What is going to be important when Odean Thomas comes off is how well Colin Archibald comes in and how well he bowls, because he's really expected to really step up and strike back this Jamaica lineup. Short again.
Too easy this, though.
There's no pace.
No pace, ill-directed. They just keep turning him down to fine leg. Completes the over. At the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 27 for 1. And after special comments from Vernon Springer, you'll hear the voice for the first time today of Marley Richards.
Thank you very much, Terry, for holding down the fort. 360 team working together. No bike riding today around the stadium. Very early o'clock. Cornwall is into the conversation, and we see that they have looks like some folks. They look as if Mali's tour brought them to the game. Yeah, they're certainly. Morning, Malachi.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning, everyone. 15-run lead already evaporated here by the Scorpions. 1 wicket down, though. At least Odean Thomas making an early breakthrough with the new ball. That's what you want to see.
I never said anything.
I'm just saying. Everyone sounds a bit down, and let's just let this game develop.
It's certainly developing.
As
Cornwall into the attack.
Terry was saying he only got the last wicket in the first innings, Odean Thomas, but here he was, second innings, picking up Carlos Brown. That partnership of 79 in that first innings would have gone a long way in terms of just settling the Scorpions' nerves and helping them build a total. In the end, I think they fell at least 100 runs short, considering the position they were in.
They did.
199 for 3. You expect, and the way Campbell was batting as well at the time, should have at least been 400 scored here in these conditions, but wasn't to be. Goes down the ground, makes good contact. There's Campbell. So once again, taking a liking to the bowling of Rakeem Cornwall here. Tossed up slightly. Just needed to make contact.
Yes, use of the feet there by Campbell.
Yeah,
really
just advancing.
He's really made his mind up. And I think he, in particular, decided that he's going to go after Cornwall. He's not going to allow Cornwall to settle.
I think Cornwall now has to adjust his pace. It's a lot better. A little straighter. Maybe just going down the leg side, sneaking down. Once again, Cornwall starting around the wicket to the left-hander.
I just think it is ABC.
As you can tell, the way the shirts are blowing, that breeze across the ground once again, east to west, quite prominent yet again here on day 3.
That was hitting to Louis.
Yeah, you felt that one.
Hit him on the somewhere on the arm. Malachi. Woo.
You probably think as well, why wouldn't you have an arm guard in when you're in that position as well?
I think you have to have everything.
Yeah, I'd have 2 arm guards on, to be fair.
He's taking one for the team, Ali. They can't get a single there.
Well, they did. Quite easily.
In fact, not I should say they can't. They shouldn't get a single there.
It's not necessarily the line Cornwall should be bowling. That's the thing. It's just a bit too straight. It's just easy for Campbell to just knock it into the onside, predominantly offside field set. So that's where the spaces are on the onside. And if you just drift a bit too far, that breeze, as we said, going east to west, you start that ball a bit too straight, ends up on the legs, and with no real turn on offer yet for Cornwall. That's an easy single every time.
So we saw in the first innings, Mali, that John Campbell decided that he was going to attack the Leeward Islands' #1 spin bowler and their captain. And as soon as Cornwall came on, he's asserted himself and says, listen, I'm not going to allow you to settle today here at all.
What he has tended to do is favor the going onside. Even though he has gone down the ground, he's tended to favor that slug sweep. And with that breeze just drifting in, almost plays into his hands. I think I'd love to see Cornwall just change that angle up, go over the wicket, try and get that ball going across him a bit more, which creates more of an angle in which, if he does try to go across it, it does bring the top edge into play and the outside edge as well.
We have a slight hold up here. Campbell, I think, is waiting for a replacement bat. He has so many that they maybe can't find the right bat as yet. It's taking a long time to get out here. Maybe it's coming via Caribbean Airlines. So we have a hold up in play here.
Coming via the Odean Jamaica. Seems like.
Could be. Because umpire, Gregory Bartlett has come across. Have they found it now? Or they found them?
They found them. Not it. You just said he had many.
Well, maybe he had a special one which he told them, but they couldn't find the special one. So they brought out at least 3 now. So let's see which one is he really going to use. That's the one that he was practicing with this morning.
Oh, he was?
Yeah. So
okay.
he says, okay, it's time to go now. What will be your approach now, Mali, if you're the Jamaica team in the contest? It's day 3.
Well, you've got a 20-run lead here. So at the end of the day, you're looking to just build this lead, taking as little risk as possible, especially with John Campbell in good form. You can't waste good form. Got to take advantage when you're in good form. John Campbell would know all about that based on how his career would have progressed over the years. So he's got to look to get a start again here. And they got to take it delivery by delivery, not look too far ahead. As we said, probably should have scored 400 plus in that first innings. Wasn't to be. What's happened, the Leewards have now taken that first innings lead. The good thing is they've gone past it, so now they're in the positive. They're in the green, as they'd say. They're not in the red, so every run here would count. Campbell just needs conditions here still quite benign in terms of batting conditions. Pretty good for batting. Another nice sunny day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So he's just looked to bat time, and if he does bat time, he puts away the good balls. They'll have themselves a pretty healthy lead going into at least day 4, but they've got to keep wickets in hand as well.
This track here is not much sideway movement, Mali, at all, being demonstrated by the seamers. Yes, Redwood did get the ball to turn yesterday, but not much.
On a pitch where we saw no one turn the ball particularly.
Yeah.
So that should tell you something as well.
Sure. Campbell is still not comfortable, Mali, so he signaled to the dressing room again for another set of bats.
Guess that's not the one he was practicing with.
Maybe he was just explaining to Louis that maybe the angle doesn't feel right. You had a favorite bat, right?
Well, you always do. I was going to say, yeah, batters are quite particular. It varies the levels of particularness, if you'd say that. But some players are more superstitious than others. Others can just pick up any bat and play. Whereas some, it has to be the same bat, same gloves. They have a favorite, and it would definitely have to break or split in half for them to stop using it. Shivnarine Chandapal comes to mind. He used a lot like that. Very particular about his gloves, not only what they were, but where they were positioned in the dressing room. That's a beautiful shot through the gap. Not a big gap there in which to find between extra cover and mid-off. But Kirk McKenzie just threads the needle. That should give him a lot of confidence.
Somebody feels maybe that Carty maybe could have made a bigger effort. Everybody's looking in his direction. And that is always the norm.
It was struck quite well.
Yeah, he found the gap. That was pretty impressive. I think that will give him some good confidence. It was a good lead. He leaned into it. Good presentation of the bat face and the elbow nice and high. There.
To the left of extra cover, to the right of that mid-off fielder in Carty. Once again, presents a full face. Gets onto that front foot quite positively.
And on this track, Mali, you have to.
Yeah, you got to be looking to come forward.
It's
not the kind of pitch where you saw too many bouncers anyway in this match so far. No pace and bouncing this wicket, so bowlers have been quite reluctant to test out that shorter length.
Good stride. At least he's getting his stride in.
Good comeback though. Not a bad delivery that from Archibald.
All right, so let's see if we can settle this bat issue now, Mali. This time, one bat is coming out.
Well, it's for John Campbell to settle, really. Let's see. It's only once. He's only got one choice, isn't he? Probably just chose the wrong one. They all do look the same.
With the exception that this is a no-name brand one.
Yeah, as in no stickers. They all seem to have the same color rubber. On the handle grip. Same color grips.
You remember, you still have your bat when you broke the Leeward Islands record?
No, I don't.
You got rid of that? You gotta keep that for the... You have to keep that, Mali.
I'm not sure what happened to that bat, to be fair.
Come on, Mali. You can't tell me you don't have that bat, Mali.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you I don't have the bat.
Wow. I guess in those days you weren't worrying about that sort of stuff,
I know
right?
it was a Grey Nichols. That's what I know. Power something, but yeah. Not sentimental
like that. Yeah, to be able to, maybe you look back now and say, boy, maybe I should have just had that,
Yeah, plus you're thinking bigger as well, eh? But even though it was quite a landmark, I don't know. Somewhere, that's probably in a dump somewhere or lying around somewhere, you never know.
Never know. Maybe you gave a youngster. Groundsman getting into position.
Goes across the line, well in front of square though. Once again, John Campbell, he likes this bat though, Vernon.
Yeah, he does. And he came off, it was a sweet spot. Heard it. Louis had to be ducking for cover. And he's a tall man, Louis.
Yeah, just drifting into the hitting zone of the left-handed Campbell here. As you can see once again, look at the shirts, look at that breeze blowing across. And he is getting a bit of drift, but he's drifting into the middle of Campbell's bat at the moment. Once again, ball starts about middle and off, but ends up on about leg stump, so it's a comfortable sweep shot. If he does get hit on the pad, he's not going to be given out. Well, you don't expect him to. So if I was Cornwall here, I'd definitely be just switching to over the wicket, just trying to change the angle at least. He's yet to do so to the left-handers. Once again, too easy. Runs. This time well behind square, so the fielder in Archibald just has to jog and retrieve.
And the sad thing about it is that he's bowling from the circuit Lambros end.
So that was up a bit of energy, and not only that, a very rapid over once again from Raheem Cornwall. So, yeah, so things to think about here for the Leeward skipper. This partnership 32 of 32 scored at a good clip. That's what they would be very encouraging. That 50 up for Jamaica coming off 9 overs. Look at that run rate, just below 6, 5.56. That lead now 35, and the Leewards, from a Leeward's perspective, got to make the Jamaicans work a bit harder for these runs here.
We see almost the entire force, Mali, moving into position, so we can't see in the param area, but there has to be something serious happening behind. And in fact, Mali, I think the weather pattern did say that rain is expected at lunchtime.
So it was that kind of day. Had a pretty heavy downpour south of the island.
Well, we also lost power here, Mali, this morning for about 2.5 hours.
Oh, so it's
before
been
the start of play.
Yes.
Found that very strange here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as well, too. You don't normally lose power in the North Zone area, especially at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Second day in a row. It's never happened here.
Never happened before. That's a beautiful delivery.
They're gonna get 2 though. Should get 2. Louis was a little slow to come off that boundary. Jeremiah.
This is what we're talking about, Mali, about a balanced field, 6-3. We just have ornaments.
Yeah, especially with the situation of the game. You want to make run scoring a little more difficult now. You don't want to over-attack per se. Here, it's finding the balance. So once again, big open spaces on the leg side. Just the 2 fielders on the onside. Fine leg and mid-on. Getting dragged a bit wider now, Odean Thomas. Wider and shorter. So just looking to cover a couple areas there. Not sure he's the quickest fielder in which you'd want in that position as well, but you don't want to be bowling straight. That's a good delivery. That one just touched down, moved away slightly off the seam.
Well, let's talk a little bit, Mali, about the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This was built in 2007, right? For the 2007 World Cup?
It was built for the 2007 World Cup, yeah.
I think the time has come where we have to seriously start looking at upgrades, starting with the lights.
Well, just call on whoever you need to call on. We know who the managers and the people are that run this thing, so we're on the airwaves here, so we're right up close and personal. They're getting it from the horse's mouth, right? Not as if they can't see it every day as well. They come here and work every day, don't they? So they should be able to see certain things, in terms of the upkeep and the maintenance.
I think these light poles now, if we're talking about from 2007. We're talking about 18 years, you know, and the way the world is going now with LED lights. We're seeing what has happened in Kensington Oval in Barbados, in Arnottsville in St. Vincent. You know, we really have to start thinking about upgrading here in Antigua and Barbuda because there's so much competition. You got 12 venues in the Caribbean. Antigua and Barbuda is blessed with 2. But your main venue in the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, you've got to be able to begin. You're talking about having Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, a CPL team. You're also talking about the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, which are now based in Antigua and Barbuda.
Well, this is the thing as well. This is where you have to start asking certain questions and where, you know, that investment as well is going to come from. The Hurricanes, he said the Patriots, the new franchise.
Falcons,
the new franchise, sorry. St. Kitts Patriots, Antigua Falcons. That's a good delivery. Archibald just now starting to find something here. Towards the back end of that last over. That line a lot better. Just getting the ball to jog away slightly off the seam.
The reason why I raise that, Mali, is because in the OECS, you closely have 7 international venues. There's no international cricket for Antigua and Barbuda this year. There's also no international cricket for the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia as well, too. And which means that competition and grounds getting matches are going to be critical. You also have to look to improve your facilities as well. Your net facilities, you know, how do you improve on them? Maybe the time has come here in Antigua and Barbuda at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to maybe start building an indoor facility for cricketers. That could be a way of enticing to have county teams come down here. Plus, with the home of Cricket West Indies here, you want to turn this now into a money-making venture.
Do you understand the indoor facility aspect? It would be nice as well, but I don't see an indoor facility as the highest priority because the reason why they have indoor facilities in certain places is because of the weather. It's not cricket weather, so especially in the winter and stuff, they can go and play. Like you said, it would be nice to have a couple nets and the like, but I think the more pressing issues, such as the maintenance that you were talking about, building up the infrastructure overall, you know, because anyone can see with the amount of space around here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, certain development should have already have happened.
Yeah, but we'll continue to press on. The wind very strong here. It's blown off Casey Carty's hat. It's floppy. It's been a strong, steady breeze here. And it looked as if it has blown away any threat of any rain coming out of the Param area.
Cornwall staying around the wicket.
I've had this fight with Cornwall, Mali, for some years now, so I've given up.
And this is the thing, okay, outer half of the bat now. That's the area in which he's looking to get Mackenzie to play. But he'll need the ball to actually turn. And not too many have turned so far for him here on this Vivian Richards Stadium pitch. At least get it to hold, use that drift in. And if he could then turn away from the left-handers, that would make him a very difficult proposition. But conditions here just haven't necessarily been that conducive to his style of bowling here.
I like the approach here so far for Mackenzie in this innings. He looks a lot more positive. That length, he can afford to stand up. There's not much pressure for him. You want to get him onto the front foot, get him using his feet.
To be fair, I thought he looked quite good as well in that first innings. Maybe started a bit slowly. That one's come back. So he's used that breeze. Mackenzie on the back foot. You were just singing his praises as well, where we both were. Misreads the length from Cornwall. That one probably cannoning into leg stump. We'll have a replay in a second.
I think he was playing around the ball, man. He looking to play it into the mid-wicket area rather than looking to play it See where the bat face is?
Maybe a little too square there.
Yeah, look to play the ball up in front of you.
But this time he knew it. He was on his bike. No protest this time from Kirk McKenzie. He goes. So the second wicket down now for Jamaica. And they've got to be careful in this situation. They don't want Cornwall getting on a roll. He's the type of bowler that if he gets into a rhythm, bowls very long spells as well. So if he gets into a rhythm, especially in the third, fourth innings, he'll bowl very long spells and he'll be a very difficult proposition, as we just saw. Maybe just a hint of variable bounce as well.
Well, we have seen the assessment from John Campbell, who has decided that he's going to take on Cornwall. And so you're right, Jermaine Blackwood walking out now is going to be a pretty interesting situation. He too played down the wrong line in the first innings and got LBW to Cornwall. And on this track, you're going to have to look to play the ball up the V for as long as possible.
I think what happened there as well, in terms of the contrasting playing styles between Campbell and Kirk McKenzie, both left-handers, but Campbell a lot more comfortable on the sweep, and that sweep was really knocking Raheem Cornwall off his length, whereas Kirk McKenzie not as proficient playing the sweep, rotating that strike in that manner, going back to one he probably should have been coming onto that front foot for.
Unlike the previous deliveries that he was onto the front foot.
Exactly. Just misreading that length. Cornwall using that breeze. Change here to over the wicket for the right-handed Jermaine Blackwood.
A lot of movement taking place. I don't like this, Mali. He's not putting Jeremiah Louis long on.
He's got a very straight catching mid-on as well. Short.
I don't know. I think when you come in first, Mali, you got to work for your runs. You just don't get runs that easy.
If you think about it for a second, if he does choose to hit the ball to mid-on to get runs, does he go aerial? Does he go on the ground? What does he do?
I think he's going to go. Well, he's maybe forcing him to go aerial to score, but he can't bowl that line.
That's a good save, that. Big work, that, from Odean Thomas, and you can tell by the congratulations he's receiving now by his teammates. Big effort from the big man, putting his body on the line. So that just tells you something as well. Leeward's probably just snapping into gear here, recognizing the situation. Every run vital, saving every run vital. And that's good to see from the big fast bowler.
Now, this partnership is crucial to what happens for Jamaica in the second innings. This is really the two of the most experienced players in this Jamaica Scorpions lineup. The captain and former captain. Also, Blackwood has started this season with 100 as well and a 75.
They've both been in good form.
Yeah, so
it's like the central nervous system of this Jamaican Scorpions batting lineup.
And I think the Leewards know that. And as you rightly said, that was a big effort by Odean Thomas to keep Jermaine Blackwood on north still.
Huge, and it's been encouraging to see, actually. Maybe, he did pick up that wicket as well, so he's had a very positive impact here in this second innings. Never know later on here today as well. The cracks, visible cracks starting to open up here on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch. Could look to exploit that with his extra pace. It's a bit too straight there from Archibald.
Yeah, every now and again. You know, you could tell he's really not comfortable. Well, he's got a 6-3 feel now. Except that Louis is 3/4 of the way on the deep backward square leg boundary. I'd have maybe had Louis in by the umpire. Just in case Campbell falls over. He might have just gone up in the air. But his spell is going to be important, Archibald. And if he could just prize out one of these here, he'll be bringing in the Brad Barnes and company.
It's Louis' position at deep backward square, just to keep Campbell guessing in terms of what length. It's good delivery. Try and block that single low. Well played, good cricket.
Yeah, the Leewards have. I just think there are just too many easy singles. Got to get the angles worked out.
It's finding that balance between attack and defense, especially with a team looking to post a total, set a target almost. Jamaica will still have some ambitions of winning this match.
Just looking at Jermaine Blackwood, looks as if he's taking a leg stump guard. Campbell just coming down to maybe just alert him that, listen, we are not far off from lunch. I think this could be the final over. Maybe they're trying to make this.
They'll probably get one more in, considering how, well, it depends on what happens here, to be fair.
Yeah.
Cornwall's so quick through his overs.
Archibald bongs away to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood. Back and across and playing it right up to Kareem Agor.
From a Leeward's perspective, they've got to dip into that memory bank. What's the most likely way to dismiss a Jermaine Blackwood, especially early in his innings? We saw it in the first, going that LBW route.
You got to bowl him straight
back to him, yes.
Straight as possible, and
especially
a hard leg.
Early in his innings.
Push him back onto his back foot. Don't give him any room so he can get his confidence going. That's well bowled. Johnny Campbell making sure that this is the last over, Mali. Kenny's coming down the track. But the umpires' watch is always the final. The umpires have the final say.
Definitely.
Not the commentators. But good smart cricket there by Campbell and Blackwood. Knowing that lunch is just around the corner, maybe 2 minutes away. Another good delivery again from Colin Archibald.
Yeah, he's just working himself into a good groove, good rhythm here. Just in time for the Leewards as well. As you said, a lot being asked of him. Would have done the majority of the work in terms of that first innings, in terms of the fast bowlers, from a fast bowling perspective.
He just needs to produce that beauty now, Mali. The one that will leave Jermaine Blackwood and will be going either to Cornwall or Jamal Hamilton. Bowled. That's the line. So it looks like we'll get one more, Mali. Yes. Something Campbell didn't want. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite is walking up, so Cornwall will get in that over.
So this match still finally poised for me. Long day still ahead.
Yeah. I think we're
coming to the end of session one.
I think we got like 79. Well, when we started the innings, it would have been like 79 overs to go.
A lot to happen. Moving day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. After day 3, we'll get a good indication of who's in control.
Cornwall starting his 4th over. Jeremiah Louis 3-0, 5-0. Odean Thomas 3-0, 18-1. And Archibald 3-0, 9-0.
He's been expensive, Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, but
John Campbell in particular taking a liking to him. But he's picked up that wicket. And as we said, he's the type of bowler that can get on a roll and really run through a team. We've seen it on numerous occasions. Even in conditions that aren't overly favorable.
The thing about him is his guile and his height. And if you misread his length, he's onto you in a flash.
And even then, I still think he doesn't use it enough. You can tell, even have a look here on his follow-through. For me, still could get more body into that.
Yeah. But I think also the left knee.
Yes,
is
obviously he's got real issues
with
in terms of
that knee there.
That issue, that left knee, sorry.
Yeah. So he's not
So
being
really
able to get to
pivoting.
pivot on it as well as he would like.
So he ends up using a lot of his shoulders, a lot of his shoulder, and he's got very big hands, long fingers. Yeah.
They got, oh! So we almost had a mix-up, Mali. There was no communication line there between Blackwood. Where was Johnny Campbell going?
Not sure. But
And he was ball watching too.
I think that's the next stage of development in terms of the laws of cricket, the potential for a double play where you can get two batters out at once. Yeah, baseball like.
I hear you, Mali.
Come on. We're trying to, what?
I hear you. Innovation.
Innovation. We're trying to move the game on. That would be.
Innovation.
You can imagine that?
Innovation. He's off. Gets away. Carty's after it.
This lead now 40. So Jamaica still scoring at a good clip. Yeah. Once again, 4.4 runs per over. They've been hovering around that 4 mark throughout this match.
Especially in the start of their innings.
Yes, they get off to flyers. And at times they get pulled back, but because they've gotten off to such a fast start, they end up maintaining quite a healthy run rate throughout.
Carlos Brown, LBW to Thomas for 6. Kurt McKenzie, LBW to Cornwall for 10. It's lunch here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jamaica Scorpions, 57 for 2, 13 overs bowled. John Campbell, not out 32. And just coming to the crease has been Jermaine Blackwood. Mally, your thoughts?
Well, still evenly poised. Well, still finely poised here on day 3 with John Campbell at the crease. He's on 32. He's following up from that pretty splendid and dominant 100 in the first innings. He's got the experience, Jermaine Blackwood, in good form. Did fail in the first innings, but as you said, 100 and a half century in round 1. So they'll be looking to go, have a good lunch, come back. This lead 42. Another 2 hours of cricket awaits us after the lunch and break. They'll be hoping to pile on the runs here to at least set the Leeward Hurricanes a pretty challenging total in the 4th innings.
So, folks, we will take our lunch and break here just to let you know and just to remind you, just in case you've just tuned in, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were bowled over 335, 87.4 overs, 26 boundaries and 4 sixes. They batted for 392 minutes. Mainly picking up some 4 wickets, just to give you a recap, because a lot of folks maybe might have tuned in pretty late. Jama Hamilton once again top scoring with 93, 126 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. Karima Gore scoring 76. That seemed like a long time ago. And in the end, Louis North this morning, Archibald 6 and Odean Thomas not out 16. There were 29 extras, 17 no balls. 1 wide, 4 leg byes, 7 byes. Bowling figures for Team Jamaica Scorpions. Markina Mindley, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 44 runs, 4 wickets, 2 no balls, 1 wide. Gordon Bryan, 16.4 overs, 1 maiden, 76 runs, 2 wickets, 5 no balls in the process. Odean Smith, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 55 runs, 1 wicket with 9 no balls. Java Royal, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 58 runs, 1 wicket. Then we had Brad Barnes, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. And Tamari Redwood, very much impressed with him so far. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 62 runs, 1 wicket, and he had 1 no ball. Leeward Islands dismissed for 335. And like I said, they batted for 392 minutes. So Minley and Bryan standing out as the main bowlers in the second innings at lunch here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on day 3. The Jamaica Scorpions just holding their own. They're 57 for 2. And we've had 7 extras so far. 1 bye, 4 leg byes, 2 no balls. Bowling figures, Jeremiah Louis, 3 overs, no maidens, 5 runs, no wicket. 1 no ball so far. Odean Thomas, 3 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket, 1 no ball as well. Raheem Cornwall, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. And Colin Archibald, has certainly looked impressive so far. 3 overs, no maidens, 9 runs, no wicket. All he needs in that column is a wicket column. On behalf of the team here, Terry, Marley, and myself and the 360 crew, we will take a luncheon interval and we will come back at least 5 minutes before the start of the afternoon's play.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsman's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting his skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it on AIM Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and you know, it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sledge the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's down. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I play the supporting role. On my day, he plays the supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it. Try to relax. Because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And you know, to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit and we communicated really well and we were kind of solidified in the team. So we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day, they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days. So you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun. We also work hard, and that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times.
times.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think it. I know it's one of those.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Roach. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who was your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match 6s between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six-hitter.
Me. I think
So it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Will you still play?
He has 16. And he's right up and
Right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5-prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next day he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his great. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the 4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, we have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Lastly, I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back out there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I'd stop at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in him. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's a wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%. And that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks. No problem.
2024, the year of Amir Jangoo. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangoo?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. Yet another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under-19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under-19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangoo pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it, and lucky enough I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. And I told them the news. And it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up top.
Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean?
Are you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's one number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love, you always watch back a few times?
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone, so I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually, that was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there?
Why feet up?
Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad, and look at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce, and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Headley Weeks trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the second session on day 3 of this West Indies Championship second round match between Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Jamaica Scorpions. And it's Colin Archibald continuing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose Endies bowling to Johnny Campbell. And quick single taken there. Score moves on by 1 to 58 for 2.
Just there, Johnny Campbell. Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Yes.
Terry. Johnny Campbell just knocking one there for another single. And that's where the Leewards have really struggled to contain him. Yes, he's played the big strokes, but he's also rotated that strike quite magnificently so far in this match across 2 innings. 33 or 43 now, scored at a good clip once again.
Yeah, most definitely, Mali. Very pleasing to see a batsman using soft hands, just dabbing it out into predominantly the offside and picking up the ones. Nicely played by Jermaine Blackwood for another single. Blackwood moves on to 3 and the score 59 for 2.
Yeah, leader 44. And obviously looking a bit further down the line. You'd think 250, 250, 280 hopefully if they could get a lead such as that.
Yeah, if they could get something like that, it would be pretty difficult on the 4th and final day for the Leewards to chase down. But you would say this partnership is key.
Yeah.
2 most experienced players.
But we did see a pretty accomplished looking innings from Brad Barnes, slotted to coming next, number 5. He's 63.
He looked good.
Yeah, went a long way in terms of just repairing the damage after they would have batted so well for long periods of that day. Lost regular wickets, middle to low order, and he ended up batting with the tail, ended up not out. Brad Barnes on 63.
That was what I was most impressed with him, Mali, in the fact that he's only in his 3rd first-class match, and a few wickets, fell in relatively quick succession around him, but he was able to keep his composure, keep his head down, and as you say, he batted very well with the tail to get Jamaica up to 320.
Yeah, so just as you said there, another young player in terms of the amount of experience he has at that level. Rivaldo Clark as well last evening with 69. That was definitely 69 runs worth watching in terms of just announcing himself to the wider West Indian public. We've known about him since that under-19 level, and we've really been looking and wanting him to put in a performance that would just, keep everyone as interested to see how he develops. But I hope later on here this afternoon, when that match starts at 1 p.m., he could go on and later on we could see him make a pretty significant score, because that would do his development the world of good as well. But Brad Barnes, young player, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Young player putting in performances. You have Joel Andrew, Jid Gooley, Cephas Cooper. Jonathan Drakes is actually 30 years old now. You wouldn't think so just looking at him, but slightly older. But he's having a pretty good season as well to start. Had a good season last season as well. So just a few more emerging names, especially with the bat. And that's what we're looking for more than anything, because we harped on about it. Our batting has really, really dropped in standards over the past 30 years or so.
Chance.
He seems slow to react.
Diving efforts. Full ball there by Cornwall to Blackwood.
Let's have a look at this. Again, is it Joel Andrew in? Close?
Yes.
Oh, he should have caught that. It's got to be said. A wicket keeper by trade as well. Joel Andrew just seemed a little slow to react in the end. Had to pull out a full-length dive. Didn't see too much footwork in terms of just trying to get a bit closer.
True.
Few fast steps. Ended up diving onto the pitch. Landed quite heavily. But chance goes a begging. That would be a huge wicket. Huge chance missed by the Leeward Hurricanes here.
Absolutely. Jermaine Blackwood just on the 3. Just after the luncheon break. It would have been a huge breakthrough for the Hurricanes. But Blackwood survives. You'd be hoping to make them pay for it.
And you were just speaking about the importance of this partnership.
Mm-hmm.
Also, not only to Jamaica, but to the Leewards. Removing it was of high importance.
Definitely.
Breaking this partnership. The most experienced pair in this Jamaican Scorpions batting lineup.
Jule Andrew just getting some attention to his hand.
For me, just seemed to react a little late, in my opinion.
Yeah, and as you say, the footwork wasn't there.
Let's have a look again.
Pulled out the dive. It was a decent dive, but the ball didn't stick.
Yeah, it just popped out.
He's trying to play across the line, didn't he, Blackwood, against the spin?
At this level, yes, he does end up with a full length dive, but at this level, that's a relatively simple catch. It must be said. He's positioned in that position for that.
Right, exactly. Especially that's what he's.
That's what he's there for.
Therefore, yeah,
so
he should be expecting
and anticipating and looking, expecting something to come in that region. Just goes to show it's an often overlooked part of the game where we end up doing all the analysis and the like, but drop catches are absolutely critical. Yes, batting and bowling are very important, but fielding is just as important. Catching is just as important. Pulling off a spectacular catch can more often than not, especially against the run of play, can have the desired
change
effect.
The whole
change the complexion of the match.
I mean, if you have a look at the Leeward Islands innings, the drop catches, the no balls, the indiscipline by the Jamaica Scorpions, they could have had the lead.
They could have had a lead, 50, 70 run lead or so.
Right. Anyway, Andrews all good again. Cornwall will continue.
Oh, yes, Jim.
Chance for Blackwood, huge chance. Cornwall removed him in that first innings, LBW.
How come?
On just keeping slightly low, a lot lower than Blackwood expected.
Nice drive down the ground by Blackwood for a single. And that completes Cornwall's over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 60 for 2. Blackwood is on 4. Campbell is on 33.
See the batters still to come. Brad Barnes slotted in next. Daniel Beckford, you see him there with his pads on. Picked up a half century in the second innings in round 1, 50 not out on debut. He's had a mixed performance with the gloves so far. He's put down a couple of chances as well.
We'll be calling Archibald to continue from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Nicely played by Blackwood through the cover region. Trying to overhit that one. Picks up a comfortable 2. 62 for 2. Lead now of 47 for the Jamaica Scorpions. And I heard you earlier, Marley, on commentary saying that they'd be just taking it ball by ball, session by session. And I think you're exactly right. That's the way to go. But anything, you know, if the lead gets over 200 plus, give Leeward Islands something to think about.
Think
for sure.
about definitely on the fourth day here. Cracks are starting to widen a bit. Visible to us here, maybe to the viewers as well on screen.
Just rushed Blackwood slightly. But they should be keeping that positive intent though, Jamaica, because there's, they got a good chance of winning the match if they bat sensibly in this second innings.
Exactly.
Any lead's a good lead, but the lead was only 15.
Having a left-arm seamer as well in Archibald, just creating more foot marks as well outside. Well, just creating foot marks to be exploited by the Jamaican spinner possibly in the fourth innings.
Cut away forward a point by Blackwood for another 2.
Starting to see those foot marks start becoming more visible.
And they be thinking too, or they should be thinking that, give the young Tamari Redwood something to bowl at. He picked up 7 for, bowled them to victory last week against the Windwards.
That's where exactly I'm thinking.
And he's the one that has got the ball to turn on this pitch.
Showed good control as well.
She bowled into Blackwood. That's played back to the bowler. No run. There's a few dark clouds up above. Rain skirted us during the lunch break, so hopefully it keeps away again.
So there'll be foot marks to aim at outside the right-hander and the left-handers off stumps. Sure, something Hayden Walsh and Raheem Connor will be looking to exploit here in this third innings as well. Already seeing Cornwall pick up that wicket.
Yeah, and should have had another one in the previous over. And they've been the key, though, so far this season for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, both Captain Cornwall and Vice-Captain Hayden Walsh.
Picked up 7 for and 10 for, 7 for and 5 for respectively in that first round. 12 wickets between them in the match.
That's played nicely. Full pitch delivery. Had the width there and just guided it down past backward point into the boundary for 4 to finish Archibald's over. So Jamaica Scorpions move on to 68 for 2. Blackwood is on 12, Campbell 33.
Well, at least he does have a mid-wicket now, but still looking to go very wide outside that right-handers off stump. All Blackwood had to do was just make contact. No one in that third man region. The lead now goes above 50 now. 53 to be exact.
Yeah, you'd like to see them in a little closer to Blackwood. When he gets the chance to free his arms, he likes to do so.
He would want to bring this run rate down to 3.5. Goes back. One keeps a little low, just as we were saying. This variable bounce becoming more and more prominent now, especially here on day 3. So we're expecting to see a few more deliveries such as that. So goes back to your point, Terry. 200, 200 plus, 250.
Be very difficult.
Could be quite a challenge.
They've done well, Jamaica, though, haven't they? Again in this second innings, and the first to maintain that very positive run rate of around 4, 4.5.
Yep, not just looking to survive, still advancing the game. As we're saying, they have ambitions of winning this match as well.
They should, for sure.
Yeah. I like it.
So this drift now comes into play against the right-hander. Takes it away from the middle of the bat, more towards the outside edge.
Beautifully driven though by Blackwood.
It's gone
into the boundary for 4.
Speeds away down the hill.
Jim.
Just slightly over pitched by Cornwall. Wouldn't mind seeing Blackwood necessarily opening him up to hit through the offside, but you want to try and get him to hit a bit squarer on the offside. Off the front foot though, just open himself up. Look to exploit that gap. His length is key. It's got to be spot on. Both batters looking to be positive.
Oh yes, Jim.
Just there, Blackwood in that first innings went back, maybe looking to turn one a bit square. Here, keeping a fuller face, presenting a fuller face.
He's got it through the offside field again.
He's got a hand to that one, Jeremiah Louis.
2 more to Blackwood, just starting to get into his groove after that drop chance. Yeah.
Huge chance. Obviously, young Andrew would have to block that out. Look to take the next one. Seems to have just lost a bit of skin on his elbow as well with that dive. Gerald Andrew.
He basically landed on the pitch itself. 75 for 2. Jamaica Scorpions.
Very rough, dry surface. Be very abrasive to the skin. That's happened on quite a few occasions. It's just so annoying. It's this evening when he has a shower and he just gets a little burn. You really remember. He'll be like, damn, I dropped that one. You know? All this pain for nothing. Like
Archibald into Campbell. Campbell plays that nicely. Kadeem Henry comes off the backward point boundary to field that one. Another one to Campbell. He moves on to 35. 76 for 2.
Once again, Colin Archibald being available. He's been doing the hard work here of the seamers. Bowling the longer spells.
Yep.
Tended to use Louis and Odean Thomas 3-4 over spells.
Left armour coming around the wicket now to the right-handed Jermaine Blackwood.
Looking at Archibald here playing a bit of a holding role, especially in partnership with Cornwall. Yes, he'd love to take wickets, but he's got to be economical. Oh, that's a good piece of fielding, that. Young Kadeem Henry diving away. Going with the opposite hand. Still pretty good athletic work there from the young man. Saved a couple runs.
Definitely. Blackwood picking up the single, so Archibald back over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. Played comfortably again to fielder Henry. Deep backward point. This is good by Jamaica Scorpions, just turning the strike over. Left and right-handed combination out there. On the other hand, Leeward Islands not want to just let the game drift along.
Good low-risk batting,
yes,
isn't it?
Excellent batting.
3 singles so far, the first 3 deliveries from this Archibald over. They get 4. Johnny Campbell just seems to be struggling once again.
Yeah, he's just pulling up a bit short. I noticed that just prior to the luncheon break.
So even in that first innings, his mobility was slightly compromised, but didn't seem to have too much of an effect. Maybe just chose to the boundary options maybe a few more times than he would have normally. But executed especially against Cornwall. It was a mini masterclass from the Jamaican captain. Not sure if that was bat or pad, but once again, poorly lined. Down the leg side. Good work from Hamilton.
Yeah.
Diving away to his right. Maybe got to him on the bounce as well, so I had to keep his eye on that one. Good save.
Archibald into Campbell. Campbell again just playing with soft hands, direct hit there, and they get the run.
In the end, hobbles through. Does Johnny Campbell 5 runs from that Archibald over. Good low-risk batting this from the most experienced pair here for the Jamaican Scorpions. The end of 18 overs. Jamaica are 80 for 2. Still lead by 65 here. Session 2 on day 3.
Yes, and as you say, Marley, sensible batting, no nonsense batting. Playing each ball on its merit. Determined to keep the strike ticking over. We have a leg slip for Cornwall. He comes around the wicket to Campbell.
That's close. That's close.
Oh. Confident appeal.
Yeah, Moses just maybe just nicking that leg stump or just going down. It's close though, maybe just evading leg. Yeah. Good decision that from umpire Brathwaite. Just there, that one just holding its line. So Cornwall now starting to see a few signs that he'd like. Using that breeze, but getting it to just hold upon touching down. Campbell responds well, advances, uses his feet, knocks it for 1.
This is good here, boys.
Good experience stuff, this.
Full.
This is, I think that's the battle there. Campbell versus Cornwall.
Exactly, a good battle, no? He took it to him in the first innings.
And he's taken the responsibility upon himself to do so, to almost show the way to the other Scorpions batters as well.
Oh, yeah, Jim.
Lovely drifter once again from Cornwall. A little quicker, flatter. Looking to use this breeze. Hayden Walsh could be in business. In that first slip position.
It looks like June Andrews come a bit straighter also.
Oh, Jim. Oh, my goodness.
Jamal Hamilton always keeps everybody amused. Into the over, Jamaica Scorpions 81 for 2.
And what Cornwall's actually trying to do there to the right-handed Blackwood is what we saw happen to him.
Right.
He was bowled quite comprehensively by Brad Barnes.
Yeah.
Fantastic piece of bowling, using the conditions, the elements, that drift, that breeze across. Angled in, just touched down, going past the outside edge, playing inside slightly by Rakeem Cornwall, but it was a pretty good piece of bowling that from the young man Brad Barnes, showing another string to his bow after batting so well. Bowled quite tidily with his off spinners.
There was 3 good pieces of bowling. That one, Redwood, and McKinnon Minley when he knocked over
Hayden Walsh. That was
a
jaff and a half, wasn't it? Turned him completely round.
top of off.
Around the wicket, angled in, slightly just going away. As he said, top of off. Marquino Minley as well, he's been
excellent.
Excellent in not the most friendly conditions.
Definitely. Jeremiah Louis taking up the attack from Mr. Sukkot, the Ambrose end. And that's driven firmly. Can't beat Casey Carty at mid-off, and they take a single. One more to Johnny Carvel. He moves up to 38, is it? 39?
39.
Score is 62 for 2.
We're looking for something here as well. He's been one of their go-tos, Jeremiah Louis. He's been a top performer for this Leeward Hurricanes franchise.
Several seasons now. And the leading pacer last season.
Just there, gets into
Blackwood,
nibble.
Yeah.
Has a little nibble.
Played at that one.
As Vernon was saying earlier, looks like he's just on or outside that leg stump to begin with, taking a leg stump guard. Not the biggest of trigger movements, gets to just about middle. Let's have a look at his feet here. Let's see how he aligns to Louis from over the wicket. Yeah, not the biggest of trigger movements. You still get to see a bit of that off stump when he plays. I think because we were speaking about his, at times, his high propensity to being dismissed LBW.
Right.
She seems to have made a slight adjustment here, looking to get those pads out the way, maybe staying a bit more leg side of these deliveries. Just there. As you can tell, takes the leg stump guard, but doesn't get across his stumps.
Doesn't go all the way across, yeah.
On that last one, just stayed on leg stump in the end. I think that will keep those slips pretty interested. As we saw a bit earlier. Maybe defending a bit wide of that off stump. Not as conscious of where that off stump is. Just there again. Ended up outside leg stump. So just moving around the crease here. Definitely trying to stay leg side-ish.
Louis ball into two slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and fine leg.
Now he's got to get one to just hold his line outside that off stump. Two slips, goes short. To end that over, just one run from this over of Louis' second spell here in this second innings. Choosing to test out that shorter length. Played quite comfortably by Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, he just went down on his knees. Let it fly through. But not a bad start there by Jeremiah Louis.
School children, a few school children in the crowd here, a couple, not as many as Vernon would probably like, but school kids nonetheless. Kids of school age that should be in school doing their times tables, you know what I'm saying?
But see, they could count the score though, man.
Yeah, well,
and
yeah.
be doing their
you
mathematics here.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you now. I'm with you. I'm with you. It's all about learning, isn't it?
Exactly.
You can use the game as an arithmetic or a mathematics lesson. That's for sure. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's being used that way, but you're onto something, Terry.
I'm not sure it's being used at all.
At all. Maths at cricket could be a thing. Cricket math could be a thing.
Yeah.
Lovely drift here now. So Cornwall in good control of what he's trying to do. As you can tell, Jermaine Blackwood just motioning. Yes, he's got that seam pretty upright. That just went away slightly. He's got to be careful. Keep that outer, threatening that outside edge once again. Cornwall.
Oh my.
A few mind games being played now. A bit of chirping from Jamal Hamilton.
He's certainly into a good rhythm here as Cornwall.
And he's going to bowl predominantly the majority of overs today, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
For the Hurricanes, if he has to. It's again going back. Just needs one to keep a little low there. Saw that in the first innings. At least he's presenting a fuller face, is Jermaine Blackwood. 20 off 42. Good contest here.
Oh.
Just wants one to
that
bounce
drive again.
slightly, but
Jeremiah Louis in there now.
Yes, it is. Moved out the young man.
But you can see that Blackwood's making a determined effort, as you say, Marley, to play straighter after that first innings dismissal.
To be honest, if that man isn't there, even if the man is at long mid-on, it's just too easy to knock it down the ground, even take that fielder on for a single.
Right, yeah.
But with that man straight, as close as he is, with the long on, it now leaves Blackwood with a real dilemma. Does he go aerial? Does he go on the ground?
Right. Gives him
and in
something
the end,
extra.
if he gets caught in between, he's got men there for the catch.
Yep. Louis to continue to Campbell.
Good area.
Beats him.
Good area that.
Bowl that one.
So just going across Johnny Campbell.
Just got the one slip for Campbell. Cornwall there at first slip. Gully backward points. Man patrolling the cover point boundary.
Once again. So just starting to get this ball. It's what? Some 21 overs old now. Starting to get it to move a bit, especially off the seam. Just Jeremiah Louis maybe just exploiting a few cracks. Starting to open up here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Two good deliveries to begin with. Aborts his run up this time. Jeremiah Louis will have to do it again. Can he string an over together here? That's what the greats do at the end of the day. He's been on the money. 2 consecutive deliveries. Can he replicate that over and over?
Exactly.
Not get too greedy as well, trying to do something different. Just try to replicate that over and over again. Good area. Good stuff, this.
Yeah.
He would have just upped the intensity slightly over the last few overs.
I'm still intrigued, though, and ever since Campbell came out in his second innings, they've employed a fielder, which is Kadeem Henry, on the cover point boundary.
He hasn't scored too many in that region.
Exactly, and rather seem up closer to the bat in a catching position, but obviously they got their plans. No ball
this time.
This is what you were saying about consistency, though, Marley. They, a lot of seamers, they once, twice, beat the button, then they're always looking for that little bit extra instead of just remaining patient, keeping the ball in the same area.
Slightly overstepping on that one. Jerry. So he's going to have to do it again. Just the 3 deliveries, the 1 no ball, 3 legal deliveries. This one's cut away, and it brings Kadeem Henry into play. So he does save a boundary on this occasion. That was struck quite sweetly off the back foot by Johnny Campbell. I think they're just looking to learn from what would have transpired in that first inning. Just a few too many boundary balls at the end of the day. Trying to block those areas. Obviously, you can't set fields for bad bowling.
Bad bowling, yeah.
Still got to be looking to get these players out.
But just with that shot there by Campbell, though, Mali, if Henry was inside, you would have had a backward point and a point, right? Or cover, if you like. You put something else in Campbell's mind, you know? Do I try and beat them, or do I try and hit it over them? Whereas when he knows the guy's back on the cover point boundary, it's even though, as you say, he saved 4, he hit it well enough, but he had that freedom to hit it that well.
Yeah, knows he doesn't have to hit it to the left or to the right of anyone.
Right, yeah. Ample space.
At times, that's where the edge can even come in when you're thinking, okay, there's a man there, you got to beat him, and you're trying to beat him to his right, trying to hit the ball a bit too square, ends up taking the edge, and that's where the slips in the gully are.
Louis just moved Henry 3/4 of the way to the fence. Deep backward square.
Just there.
Him.
That's the delivery you were talking about. Can he just get one to hold outside that off stump with Blackwood not necessarily covering that off stump as much? End of that over. Good finish to it.
Jamaica
just
move
there.
On. Yeah. That's where he wants to be.
It's probably playing for it to come back in. Just held its line outside the off stump, going past the outside edge. So he needs to be in that area more often than not to the right-hander. And we saw with those first 2 deliveries, even the first 3, exactly where he needs to be to the lefty.
85-4-2. The lead now is 70. Campbell's moved on to 41, and Blackwood is on 20. Cornwall continues.
As you can see there, maybe just a hint of turn. Raheem Cornwall getting into a pretty good groove now.
Campbell's not one to get a big stride in, is he? Sort of
just there.
Stride.
Yeah. You could see he was looking to press. Maybe just illustrating that this pitch may be starting to take a bit more turn, bit more spin. No, shall I say? He was looking to get down. This time, as you can see, looking to advance. This is good batting.
Yeah, nice use of the feet.
It's not allowing Cornwall to just bowl and defend. Still looking to be proactive.
Boy, big mix-up again, and this time a very good piece of fielding. That poor running. Blackwood took off. The single wasn't really there as the ball went backward of square. And Mikhail Louis, I think it was, rocket throw back to Cornwall, but straight to him. And all he had to do was simply turn around and take the veils off, which he did. Blackwood is gone.
We saw something similar from the Scorpions. Couldn't affect the run out this time. Good out cricket. Good ground fielding that by Louis. Cornwall affects the run out. Blackwood goes via the run out route. So a pretty promising partnership that was beginning to form comes to an end.
85 for 3. The lead's still 70.
70, and it looks like a bit of a change here in the batting lineup. It's going to be Beckton. Daniel Beckford, sorry, coming in at number 5. Brad Barnes probably just carrying a bit of an injury. Took the catch off Louis.
Right, yeah. Yeah, when he took
so
that.
He's just suffering
brilliant
slightly.
Catch, though.
Yeah, it was a pretty good catch, that.
Yeah. But good piece of cricket, though, by the Leeward Islands, in as much as they were building the pressure on these two, and Blackwood just took off. He was stranded halfway up the pitch.
Unforced error, that.
Yeah,
especially with Campbell struggling with his mobility at this stage. Maybe Blackwood not recognizing that situation. Sharp single indeed.
His call, though, wasn't it? Blackwood?
It was his call.
Yeah, behind square.
But he should also have taken into account that Campbell has been struggling with that leg injury, especially recently. Even a few overs prior, they'd really tempered that running.
Yep.
Like really running through for quick singles, or just taking comfortable singles. Blackwood very frustrated. You could see through his bat.
Yeah, he's very better now. Big appeal by Cornwall. He was advancing, though. Campbell.
Yeah, he got a good stride outside. Maybe
just
outside
the line, yeah. Cornwall was confident, though. Game on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as we just look at the replay. Yeah. I think you could give that one out.
Yeah, maybe just took a little thin inside edge as well. Things starting to happen now for the Leeward's Hurricanes. They've just strung together quite a few disciplined overs.
Yeah, just applying a bit more pressure on the Jamaica Scorpions.
As we said earlier, that rate was 4.4, 4.5. They need to get it down to 3, 3.5. It's now come down to 3.7, which just illustrates they've had a good period of play here. The Leeward's Hurricanes. It's always very frustrating as a batter when you go via the run-out route.
Definitely. Nobody would be more happier than Jewel Andrew, though.
After dropping that catch. Hasn't come back to haunt them too bad. He'll be glad to see the back of Blackwood, who's been in pretty spectacular form, at least in these first 2 rounds. He's failed here in this match. Last time he played here, scored a massive double as well.
Remember that?
So it hasn't been a good return or run-scoring return to this Vivian Richards Stadium for him here versus the Leewards. But opportunity this for the Hurricanes. Young Beckford just playing his second first-class match. As we said, mixed day in the field, especially with the gloves. Mixed performance from him so far in this match with the gloves. Put down a couple of chances. Maybe not quite as tidy as he'd like. He's got an opportunity. 50 on debut last week versus the Windwards Volcanoes. Seems to have quite a strong bottom hand grip there as well. Just looking at the young man in his stance.
Yeah, slightly open stance.
Now his trigger movements take him across the stumps, gets to cover that off stump. Just there. Gets into a good position, strong position, as they'd say. Just needs to support his skipper, though, in this situation. Give himself a bit of time to get in.
Louis changing to around the wicket after a couple of deliveries to the left-hander.
It's going to be pretty much, I think, even though this field is a 7-2 field, going around the wicket, I think he would want to attack the stumps a bit more. But
they chop that back on, but gets away with it and gets underway.
Yeah, Gets off strike with a little inside edge, or a thick inside edge.
That is tailoring back in nicely towards the stumps, though.
That shot just highlights that strong bottom hand grip once again. You can see there. Bottom hand leading the way.
And Louis gone back over the wicket to Campbell. Take the single this time. Backward of square. Comfortable single though that time. 87 for 3. It's just interesting for me though, Marley, the way they've treated Campbell. We were talking this morning.
You think they've shown him a bit too much respect?
Exactly, yeah. Because, you know, and a lot of teams tend to do it, even the test team, you know. When somebody's in, they
stop trying to get him out.
Right.
Or
only attack one end.
Or it's less visible to the viewer.
Right. And then with Campbell today, I just thought from ball one, really, you know, that they've...
almost conceding.
Yeah. Campbell can stay, will concentrate on the other end, you know, and I'm not sure that's the right way to go.
No, definitely.
Things.
He's the man.
The key, yeah.
He's the absolute key in this situation.
He scores another 53 runs, Leeward Islands are in trouble.
And we saw how that innings would have fallen away the way it did when he was dismissed.
Right, yeah.
Goes short. Good short delivery. That doesn't get up quite as high. Well played in the end. No ball again from Jeremiah Louis.
But as you said, O'Malley, you know, the emphasis on his wicket, Jamaica know how important it is also, because, you know, he is the glue. He holds the innings together. So I would just like to see Leeward's attack him a bit more, but he's already on 42.
He's going to bowl that line as well occasionally. I'd love to see that fine leg come into a leg slip, especially to young Beckton, quite short in stature. Just give him something else to think about. The ball doesn't skids on as opposed to getting big and going over his head. Could be caught in quite an awkward position if you can get it in that rib cage area. Gotta find ways to be creative to get wickets. Especially early in the innings. For me, I find we don't attack the new batters enough.
Is the ever faithful Marley? Mr. Gore and Richie and company.
You see from Leeward Islands manager Hugh Gore, Combined Islands player as well, Barbados player, West Indies under 19s.
Cha. Oi! Brad, did they hit just now? Brad? You just inside? Alright, that good single shot.
Jimbo just tumbles to the ground, trying to...
That one was in the air.
It was in the air, and he thought he was in with a chance, just dropped short of him. Would have been a hell of a catch.
Yo, you want to fight a fight? A leg slip.
So that wasn't a tremor anybody felt. It was just Jimbo hitting the ground.
A small 4.1 on the Richter. But here, leg slip comes in here to Raheem Cornwall. I want to see this to the pacer as well.
Yeah, this is better. Leg slip, short leg.
Especially
slip.
for Beckford.
Okay.
We'll have one on the other side. Two close catches, Silly Mid-off and Silly Mid-on. These are things you try. 2-3 deliveries. Doesn't look like it's going to work. You pull it out. Come up with something else. Do you know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
You have to be creative. Be proactive.
Just... Oh, Fielded by Henry at leg slip.
Beckford under pressure.
There's nothing wrong with trying, Marley.
Definitely.
As you say, what's the worst that could happen? You know, they get a couple of boundaries, all right. But at least you've tried. You've seen what or how the batsman will handle.
That's why
fielders.
Just there is why you'd love to see Vasily mid off. Because he's a little tentative in coming forward. With that man in there, you'd expect him to be even more so.
Exactly, because at the moment he just knows that
if it does
pop
up into the offside, no chance. Oh, that one.
Followed down.
Good shape on that one as well. Just used a bit of the breeze, but so he's used the conditions well here, has Cornwall. Angled in, bit of turn. Maybe into those foot marks outside the left-handers off stump.
But as you said, O'Malley, you bring Jewel Andrew in from short extra cover into silly mid-off. Opens up other options, you know. It gives Beckford something else to think about. And as you say, he's not confident coming forward.
Definitely.
At the moment. He's just on the one. Faced some 11 deliveries, so he's still fresh at the crease. 89 for 3, Jamaica Scorpions. Lead is 74.
He was 4 of 36 in the first inning, so he didn't really get going. Spent a bit of time at the crease, but so make no mistake, he'll be feeling an element of pressure.
Definitely.
Last week would be long behind him.
Johnny Campbell, in the meantime, going about his merry way. Well bowled by Louis, but well played in the end by Campbell.
Yeah, Louis just finding something here to Campbell, especially from over the wicket. Using the conditions, going across the left-hander, forcing Campbell into playing more often than not, starting the ball on the stumps. If he starts it a bit too wide outside the off stump, it's an easy leave. But if it's on middle and leg, forces Campbell into play. Just there once again, but good leave. I think that's something he's done very well since.
He leaves the ball well, Picks up the line, picks up the length quickly. But still, O'Malley, I know the guy's on 40 odd, but just the one slip, you're taking it across him, you're staying over the wicket. I'd bring in at least another slip.
Yeah, one slip.
They're going to
got
kick
two.
themselves
First
if it goes.
third.
Yeah, if it goes through the gap.
Maybe they're hoping Big Jim with that big wingspan can at least cover a lot of that area. But you got to remember, he's not the most agile. Hayden Walsh took quite a spectacular specky, as they say, and in that second slip position in round one. That was making the rounds on social media.
Yeah, it'd have to be. Take some stopping to top that for the season. Although Barnes out on a boundary this morning, as he misjudged it, I think. He ran in a bit too far and then realized and threw his hand up.
Back. Yep.
He's had a good game, though.
Yes.
Brilliant catch. Great ball to dismiss Cornwall, and then he's 63 not out.
Yeah, he's made some valuable contributions.
Definitely.
All around, all three dimensions in the field, with the ball, with the bat. That's what you want to see from these young players. Cricketers as well. Not just batters and bowlers, but overall, all-round cricketers.
That's an interesting point you bring up, though, Mali, in regards to West Indies cricket. There's so many all-rounders around the region these days, either in West Indies setup or on the verge or playing white ball as opposed to red ball. And as you quite rightly said, the last 25, 30 years is the batting that's fallen off. You'd rather see them, you know, they start, especially if they start off as a batting all-rounder or start off as a batsman, you'd rather see them really hone that skill before they decide to turn into something else. You know?
But then with the advent of the franchise leagues around the world,
that's what
we've
they're
seen
looking
is
for.
that
You know?
the valuable commodities
Right.
are all-rounders. Players who can contribute in multiple aspects of the game. They're the ones that tend to get the big bucks, the ones that could bowl that new ball or bowl as spinners bowl in the middle and still come and finish or play a top order batting role. The versatility, being able to be versatile, is highly rewarded in limited overs, T20 cricket, franchise cricket around the world.
For sure.
Go, Max, go, Max.
He's moving Henry from leg slip. It looks like he's going to put him at silly mid-off, Marley.
Yeah, but he's got to keep the leg slip. Silly mid-off comes in, yes.
So Andrew's going to go to
leg slip.
Leg slip.
Yep. This is the field we were talking about.
Right. So we've got 4 round the bat now. Leg slip, short leg.
He's giving him an over a sighters, though.
Silly mid-off and slip.
It's a little late. He's giving him an over of sighters. It should have been from bar 1. Absolute bar 1. From Cornwall to Beckton. Cornwall, with all the experience in the world, young Beckford playing his second match. Need to be sharper on these things. Recognize the match situation. Not only from a Leeward's perspective, a West Indian cricket perspective.
Definitely.
Be a little bit more comfortable now than he was 5-7 minutes ago.
Oh! Okay. A good stride here in Jim.
Not to say it won't work, but
Jim, I think Beckford could get bounced there.
Jamal Hamilton doing a bit of stand-up. There, that one goes away. Diving away was Andrew once again. He's got to stay engaged here, this young Andrew.
Oh, Betsy!
He nearly did the splits trying to reach that one.
Almost.
Oh, he's cold wide. Umpire's cold wide.
It was almost off the pitch, to be fair.
Yeah.
Hell of a take that by Jamal Hamilton behind the stumps. He's trying a bit too much there, Cornwall. Just losing his patience. First he started with a floater outside that off stump.
Yeah.
Maybe just going for a quicker one on this occasion.
Just dropped it down.
Bit too short. Ends that over though.
But the game awareness, as we keep saying though, I just find with young Jewel Andrew, he's a bit lazy-daxical in the field.
In the approach,
in
the body
approach.
language.
Right.
Yes.
Or would he like to be keeping again?
Who knows? But if he's going to be picked and not keeping, he's got to be able to contribute as well. And as a young player, you'd expect a bit more energy. Keeping, a few of these older guys as enthused as possible. Just trying to keep the spirits up.
Exactly.
As well. Being a former keeper, that's his role as well behind the stump. So why not play that here while out in the field as well?
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break here as the players take a water break. Jamaica Scorpions 93 for 3. We'll We'll be back in around 5 minutes on.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's day 3 of the West Indies Championship 2025. We say good afternoon to Right Excellency Basil Morgan in Montserrat, celebrating 65 years with his involvement for cricket, international umpire, statistician, almost a history maker in his own right. Good afternoon to the folks in Montserrat. Jamaica leading by 78 runs with 7 wickets remaining. And the lone man, the warrior, John Campbell, is on 43 not out. But he's batting with Bedford, who's been more or less given a promotion on the injury of Brad Barnes. And the Leewards trying to stay in this competition, stay in this conversation. Bowling figures so far: Jeremiah Louis starting his 8th over, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wicket. Odean Thomas, 3 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Rakeem Cornwall, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. And Colin Archibald, 6 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. 3 no balls so far by Jeremiah Lee. He bungs away, goes past the umpire, and now to bowl to Bedford. Bedford is steering this down to Joel Andrew. I think the Leewards just need a spark. They just need something. We had an important feature run out where I just thought that Jermaine Blackwood ran himself out, because that certainly was not a single, as I'm joined by Terry Laraja.
Yeah, definitely not Vernon.
Couldn't understand. He had to be mad with himself. He couldn't be mad with the captain, John Campbell.
Not at all, because it was a good loud no by Campbell, even though it was originally Blackwood's call.
Plus, he also has to understand that the skipper, Campbell,
is carrying an injury.
Carrying a slight injury. So, almost talking about game awareness. It's just like, you have Hamilton and Cornwall batting.
Right.
You don't expect to take a quick single in that area.
Yeah.
And I'm just using that scenario. You can understand what's happening. Just to give you an update in terms of the point system after round one, as Louis bungs away from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end to Bedford. Could leave. Louis is working up. He's working on something here, Terry.
He is, and I'm happy to see him come back over the wicket to the left-hander, especially Beckford, still getting into his innings.
And I'm not against anybody bowling around the wicket, Terry. You know I understand cricket. I think I've been around it long enough. But I think it's just unfortunate that Rakeem Cornwall, for some particular reason, has just decided that he's just going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handers, especially with his experience and his height. Just mix it up.
And as I say, he's gone back around the wicket.
Archibald. Pretty much organized here. The point system at the end of round one. Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, with 23.2 points. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 22.6 points. Jamaica Scorpions, 22.4 points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the home team, 22.4 points. Barbados Pride, 5.4. Windward Island Volcanoes, 4.6. West Indies Academy, 3. And the combined campuses and colleges, 0.4 points. And that's after the West Indies Championship, the 4-day regional red ball competition. Louis, round the wicket. And good stride there. I think Bedford has to be very careful. He almost lost his balance there, but over-completed. And the score at the end of 28 overs, Jamaica Scorpions are 93 for 3, Terry.
Yes, and John Campbell continuing on, backing up his century from the first innings. He's on 43. Beckford, as I say, just getting into his innings. He's on 4. The lead now is 78. Still got the 7 second innings wickets remaining. Cornwall will continue from Sir Andy Roberts' end. How do you get 0.4 of a point, though?
Because remember, you have the batting points and you have the various point system.
Yeah.
I don't have that, which I will share with you.
But 0.4 is odd.
Yeah, because remember, it would be 0.1 point per wicket.
Per wicket, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to take that into consideration. Remember, it's not 1 point.
Right.
It's 0.1.
Mm-hmm.
Forward is Campbell to a Cornwall delivery. Ken. Hayden Walsh not being able to keep Campbell on strike. Come on, Leeward's got to switch on. You got to concentrate him. We can't be throwing away the ball like that. Over in Guyana. Guyana 250 for 7. Reply to the combined campuses colleges of 375. West Indies Academy, they are now 143 for 5. Give you a further update, Terry. This is 360 round up from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Oh, got him, I think. Caught behind.
Caught behind.
Yes.
Pressure. And that's what we was talking about. He wasn't sure. And that's what I was saying all the time, Terry. When a new batsman comes in, you have to pressure him. He's a knot.
Definitely.
You just don't spread the field open and just allow to go around. Dave Joseph, the captain of this Leeward Islands team, and he was just one of the finest captains that we had. That was something which has been demonstrated all the time. You got to keep the pressure on.
Most definitely. And you could see that Beckford, he wasn't comfortable in coming forward to Cornwall in the start of his innings, and once they brought the silly mid off, so they had 4 men around the bat, made him more uncomfortable. So he's gone for 4. Jamaica lose their 4th. They're 94 for 4. They lead by 79. But I still say, I think it was a mistake the way they've gone about bowling to John Campbell, though, Vernon, that, they more or less just let him go from the beginning and concentrated on the other end. Batsman are batsman. You've got to get them all. You've got to get the 20 wickets to win a match.
Not in the West Indies.
You see countries like Australia. They're always coming at you. They're always hunting your wicket, keeping the pressure on. So a bit like, as I was saying to Marley off air, like when we had the 4-prong pace attack. Any player that made runs against that pace attack valued those runs a lot more than any other runs they made in their career, and it's becoming like that with the Australian side.
So Trinidad and Tobago dismissed for 456, 132.5 overs. Yannick Correa fell for 95. Wow. And Trinidad and Tobago, the Windward Islands trailed by some 290 runs. That's going to be a big ask for them. Somebody's going to really have to support Calvin Hodge, who scored 100 in the first innings. So all eyes will be on that game. And if they don't bat well, Windward Islands could find themselves in some trouble there. So we wish them all the best in that encounter. Salazana and Pascal, Ambrose. Ambrose is really due some runs too as well. There's no Alex Athens in that team.
Oh, yeah, Jim.
Out comes finally Brad Barnes, but he was limping coming out as well. So which means now that we have, don't want to say 2 wounded soldiers,
right,
but we have 2 players who have slight injuries. So the Leeward Islands are going to have to be sharp here. Ooh,
almost.
That almost gone through.
Back on.
And because he's injured, his movement is not balanced here, Brad Barnes, but he's going to have to put that behind him. I want to see a leg slip for Barnes anyhow, Terry.
Yeah, they've kept the silly mid off and short leg.
Yeah, just in case one just bounces.
Good anticipation by Hamilton to stop that run.
But you heard the call loud and clear from John Campbell. And so at the end of 29, Jamaica 94 for 4. Leeward Islands Hurricanes creeping, staying in the game still. But I think, as you rightly said, this could be a tricky period of play. If Jamaica gets 225,
yeah,
250,
take some catching.
Yeah.
79 is the lead at the moment.
Got to be. On this wicket, what I've seen so far, it could be a pretty interesting scenario. Guyana, 258 for 7. Tevin Imla is on 92 not out. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is on 55. He's a kind of dangerous customer. Still Permal and Shamar Joseph to come. So that's an interesting game there.
And I noticed Imlak with his brilliant performance behind the stumps in Pakistan. Came back into the Guyana team and took over the gloves from Kamal Savory.
Remember they have a new selection panel, no?
Too true. Ramnar Sawan joining the panel again, I believe.
Well, I don't even know if it's joining the panel. I think they say Darren Sammy still has the superior power.
Yes, yeah.
So
well, I meant for Guyana, but
it really doesn't matter.
He's one of the scouts or talent identifiers, as they call them now.
I'm just saying. I
you a talent identifier for Leeward Islands?
I just need to wrap my mind around the new system, Terry. I'm going to answer your question. I just need to wrap my mind around the new system and figure out how is it going to work, right?
Very
I know
good
everybody is
question.
going to recommend, and so Darren Samuel have 30 names, and he'll work out whatever he wants. But some folks who were there before, Andrew Coley and company who were building the test team, most of those guys would make up that squad. So you'll have the Bratwets, the Jaden Seals, the Alzari Joseph, and company, the team that just came back from Pakistan. At least most of those guys would lead in the way, right? Now I don't know what the focus would be. I've heard the coach says that some guys were playing white ball. You'd love to get them to come and play Test cricket. Well, I can tell him earlier o'clock. A lot of those guys are not going to come and play Test cricket because they're going to get bounced out.
Correct.
It's just a playing on. We don't have to try to see if we can reinvent the wheel. We know what's going to happen.
All bowled again by Louis. Campbell looking solid as ever. He's on 44, 94 for 4. Lead 79.
And I think we just have to respect players. If players don't want to play Test cricket, it's just amazing, Terry. The guys who want to play Test cricket, right, and are playing and we're winning. And we have folks who because we so want to win, we're not giving the young players enough chance. We're saying, well, why don't pick Terry and why don't pick Mali?
Yeah.
But if they're not interested, they're not interested. So it doesn't make sense trying to force them into something that they're not interested in.
No, they missed the boat long time ago with that. And also, as we were saying, it brings fitness back into the equation because you can't tell me that you're gonna dominate in the white ball, especially the T20, and then all of a sudden transfer that into Test cricket. It's a long grind, completely different game.
You see some teams are wiltering in the sun, right?
Right. You imagine.
If Terry is a customer bowling 4 overs, you think he's going to come here to try to 90 overs?
Exactly right.
All right, Terry. Let's just respect the game, respect the individuals, and work with what we have, right? Because West Indies in the past have picked almost their best players, and they've lost.
Exactly.
So why not give growth and process to who is playing at the moment and who has made that sacrifice? Your best players don't always mean that they're interested in playing Test cricket, and I make no bones about that.
Exactly.
So it doesn't make sense trying to force somebody into something that they're really not interested in.
And in this day and age, you want your 11 interested, wanting to play Test cricket.
Good delivery there.
Half the battle.
Yeah. Good spell here so far by Louis. Maiden over. Second on the trot. Terry.
Yeah, no wicket for 11 of 9 is Jeremiah Louis. Shane Thomas has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 18. Rakeem Cornwall, 12 overs, 2 for 36. And Colin Archibald, 6 overs and no wicket for 24. Haven't seen Hayden Walsh Jr. as yet today. Cornwall's in a fine spell, so he will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 94 for 4.
What I would like to see us, Terry, how do we develop our franchise cricketers is by establishing a second team 11 cricket. It doesn't maybe have to be 4-day cricket, but it could be 3-day cricket. But you have those guys automatically playing match cricket so that they'll be
keep playing.
They'll be ready.
Yeah, exactly.
You already have a shortened season.
Right.
So you have a guy like Shelton Forbes. Had you heard maybe a second team game being played against Jamaica Scorpions, maybe in Liberta or at Coolidge, he'd have been getting an opportunity to play some cricket today. Match cricket.
Oh!
Cornwall going at it. Starting his 13th over. 2 for 36. He could run through this Jamaica team if he gets Barnes. Barnes has to be very careful. Maybe just like Barnes to look to play the ball up in front of him rather than trying to go across the line. It's going to have to be very careful. Cornwall, in the meantime, just like to see him force Barnes to come on the front foot, just above his eye line. Give him something to think about. I think he's pretty comfortable there. Because he's injured, make him come. Just about,
Yeah,
let him
make
see it.
Stretch out a bit.
But Cornwall has got to bowl the ball into the surface. Anything can happen. Leewards have to be switched on here. The players in Henry, Louis, Walsh. In the inner circle, Carty, Andrew. Durham is on for someone. They got to be switched on. Yeah, that's what you want. To bring him on the front foot. Let him come there.
Well played by Barnes on that occasion.
He's got good ability.
Killed the ball.
Like his attitude.
He looks a good cricketer.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be
Quicker
careful.
one.
Maiden over. Pressure, pressure, pressure. And you can see that he is really not comfortable at that left quadricep. But he's going to fight. 94 for 4. String of maidens have been spun together.
And looks like we're going to have a bit more of Odean Thomas. He's going to replace Jeremiah Louis from the northern end, or so currently Ambrose end of the ground. Picked up the first wicket to fall of that of Carlos Brown. So he will be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed John Campbell with the slip, a gully, backward point.
Did you?
Deep cover point.
Before in the test series, Terry, see, the man Steve Smith is on
Again,
a roll.
Yeah, yeah.
36 test centuries now.
Yeah, as Marnie was saying, it doesn't spin anymore in Sri Lanka. They don't seem to be having any trouble belting up huge scores.
Well,
And
maybe he
everybody
doesn't
else
spin.
is-
Maybe he doesn't spin for the Sri Lankans.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't spin for the Sri Lankans. Maybe that's just it. Certainly spinning for the Australians.
Definitely. Yeah. Spun a web around him in the first. There was the innings and 240 odd runs.
Yeah, it's just been unbelievable. I want to say good afternoon to Michael Chambers in Connecticut, Lady Tricia Fox, Saifa Phillip, folks in the United States of America and Canada, Johnny the Dentist Maynard in the United Kingdom. So many of those guys glued into their television, following via the West Indies YouTube channel. Here is a delivery being played into the offside by Johnny Campbell. Mikhail Louis coming across, but he can't stop it. He brought the sweeper and Kareem Agor into play. So just for the first time, a little pressure being released. Thomas replacing Louis.
It's been interesting though with Thomas now bowling at the injured Barnes. A chance here to...
well, both are injured.
Yeah, but he's more injured by the look of him. And they're not worried about Campbell anyway, obviously.
He has to bowl full and straight. That's where he has to bowl. He has to bowl full and straight.
He's got two slips of gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg.
This Leeward Islands batting group based on the first innings. Louis, Carty, Warner. They'll be thinking what sort of score we're going to chase on this. Cornwall will be mindful of that. Anything under 200 turned into the onside. Carty comes off mid-on. Fires back a return to Jamal Hamilton. So the Leewards this season have looked good, but no one has gone on to get 100 yet. And that has been a major concern for me, Terry, in terms of under this new format, in terms of the Leeward Islands batsmen. From since they started in 2014, they've only total 24 centuries have been scored by batsmen for the Leeward Islands, as compared to Barbados with 44, Guyana 42, Jamaica 22, Trinidad and Tobago 37. We break. Got a number of half centuries, but in terms of converting those half centuries into the real big ones, if we follow through from last season, Michael Louis scored 3 centuries alone, and Kyron Powell, who's not part of this lineup along with Casey Carty, they were the other batsmen to score hundreds for the Leewards in 2024.
Yeah, well, if you take Jamal Hamilton, who went closest in this innings, at his conversion rate over his first-class career.
When I know Mali was saying, I said maybe new formats. I was talking about under the professional system. That's what I was talking about. Since West Indies would have introduced the franchise system. No, I'm all right. So Mali feels. I'm just looking at the lineup because the franchises have names.
Yes.
Before you just had Leeward Islands, Windward Islands, right? So I respect the system before, but I'm just basing it on what's in front of us now in the moment. I'm not diminishing anything that was being done before by Cricket West Indies. There's always room for improvement in terms of how you go about it.
But just for a couple of examples of conversion rates, Raheem Cornwall in 89 matches, 1850, just the 100. And Jamal Hamilton in 107 matches, 32 50s, and just the 600. So, as you say, Vernon, a lot of 50s, but failing to convert as often as they should. And that's a beautiful shot by Johnny Campbell, straight back over Cornwall. 6 runs, can't catch you there.
Yeah.
Brings up the 100 for the Jamaica Scorpions. They move on to 101 and brings up Campbell's 50. Moves on to 51.
But he was right in his arc there, and he was able to just freeze arm. 50 also came up for John Campbell.
Yeah,
as
50
well.
For Campbell.
Of 86 balls. So his rich fame of form also continues here.
And the lead shoots up to 86, make that 87 as he takes a comfortable single up to long on. So he moves on to 52, the score 102 for 4. He's the key of how many.
I think everybody's the key.
Well, he's the key. He's the main key there.
Brad Barnes is the key. He scored 63 not out, Terry. Everybody you have to be approaching it as.
You say everybody they should be approaching it as, but as I say, their approach towards Campbell is not something that you really like to see. So that was Campbell's 26th 50 in first-class cricket in 90. This is his 92nd match. He's got 7 first-class hundreds to go along with that as Cornwall into Barnes.
Ball in, Jim.
Gingerly moving is Brett Barnes. He's a knot still. He's really not comfortable in here himself. Cornwall would want to bring him onto the front foot. Forcing him back on the back foot. He just wants one to maybe just skid through, which would not be a good sign for the Leeward Island batsman.
Over completed, 102 for 4. The lead is 87.
And just to come back to your point, Mali and Terry, I know when you guys were on, you were talking about at the test level, you know, maybe 20, 30, if we go back, maybe go back 20 years in terms of a West Indian batsman really coming and dominating on the world scene or even in our regional cricket. If we clock back to 10 years, you know, who are some of the names that you could say that has dominated within that period of time for 10 years?
Nobody. Not dominated, really. I mean, Brathwaite has been the most consistent, but you wouldn't say he's dominated attacks around the world. Who else would you say?
Guess we'd have to go searching very hard.
Yeah, very hard. And that's the problem, you know. The averages are still in the high 20s when you want them in at least minimum high 30s into the 40s. In first-class cricket, I mean.
I think I'll try and see if I can pique my interest. That's going to be my research, Terry. If we did maybe the last 10 years of West Indies Test cricket and the batsman maybe would have come through that period of time during that 10-year period.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about the last 10 years, really?
Yeah. Well, I think over the last 10 years, I think you'd only find Brathwaite that had an average of 40 plus.
And you know, sometimes you don't always want to follow ratings.
Mm-hmm.
But even if you look around at the ICC charts of ratings, you see maybe more bowlers than batsmen within that conversation period taking place. Maybe in the white ball it's a whole different ball game, but at the test level, any real major batsman for the West Indies breaking into that maybe 50 is really minimum.
Right.
Something which I feel that hunger, you need to get the batsman to get that hunger for that. But it's so much pressure sometimes, even when you get into a West Indies team, maybe just depending on the mood or who is in charge, what is going to be your focus, how do you change your whole approach, you know. And then with so many limited amount of games as well, sometimes you have a too much test series. You know, you get nicked off in the first test for a cheap score, then not enough time for you to recover very quickly. Not using that as any excuse, but I'm just saying.
No, but you make a good point, though. But, you know, I think it comes back to, you know, what we were saying earlier about other forms of the game or other disciplines in the game. You practice what you preach type thing. If you know that look at years ago when you had Adams and Stuart Williams and Brian Lara and whatever in that era, Chris Gale, you needed, you know, 400 plus, 500, 600 in the regional 4-day championship to force your way into the test side. But in the last 10 years or so, a couple of hundred runs that get you a test match, basically. You know? So they're coming in with that thing that where 20s and 30s, maybe the odd 40 or the odd half century, as we were saying, is good enough to elevate you into the test level. That is why you're not seeing, once they get there, anybody dominating, because they weren't really dominating at the first class level.
102 for 4. Again, good delivery there by Thomas. Maiden over in the end. So keeping Johnny Campbell in check. 34 overs bowled. Jamaica lead by 87.
Yeah, 87-run lead with 6 wickets. Second innings wickets still remaining.
But the amount of white ball cricket that is played to Terry
has affected that, for sure.
Well, it's your mindset, Terry, and how you prepare yourself, because you have to be able to know and to adapt. But cricket is cricket, whether it be white ball or red ball cricket.
But
that's how I work it out.
I agree.
Right? Cricket is cricket.
Agree, and it's definitely a mindset. All the top players will tell you, if you've got that firm foundation, that firm defense, then you and proper technique, you can play any format. I agree. But when you start splitting teams and saying, right, you're a specialist T20, you can play one day, you're a first-class player, you're a test player. Then when you start pigeonholing players like that, you get yourself in trouble.
So Cornwall will continue to bowl to Barnes. Still pressure, no leg slip. Barnes under some pressure. Let's see what the line will be from Cornwall. He's forcing him now to come forward. Barnes is very uncomfortable. You could see that left quadricep.
Yeah.
is affecting him
Keeps
really.
Feeling it, flexing it.
Yeah, every now and again he might have got some painkillers, but maybe that might have worn off by now. Cornwall goes back, bowls him a flatter, faster delivery. I think he needs to set him up now. Just get him coming on the front foot. That's better. Just has to just keep him coming. Every now and again, he's really grimacing in pain here, Brad Barnes. Got to pull him out. Got to entice him. You got to get him to come out.
Yeah, toss it up a bit. Let him try and go for it.
It seemed to see it above his eye line. Cornwall. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, give him something to talk about. Johnny Campbell just telling him to take it easy. But I don't know what he's feeling right now. So this is going to be a real mental game here taking place between Cornwall and Brad Barnes. Barnes will have to fight through this pain here. Ease the pressure. We just get the single. Got to be tight to the leewards here.
He can hardly move.
You see why we needed the leg slip? If Cornwall is going to bowl that line, bring him onto the front foot. Let him go up, let him go up. Bring him onto that front foot. That was down the onside there by Cornwall. He knew that as well too. Keeps the leg slip for Johnny Campbell.
But this game awareness too, because there's more emphasis and more pressure on Campbell to keep the scoreboard ticking and the lead building. He's got the injured Barnes out there. He's injured as well. And they can't they can't afford. Look, both of them can hardly run, and yet you're giving away easy singles because you've got long off and long on. Are ridiculous, really. 104 for 4 at the end of Cornwall's over.
I think right now, Terry, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes must master out a plan, especially when Campbell is facing. You either force Campbell to go over the top, and just as you rightly said, if you have long on and long off back, Campbell is, the form that he's in, he's good enough to just knock the ball down the ground and get a single.
Exactly.
Right? Now, the Leeward Island fielders, in the meantime, they have to be able to be switched on to recognize now that both Barnes and Campbell are injured. And so they got to be sharper, and they got to be looking to even come up and effect another run out to be able to get a wicket here. Thomas.
But still, this is what I don't understand. They persisted with this deep backward point from the time Campbell came out. Like they don't want to get him out. They don't get him out, he win the game for Jamaica.
Here comes Odean Thomas working away. This is a more balanced feel here for Odean Thomas. Terry feels that the deep backward point in Karim Agor, maybe you can bring him up. The only thing about that is once it goes through, we'll go for 4. So I think Cornwall more or less trying to be ultra defensive, try and save runs.
Got him on the pull, caught it square leg. Johnny Campbell, disgusted with himself, he's thrown it away.
He is. He knows.
And that is a huge wicket, and that's how you stop runs.
He knows he missed out there. It was there, Terry.
It was there to be hit.
Yeah, but he hit it so hard.
Yeah.
He's upset. I think he kind of lost balance. If we look at it, Terry.
Yeah, he just didn't get it. And hit it straight down square leg's throat.
Sort of stopped on him.
Oh, it was there to be hit, for sure.
It was. Good catch.
Yeah, nice sharp catch by Kadeem Henry there at square leg. So, Odean Thomas picks up his second. Johnny Campbell has to go for 53. Jamaica lose their 5th. And now, very interesting time in the match. 104 for 5.
Jamaica got to be careful, Terry.
89 is the lead.
With Brad Barnes not 100%, and you got Odean Smith coming out here, it now leaves the gate open now for a Cornwall or a Walsh or even a Odean Thomas to go through this team.
Definitely.
Depending on how they bowl as well. Still a good batting track though, Terry.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen too many. In fact, we've seen even less keep low today compared to the first 2 days.
What
So
I can
there's
say to
nothing
you is
wrong
that
with the track.
the outfield has been a lot quicker.
Yeah, with the sun being on it for the best part of the past 3 days.
All right.
This will be interesting, though, to see what Smith's approach is, because
no,
he's
I
got a
wanted to know what the
wounded Barnes.
I wanted to know what the field placing was going to be like.
Well, that too.
You certainly have to have a short leg here for him, for Odean Smith.
And Thomas has to be at him from ball one.
He has to bowl wicket to wicket. No sense.
No freebies.
He's got to bowl wicket to wicket. He's got to bowl that hard length. And he has to attack the stumps, because I could say to you, Odean Smith is not going to hang around. He's going to play shots.
Yep, that's his style. So be facing Thomas with one slip, a gully, backward point.
Why is that? Why do we need the mid wicket?
So he's got 3 out on the boundary and a short leg. And straight away he goes for a big appeal for catch down leg side. Not out. They were convinced, the entire Leeward Islands team, as they look away in disgust, but the umpire says not out.
Let's look at the television replay.
It was a wide.
Did he get something on?
Down
did he get something
the
on the
leg
leg?
side? Oh, I don't think so.
Nah.
They thought it was glove, but I don't think so. So Smith survives.
Good take by Hamilton. Got to attack the stumps. Odean Thomas. Get that Yorker in. Especially to Odean Smith.
Especially now that he's got him on the back foot. He's got a fine leg, deep backward square, and deep mid wicket.
Got to control the emotions here. They got to stay focused. Both teams got to stay switched on.
Well played by Odean Smith. He knocks that past the short leg for a single. So he's off the mark. Both batsmen now on 105 for 5. The lead 90. This is where Thomas needs to attack Barnes, who's basically on one leg. That's well played by Barnes, though. Moved nicely behind the ball. Knocked it back down the pitch. No run. Casey County is just asking Odean Smith if he hit that first ball he received. I think Odean Smith said no, come off my forearm.
Would it have mattered if he did?
Not at all.
It was given not out.
Exactly. I don't know what Casey thought he was gonna.
But he said he came off of his forearm, which means it was pretty close.
Yeah.
So that's why I think that Jamal Hamilton and Raheem Cornwall and Thomas also thought, that something went onto it.
Yeah, I think they thought flick the glove, but not to be. So successful over there for Odean Thomas. He's now bowled 6 overs, 2 for 20. Got rid of the big wicket of John Campbell for 53. Jamaica Scorpions 105 for 5. A lead of 90. With Odean Smith on 1 and Brad Barnes also on 1.
Campbell would be very, very upset with himself in the way in which he got out. In fact, when Campbell got out, it maybe might have been 20 minutes to go before tea, based on that period of time.
Yeah, and just the
and based on
type
the context,
of delivery.
and the context of the game.
The context of the game. A lot still depended on him, even though he was already on 50-odd.
Thomas takes a break, maybe going to recharge himself. And Daniel Durham, who's still yet to play.
Yes, very surprising that.
But who would you have him in for, Terry?
Thomas. Personally. Oh, that nearly rolled back on. Quick feet there by Odean Smith. Kicks it away.
At least he has some soccer skills.
Definitely. Saved the goal there, that's for sure.
Yeah, at least he has some soccer skills. For sure.
The beautiful pass.
Oh! Hey,
The by-play with Jamal Hamilton,
The
as
team-
usual.
The match has been played in high spirit anyhow. You know
Yes,
Jamal Hamilton.
excellent.
No, if I can't pass it, but you look at your face, pass it.
Hey.
Leewards have to stay switched on. Anything can happen because once Odean Smith is out there, you know that something is going to happen.
Definitely. If he can get himself in, quick fire 50, 60 would be handy for Jamaica Scorpions at this stage. Oh, he's clean bowled him.
Through the gate.
A beautiful ball there by Big Jimbo Cornwall has cleaned up Odean Smith for one. Now Jamaica in serious trouble as they slump to 105 for 6. They've lost 2 for 1 in the last period of play, and the lead is still just a 90.
But let's be realistic here, Terry. Why did Smith come before Royal?
True. Good question. I can't answer that. I don't know. I'm not.
I'm just asking.
Not Johnny Campbell. Well, even yesterday I was surprised. Although he looked like we all know he's got that left knee problem, Big Jim. But I was surprised that he came in after Hayden Walsh yesterday. But yeah, no, good question. But now, some serious battling would need to take place here if Jamaica are to get out of this predicament.
Well, you know, Mali and yourself was on, and this is something that Mali was talking about early. You don't want to give Cornwall that sort of run, especially now to get the ball to a Royal, Brad Barnes who was injured. He gets down into Gordon Bryan, Minley, and that's why I was saying maybe the tactic of sending Smith, I would maybe sent Royal before Smith. And, but hey, anyhow, Royal is here now. Let's see what's going to happen.
I think it wouldn't matter with that delivery, though. It was a peach of a delivery there by Cornwall.
Straight through the gate.
So 105 for 6. The lead is 90. And Javier Royal is out there now. He joins Brad Barnes. Cornwall has bowled exceptional spell of bowling since lunch. And he's in now to Royal.
Now, Terry, this is the context now in having long on and long off for Royal, who's just come in.
Exactly.
My thing would be to you need the mid on and the mid off up.
Definitely, and you're
because Brad Barnes is really force him to be aggressive, not give him the single.
He's bringing mid off up, but it's not only that with Barnes basically on one leg, they won't be able to pinch a single. They may look to go over the top, so it opens up more possibilities for Cornwall. But I don't see the sense, not just for Royal, Barnes as well. I don't see the sense why they've got both of them back on the boundary. Anyway, successful over for Cornwall comes to an end. He's now bowled 16 overs, taken 3 for 45. Jamaica Scorpions are 105 for 6. That's a lead of 90. Barnes is on 1. Royal yet to score. And as we approach tea on this, the third day, B.O. Shane Thomas to continue.
Now, what would you like to be chasing on the final day here, Terry?
Well, anything under 200, they should be very comfortable with. But they got a chance of, chasing the 120, 130. He's still got the 3 men back for Barnes. I don't think Barnes will be playing too many pulls and hooks on one leg. He gets a single there, though, back with a point. Hobbles through. He goes up to 2. Score 106 for 6. Brings Javier Royal into strike. And Thomas is leaving the 3 men back for Royal as well. That's fine leg, deep backward square and deep mid wicket. He's got a shortish short leg, slip, gully. Bowls a bouncer, easily avoided by Royal. All taken by Hamilton.
I think that's been one of the quickest deliveries that we've seen for the match, Jerry.
Yeah.
We don't have a speed gun, but
pretty quick, that one.
That did take off. Hamilton taking that above his head.
Mm-hmm.
The sun beating in to our commentary booth, Terry.
Yeah, it's a hot afternoon here.
We're almost getting a tan.
Almost.
For the folks who in Connecticut, we're going to send some sun for you.
Royals able to beat
the folks in the United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom. We can FedEx some sun to you.
I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Yeah, from out of our booth here. Sun is really beating down, Terry.
I could never live in an icebox, Vernon.
You could never?
Live in an icebox.
Well, you never know.
No, I know.
Depends on where you live in Antigua. Sometimes it becomes an icebox. If you live in the northern area,
true,
it gets dicey.
Can get chilly, yeah.
Chilly. I like how you said that.
Thomas short again, punched up to mid-off where Archibald does the fielding by Barnes, and there's no run. I like to see him more direct at the stumps, Vernon.
You know, nature is so funny, Terry. You know, sometimes only when you experience the cold weather is when you really be able to appreciate the Caribbean.
Yeah, true.
Trust me. I sometimes don't think we know what a gold mine we have here in the Caribbean. You know, wake
Absolutely.
up to fresh breeze, can walk around on the beach.
That's better. Big appeal. Oh.
He says not out.
It did look like that it might have been going down. Thomas is right up the other end, adjacent to Barnes, the batsman, down on his haunches, but not out. But that's a lot better delivery, full and straight. But I think it was just tailing down leg. Yeah, it would have missed leg.
I am not too sure about that, Terry.
Oh.
Let's see that again. Let's see that again, please.
He's coming. He
walked
through
across.
an angle.
He came across his stumps, Terry.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at his position.
I'm watching.
Look, Terry.
He's right across, and yeah,
maybe
possibly,
the umpire.
Possibly, but
might have been missing
benefit
leg.
of the doubt.
Yeah. And the benefit of the doubt always goes to the batsman. A good delivery by Thomas.
Yeah, much better delivery.
It's got a ball full and straight.
Yeah.
That's a wasted delivery.
And he goes back to his normal back of the length. So completes the over. And at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 107 for 6. That's a lead of 92. I think it's time for Hayden Walsh myself.
I don't think Hayden is going to bowl.
Well,
to be honest with you.
Yeah, if he doesn't come on before tea.
He doesn't look so. Cornwall is not giving up that ball, Terry.
No,
I sure by now you're supposed to know that.
No, I do know that, but I meant from this end.
Yeah, but Thomas is bowling well.
Well, he's bowling all right, but he needs
in fairness to him, he has bowled well, and he has kept them under pressure. So you realize what the ploy is, because Cornwall is going to use his seamers from this end, and that ball is not coming out of his hand from that end. So I don't see Hayden really getting a ball here based on what's happening.
That's a bit of something. Julandru just getting a warning there, or talking to by the umpire. He threw the ball straight back at.
Yeah, but he can't do that.
Javier Royal, who had not moved out of his crease. It hit Royal as he to glove it away from him, but that's not really on. No need for that.
Yeah, I think we team just need the umpire stepping in there. Got to start to control the emotions of the game.
Yeah, he did the right thing there. Javier Royal facing Cornwall. A bit more flight on that one, but driven well straight back past the bowler by Royal. Easy single.
Had that mid-on been up there, Royal would still be on strike. Same thing for Brad Barnes. I don't think Brad Barnes will be effective enough. You don't need the long on.
No, you.
Okay, Brad. Let's go, Brad.
You got to look to cut off the singles. You got to look to squeeze Jamaica right now. You're just releasing the pressure.
Again, even he's putting the mid-wicket who came in. He's gone back 3/4 of the way. That's off the outside edge, but past Hayden Walsh at slip. Another single. 109 for 6.
I like this man.
Brings JV Rowe back on strike. He's on 2.
Got to bring the mid on and the mid off up.
Now he's bringing the mid on.
Yeah,
no.
Cut out the single.
Odean about 3/4 of the way to the fence.
Because if you have Joel Andrew in the position where you have Joel Andrew at the moment, you can afford to bring the mid. You can afford to bring Louis up into mid on close.
Well flighted delivery there by Cornwall, but well defended by Royal to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 109 for 6. Brad Barnes is on 3.
Take his tea.
Javier Royal is 2. And that is tea here on day 3 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, with Jamaica Scorpions leading by 94 runs with 4 wickets remaining. So we will take a break here on 360 and be back in around 15 minutes with the final session of the day.
Yeah, just before you go, Terry, your thoughts so far. What do you think? Based on the context, Jamaica lead by 94, 109 for 6, 39 overs. What do you think? What do you see happening after?
Yeah, I think as long as Cornwall and the Hurricanes can keep the pressure up that they built up in that second session, especially by the man himself, Cornwall, for an exceptional spell. Bowled 17 overs now, 4 maidens, 3 for 47. And they'd be looking to restrict that lead by the Jamaica Scorpions, looking to pick up these last 4 as quickly as possible. Doesn't help, unfortunately, for the Jamaica Scorpions that Brad Barnes, who batted so very well in the first innings, is hampered by that leg injury that he did in the field earlier on today.
But we'll give them an analysis very quickly, Terry, of the bowling figures. You have Jeremiah Louis, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 11 runs, no wickets, 3 no balls. Odean Thomas, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 2 wickets, 1 no ball. Raheem Cornwall, just as you were talking about, Terry, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 47 runs, 3 wickets, and Colin Archibald, the left-arm seamer. We haven't seen him since lunch. 6 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. So, game set up nicely, Terry.
Yeah, the game is still set up nicely. Obviously, more in favour of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at this point in time. But Jamaica Scorpions will be saying to themselves, one good partnership here. We can push it up around 180, 200, give us something to bowl at, you never know. But I think at this stage, anything between, say, 100 and 130, even up to 150, I think the Leeward Islands would feel comfortable in chasing down that.
So thank you once again, Marley and Terry. On behalf of the 360 team, we'll be back in about maybe 12 minutes' time.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it, really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shiv, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100. That's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batting together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 overs to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams, a claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot, beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, 1 more skip, 1 more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would, it would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Good afternoon, Molly.
Good afternoon, Vern.
Exciting times ahead?
Yeah, well, Leewards in that session would have just forged themselves ahead in this game. 94-run lead, still 4 wickets in hand. Scorpions looking for a partnership. At least they've got Barnes at the crease. Starts with a no ball. But an opportunity here for Odean Thomas to really make an impact in this match. He's already done so, picking up 2 wickets, 2 for 22. Had that close LBW shot just before the tea interval as well. With 4 wickets still in the huts, Jamaica would be a little disappointed with where they are at this stage of the match, considering how day one would have went. Day one looked very promising. We're in control for most parts of that day. Bowled him, chopped on. We did say Odean Thomas could look to extract or exploit the variable bounce here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He does so. That one keeping a bit low, taking the under edge, pulls out the ground, Vernon. And he's got 3 for now.
Barnes disappointed. But as you rightly said, Mali, sort of looked like he came out with an intent to be aggressive. When we saw him come out just before tea, even though he was semi-injured, after tea, the approach just seemed to be completely different. But Mali, I'd look at the context in terms of how the Leeward Islands would have creeped back into this game and certain parts. The run out of Blackwood when batting with
Huge.
Campbell, that just opened the gate.
It really did, and it could have been even worse had that catch been taken by Joel Andrew. At least it didn't come back to haunt them too much, the Leewards. Since then, they've just really turned the screws, led by Rakeem Cornwall and now followed by Odean Thomas. Remember when I told you yesterday, who knows, could be a day Odean Thomas could turn up on day 3 and get a fifer? Well, here he is, 3 for 23. Not yet. Not yet. He doesn't have 5. But with 2 innings and, you know, these games, the ebb and flow of the longer format. Never want to write these players off too early. His performance in that first innings, really wasn't up to scratch. But he's come back here in this second innings, 3 for 23. And that extra pace, especially with the variable bounce on offer here, makes him a dangerous prospect. And you see why. We did say that as well on day one. You see why they'd want a player such as Odean Thomas with his skills, the ability to bowl that extra pace consistently. And on day 3 on a wearing pitch, cracks just starting to widen. He becomes an even more difficult proposition.
Have to respect the legendary Marley Richards, former captain from the youth level, under 15 all the way up to the senior level, one of the senior pros. But there's a game on here. Jamaica leading by 95. Gordon Bryan comes out.
This one raised up off a length. So we're seeing the extremes of this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch with Gordon Bryan just got his hands on his hips there saying, wow, how do I deal with this? That one just bounced. He would have seen that one keep a bit low to Brad Barnes. So all of a sudden, just a few tricks being played here at by this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium wicket up at North Sound.
I think that hit him in his helmet, Mally.
Yeah, the grill, a bit of glove and grill.
It hit him in the helmet.
So we're going to go through the concussion protocol.
That shook him up.
It's just going to be more of a formality more than anything.
Yeah, we'll ask him his mother's name. And if he saw that ball, how many miles per hour you think it went through? What's his name? When was he born? Can you see Terry Laraja in the commentary booth? Well, he would know that. He certainly would know that. Certainly would know that for sure. But he's fine. He's okay. At least they didn't have to replace the helmet. Thank God. The Frizzers have been busy in this game.
They have. They've been out there doing their work quite diligently.
They
had a few players in the wars in this match.
Yeah. Brad Barnes, Odean Thomas,
John Campbell.
Showing
you the physical nature of this longer format of the game and why the standards of fitness are required. The ones that are required because it's quite a hard game, Vernon.
Yeah.
Not just
it's a running game,
physically, but mentally as well. This one over pitch, driven. Did he get a hand to that? I think he must have.
Yeah, I think he parried it. Colin Archibald.
He's got to try to come back for 3.
No,
well done.
That's good pressure. I think that's why Cornwall was beckoning to him to get it in.
And good running as well from this Jamaican pair. They were looking to come back for runs. Every run vital now. The lead just 97.
But the Leewers have to clinically close out this game, Ali, because you don't want the lead to go up anywhere close to 180, 200. Not that they're not quite capable, but Royal has shown that he's capable. So you got to be able to make sure that you still stay within the game.
Yeah, I think they'll be very comfortable with anything 150 and under. Anything above that, 180, as you said, becomes a tricky chase. This one's pulled high, hard, 6.
Yeah, they got to stay in the moment.
So Bryan has chosen to fight fire with fire here. Was just hit on the helmet, went through the concussion protocol. This time, choosing to go short again was Odean Thomas. He was quick onto that one, deposited handsomely over that backward square region. He was quick onto that.
And he didn't really get up either.
So he didn't get up as high as he expected.
So he had enough room to be able to just free his arms. And the reason why I said, Mali, anything between 175, 180, the way how Minley bowled on this track in the first innings, the Leeward Islands batters are going to have to be mindful of that because he bowled relatively well with the new ball.
Very well.
In particular areas.
He was outstanding, to be honest. He was immaculate in terms of his lines and his lengths, his discipline. And with that variable bounce.
It's got a bowl of fuller length here, Mali.
Yeah, becoming more of a feature. Marquino Minley, as you said, Vernon. He alongside Tamari Redwood, the most likely threats. This one's hammered down the ground. Going to be 4 more.
So why was that feeler so wide?
He probably thought he would have gone short again. Chose to go fuller.
But I would have still maybe had Carty maybe down at long on rather than
a very, very wide long on.
Yeah, couldn't understand that.
Not a position you see too often, especially in this format of the game.
But I think Cutty just needs to be, because he would save that easily.
Just needs to be regulation at this stage. Regulation long on. Not sure why he was that wide. But 4 runs on the Leicester lead, goes past 100. 107. That 6 would have got it past 100.
Yeah, they're past 100.
Yeah.
They got to be clinical now, the Leewards. They can't afford. They got to close out the game. That's very important. No ball now. So it's all happening here. A wicket. Batsman hit on the helmet. Next ball dispatched for 6.
Might be time for Hayden Walsh as well. We
And then
haven't seen
4.
him.
No, I was saying to Terry, he looks like he might not get a ball in this game.
I think he will. They were just biding their time here.
Which end would you bring him from? Because Cornwall is not giving up that end.
It has to be this one. We did expect Raheem to bowl the majority of the overs. Tends to do that, especially in the second innings of matches. Third, fourth innings. That's when he really comes into his own.
So the over finally comes to an end. Odean Thomas, 3 for 35.
36.
36 from 8. And he walked down to the fine leg area. As Mali said, you never know.
Maybe one more?
You think he has one more? No, I don't think Cornwall is going to take the chance. But he got a wicket. So you have to reward him. You can't just pull him out of the attack.
His rate had dipped below 3. And since Brian's come to the crease, 12 off 6. Just jumped back up to above 3 now. Interesting to see when or if Brian gets on strike to Cornwall, what his approach will be. He's looking to take on the fast bowlers. More than likely will be the same to the spinners. He's not going to look to just push and hang around.
I know Joel Andrews is feeling very close, man. But it must be uncomfortable for the non-striker batsman, right?
Wait. One more.
They're not interested?
Wow. Long single there.
Very long. So he maybe doesn't trust him against Cornwall.
Maybe not. Based on that call. It was early as well from Royal. Oof.
I suppose he got out there.
Just looking to hit that 2 square. Luckily for him, he didn't. And for the Scorpions as well. Can they eke out another 60, 70 runs here this evening?
And make a game of it? I think it's going to be a good finish.
Get that lead up to 200. I think so too. It's setting up for a result at this stage.
All right, so what is going to be his approach now, Mali?
I'm not sure. I think you'll have to wait and see.
He didn't take the single. He may be trying to get the strike now.
That would mean he would know who's bowling from the other end. He does get the strike, but cheekily wasn't trying to. Took the outside edge. Once again, Cornwall using that drift, threatening the outside edge. Didn't carry, went all the way along the ground. Single to end that over. Scorpions hanging in, fighting for every run. 124 for 7.
Yeah. Thomas gets one more. Looking for 5 wickets.
This may just play into the hands of the Leewards, actually, with the way Brian was striking it, especially against Odean Thomas. Javor Royal now on strike. Will he have a similar approach? 2 men back.
3?
Well, 3 including fine leg, but 2 in front of the wicket. on the onside. Oh, deep backward square, shall I say. Deep mid wicket. Which tells you he's going to be a bit short. But is he going to go for the bluff here? If he's bowls a short ball, he has to go really short. He's got to try and get it up as high as he possibly can. Aim for that badge of Javar Royal. Badge of the helmet.
You going on the walk tomorrow, Mali? Jojo's birthday walk?
That's the first time. This is the first time I'm hearing about Jojo's birthday walk, to be honest.
Yeah, he's raising some funds for the Antigua and Barbuda Society for the Blind. Starting at the ARG tomorrow.
Will you be there?
At 6:30 in the morning. I'm wondering.
Okay. I know I have work in the morning as well, so.
I do have work.
Interesting day.
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, tomorrow's Saturday.
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Yeah. Got my days crossed, got my wires crossed. Does make sense.
Jojo, folks, you know, he's got one of the most popular sports shows in Antigua and Barbuda on Observer Radio. And he's giving back. It's just amazing. I think it's a wonderful venture, Mali. Sometimes we just don't understand how privileged we are that we could be able to see. We could move around. But that's life.
It's in aid of what? What are you saying again?
For the Antigua and Barbuda Society for the Blind.
The Society for the Blind, yeah.
We have a special cause there. They're going to be selling some, just in case Terry wants to go. 6:30.
Camped on the back foot once again. They sneaked through for a single. Brian was slow to respond.
Yeah.
He's probably caught ball watching a little bit. Was maybe a bit surprised or that he got some bat on that one. That one kept down a bit. He was on that back foot, honing in on those pads, just there. Gets the bat down just in the nick of time.
That's why maybe I would have maybe kept Casey Catty up into the close mid-on, you know, force him if he wants to go over there, over the top.
Well played by Royal.
Good stop by.
I know you would have liked that. Almost very side on.
Yeah.
Playing that one. Allowed it to come on. Played it very late. Dropped it right at his feet. Played with soft hands as well.
And the good positioning there from him as well, too, using the depth of the crease as well.
So he was able to stay side on as much as he was.
Good cricket all around. Need to find that Yorker, Thomas. Yeah. It just depends on where the ball lands, Mali. If it's in the 6-8 meter area, it tends to kick. And then in a little slow back, it tends to lob up like a tennis ball bouncer. Odean Thomas might be done for the day. Think he has one more?
Don't think so. I think we may see Hayden Walsh, especially with two right-handers at the crease.
Oh, maybe Louis.
In fact, it's going to be Hayden Walsh replacing Cornwall from the Sandy Roberts end. Maybe Cornwall will switch himself around. Not sure you take yourself off at this stage of the match.
I don't think so either. And it's something that when you were on with Terry that you did talk about, that Jamaica had to be mindful not to allow Cornwall to get into the game, because once he gets one, he gets two, and then puts pressure back on you.
And then that's him. He just camps out at one end and bowls the majority of the overs. It's just delivery after delivery, gets through his overs quite quickly.
Now he's got long on and long off. I don't know if I'm in favor of this, Mali. How you feel? Hayden is not bowled a delivery yet. I could understand the protection. Yes, but down the ground?
Got a bowling yard.
Single. Stay back
Junie, guy, Junie, get to your work here,
to
Junie.
the two fielders, a long off and long on. Easy runs. So I think he's going to pull them in now, to be fair. Was that 2 runs too many for you? Just
It's just too easy, Mali. You gotta make everybody work for their runs.
in fact, he just pulls long on into the mid on. Long off stays on the boundary. So far, 3 singles of first 3 deliveries from Hayden Walsh, and they haven't had to work too hard in which to get them. No stage can you afford to release pressure if you're the Hurricanes.
Oh, ball and Johnny.
Royals gonna go big at some point, Vern.
Yeah, but make him work for it. You know, just don't allow him to feel like you've settled in and everything is okay.
Anything over pitch here, he's gonna go hard. Downtown as well. It's best served to go downtown.
So as you rightly said, Nadi, Cornwall is not interested. I think he's had enough for the day. Odean Thomas gets another one.
Can't be enough for the day. It's just after tea. You're on day 3. He'll come back at some point, I think. Maybe just taking a little blow.
A little blow.
A little blow. A little rest for Big Jim. For 18 overs. Raheem Cornwall. Next most is Odean Thomas with 9. He'll be bowling his 10th now, and Jeremiah Louis with 9. So Cornwall maybe just feeling the effects a little bit. I anticipate he'll be back on at some point here today. I'd love for Odean to remove to get another one. Gordon Bryant sweating on anything slightly full. It's a little wide as well. He'll throw the hands at it. He'll go hard. That's one thing. He's committing to these positive strokes.
Minley and Redwood to come.
Quite a balanced stance. Crease. Gets behind that one quite nicely. Put his eyes on that one as well.
The lead is 114. I think this game can go right down to the wire.
Partnerships needed for the Scorpions. Just 3 wickets remaining.
Leeds have brought the scoring rate down, Mali, to under 3.
Under 3. Enough to patch together a nice little 50-run partnership here. Got to take it delivery by delivery, though.
Oh, no. Can't be serious. Single taken.
Sometimes as a bowler, you got to be your own fielder. Got to be sharp onto that one. Away.
Can't be waiting on anybody.
Yeah, you got to get there yourself. At least try.
Can't be waiting on anybody.
But we know Shane isn't the quickest over. You've seen him effect a couple good saves today. That dive in particular.
When Blackwood was facing.
Saved 4 runs, diving away.
Kept him on naught.
Yeah. Yes. Good bowling, good batting as well.
And they're just allowed to just get these easy singles. No pressure. 31 for 7. Boundary here now to Gordon Bryan, short and wide, and more or less an uppercut. Banged in, and just as Mali says, once he gets an opportunity to free his arms, he's going to execute.
Yeah, going hard, presented with outside the off stump was Bryan. Throwing the hands at that one. As you said, Vern, a bit of a top edge, but it doesn't matter. No one in that third man region. Just had to get it over the slips. And he's raced to 20 from 14.
Almost going to remind me of Odean Smith's innings in the first innings.
Shows a bit of patience and good shot selection there to allow that one to go through to the wicket keeper. So interesting game on the cards here. 44 overs Leewards have bowled. Scorpions are 135 for 7. John Campbell top scoring so far with 53.
And Odean Thomas is leaving the field.
Danny! You said that, you said it. We got to do it.
I think that's an indication of his spell. That's it for him, I think. It'll definitely be it for him today, maybe. Put in a good shift there. Odean Thomas picked up 3 wickets, 3 second innings wickets, 1 in the first. So he can be relatively happy with his performance. Aerial in the gap as well. Element of class on that stroke from Javar Royal. Many a top order batter would be happy to play a stroke such as that. Got right to the pitch, went with the spin over that extra cover region. So his first boundary.
Just like the presentation of the elbow extension with a nice bat flow through.
Carl Hooper-esque.
So Carl.
That shot. Chooses to go with the wrong one. Shown good control of that delivery in this regional 4-day championship so far as Hayden Walsh.
It has been working.
This one's poorly lined, swept away. So pressure being applied back onto these Leeward Hurricanes spinners. Will that trickle into the boundary? No, it doesn't. It just stops before the rope.
Michael Louis had to run in the pads with the helmet, with the hats in his back. That's almost one of the tests that you would have to go through. The partnership, Mali.
32 of 33 in quick time. Just what the Leewards would not have wanted. Good news for Scorpion fans. Royal and Bryan are fighting here. And they eke out a few more valuable runs.
Compact in defense there, that forward defensive from Bryan.
At the moment, Leewards will be pretty happy chasing 150. I think that's what the Hurricanes should be aiming at. Looking to bowl them out. Under that, he goes aerial again, but this time, even better hit.
That's gone for 6.
This time, Gordon Bryan showing a bit of class.
Oh, my.
Have a look at this. Checks the drive. Bit full. Kept his shape. Didn't try to overhit. It went flat, hard, fast over that boundary at extra cover. So 6 and a 4 in this over. Quite an expensive over from Hayden Walsh. 13 from it. 1 delivery still to come. Oh, that's a big spinner. Big leg spinner there. Well played, though, from Gordon Bryan.
So now it will be the turn of Cornwall.
Big turn. A good end to that over, but an expensive one nonetheless by Hayden Walsh. This lead just inching up towards 150 now, 133.
Partnership 39?
Yes, with that 6.
Leewards, they're going to have to stay on the money, Mally. So they've gone for Archibald. Cornwall has opted to keep pace from one end.
I think Cornwall would have had to have brought himself back. Critical stage of the match. You don't want to allow it to slip here, especially with the way Brian's going about it. 26 of 18.
And he likes space on the ball right now. So you got to your number one bowler's got to keep that pressure on.
He's got to back himself, Raheem Cornwall. Still got the option of Kareem Ogoa. We haven't seen him in this regional 4-day just yet.
We saw Kadeem Henry bowl a couple
overs in that first innings.
148 for 7. Looks lovely on the scoreboard, Mally.
That's if you're a Leeward Hurricanes fan.
But if you're Jamaica Scorpions, you would be yielding for some more.
You'd be liking what you see from this pair.
Too short.
It's showing good batsmanship once again. Well paced. It's going to look to come back for 3. They're quick. And they do so. Good batting that. It's a good batsmanship being exhibited by both these right-handers. They're still up for it. They think they have a chance. Soft hands. All of a sudden, there's a shower. Where does this come from?
Pretty sharp.
It's not a cloud, a grey cloud in the sky. It's also caught the groundsman unawares.
But I think it's gone.
It's still there at the moment.
I think it's gone, Mally. It dies away.
Still there. That's out of the blue, a bolt out of the blue, as they'd say. The groundsmen aren't looking too fast. All in the meantime, the wicket's getting a nice little sprinkling, a nice little refresher.
These days, you have to be so careful.
Completely out the blue.
You just never know. I think it was one of those that was just testing them to see where they were.
It's keeping them on their toes.
It's gone around the back of us. That's what one of them has indicated.
Probably just got the edge of that. Downpour is probably making its way down to Pigots now.
Yeah.
Casada Gardens, clear hard. Back with some action. Leewards will be hoping at least that little shower would just freshen up this wicket. Maybe help Archibald to get one to just skid on, provide a little extra pace. Reach the defences of Royal here. He's looking good. It's Royal, 15 off 30. Seems to be well up for the fight. Looking ready to dig in. With that extra cover drive, you'll be feeling very confident indeed. Should be. Just there, full face. This game is in no way, shape or form over, Vern.
This is going to go right down to the wire. In fact, Royal was on the march when he played that delivery. It shows that he was almost like growing in confidence. 150 up for the Jamaica Scorpions. 150 for 7. Number 1 on the back, Archibald.
Very mampy looking number 1, as they would say.
Yeah. Well, originally his number was 93.
So they probably just merged those two numbers into one.
Yes.
It's quite an obese looking number.
It is.
1 on his back, to be honest.
But if
we did notice it in round 1.
But if we were supposed to class that with 333, and that is massive, right?
With who? The Universe Boss?
The Universe Boss. Christopher Henry Gale.
Shot.
Jeez.
Shot. Told you he's looking confident. You always say when they play an on-drive, it tells you something, Vernon. Just there. He may not have gotten to the boundary, but a good shot nonetheless. Well timed. Held his shape down the ground. It's probably best served to just stay concentrating here in the middle, not get too engrossed in all the gamesmanship.
But Royal is that sort of guy. He's a competitor, Mali.
Yeah, no, that's how you compete, by scoring runs.
He's a competitor. He's still going after Archibald.
I'll stay concentrating here. It's an area of the game in the West Indies which is often overlooked, but just as you're forming, something's beginning to happen here between you and Brian. You're getting sidetracked. No, stay engrossed in the moment.
Stay in the moment.
In what your team is trying to achieve.
Yeah.
It's working well for you so far. No need to deviate.
And that's where the international team players always prepare themselves for a very important
point. You do understand.
Mali.
Some players get up that way, enjoy it. But at this stage of the match, you're fighting for your team, yes.
I'll give you a classic, Mali. When Sinkits played against Antigua, Winston Wade Davis, you know he's the sort of kind of guy who's always up for a challenge and he'll come out there. And I remember one time Dave Joseph said to me that he had to tell his seamers, nobody said nothing at all to Winston Wade Davis. Because Wade Davis is the sort of guy that gets perked up and sort of chatting and get moving. And it worked, just as you rightly said. Nobody said anything, comes out, takes his guard. Some other people, they get geared up. Oh. Did anybody gear you up?
Yeah, a lot of people. It happened a lot in St. Kitts and Nevis. Former team manager who I used to compete with or against as a youngster, Percy Daniel. I could understand why certain sanctions would have happened when I became a player. When he became like administration, I was still a player because I was a little cheeky one. Especially when, he was a bit tough, came out, especially against the Antiguan four-prong pace, Kenneth Benjamin. Whitmore Quinn, Kerry Jeremy, players such as that, bowling at high pace, Adam Sanford, and he wouldn't have his helmet on, but he'd wear a lot on the body, similar to was it Brian Clough? Yeah,
Brian Close. Yeah.
Brian Close, sorry, yeah, Brian Clough's the football manager, my bad.
He took a lot of beating.
Yeah, it was similar to that. Percy Daniel would wear a lot on his body, and I'd be in short leg chirping away. So Daniel, I understand the suspensions now. Don't worry, I get it.
Percy, if he's listening, he must be smiling. Officer Daniel.
Yeah, I don't want no problems with you, sir.
Head coach of the Leeward Islands women's team. Along with Pernell Watley. Got a tournament coming up just now. Maiden over, Mali. And just as you rightly said, did Cornwall miss a trick?
Yeah, he's got to get himself back on. He's been alongside Odean Thomas, though, but he's been the constant threat here on day 3 for the Leeward Hurricanes. He's got to get himself back into the attack in the last session on day 3.
And maybe they just need maybe somebody else now to come and support now what the hard work that Thomas would have put in and pick up a wicket or two. Because as you rightly said, it was Thomas and Cornwall who picked up the wickets. Somebody else has to put their hand up and says, listen, next game is in St. Kitts. Let me try and make sure I can register a wicket or two in this column.
But at the same time, Brian, it's a very critical juncture in this match.
It is.
It's winning time.
So when
you've got a team down, you've got to really keep them down. And for me, there's nothing wrong taking a couple overs break, but you should be on here, in my opinion.
Another single on the onside. Andrew comes around. Lobs the ball now, looking to lob it to Casey Carty.
maybe not as keen to bowl to the right-handers from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, because if you have a look at the pitch, not too many footmarks outside the right-handers off stump.
True. To come for Jamaica, Minley, Redwood. 153 for 7. Nothing happening there at all, Mali. Archibald can't find the magic ball. And that's what cricket is about. It's about phases. It's not going to come easy. The Jamaicans, they're not going to just sit back and just roll over. They're going to fight.
It's in conditions such as this where fast bowlers truly differentiate themselves. You know, still maybe not the most helpful conditions, no real pace and bounce in this wicket. We've still got to really bend your back and try and find something.
Yeah. Odean Thomas did that in patches.
Yes. That's a good one. Has he found it? Inside edge?
Yeah.
Maybe an inside edge on that one, but that's what we're talking about. Just a little bit of extra zip on that delivery.
While playing a little cat and mouse game, says I think that you overstepped there.
Not sure why. Has he? The only thing saving him there is if he's hit that.
That's the only thing I thought as
you
well.
Think so? Mali. Not too many have been going over the stumps here. He's been keeping down. That generally. I'd love to see that again. It seems to have struck him on the back foot. Gordon Bryant. Not sure if he ended up outside the off stump, but let's have a look at this. It's very close indeed.
For sure, it did pitch in line.
Yes, pitch just outside the off stump. Takes the back foot. That was close. Very close indeed. Not as vociferous an appeal as you'd expect from behind the wicket. But the only thing that would have saved him there was a thin inside edge.
And we're not that close, so
no,
we don't
not.
know.
So we give the benefit of the doubt to the umpire and to the batter. That's what we're talking about from Archibald. At least Brian showing a pretty good technique. Looking to present a full face, giving himself a best chance. And sometimes that's all it takes. A thin inside edge. You survive to the next one.
Remember, this West Indies Championship, there's no DRS. So we have to thank the 360 crew for an excellent job in sharing the shots.
The replays as well have been brilliant. Good work by our technician, Bill Joe.
Ambassador Bill Joe.
He's the man, he's the man. Have a look at this again, going past the outside edge is Archibald. So in this over, he's just found something for the Leewards at least to be positive about there. End of that over. 153 for 7.
And again, Mali, the Leewards just motoring around, just going about their business.
Is that former West Indian women's fast bowler Shaunisa Hector in the crowd?
Yeah, just came back from St. Kitts.
The orange shirt on. She'll be one of the contracted Leeward Islands women's players, wouldn't she?
Cricket West Indies.
Cricket West Indies,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
That's what I mean with the Leewards franchise.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like these ones. Just like the men. Oh, jeez. He's back on. He's back on from the Sandy Roberts end, though. So I think he's heard us. I think Hayden Walsh could probably utilize the footmarks outside the leg stump of the right-hander from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Look to take it across. But because they're so wide outside that leg stump, it would mean that the right-handed batter wouldn't really have to play.
A good contest, Mali.
Very good contest, as he said, cat and mouse. A smarter team will come out more victorious in this situation. Who can handle the situation of the match best?
Guyana, Mali. Combined campuses and colleges scored 375. Ghana Harpy Eagles 340 for 9. Tevin Imlan is 126 not out, and Shamar Joseph, he's come out blazing. He's 11 not out. So that's going to be a good one. 341 for 9.
Imlak has been pretty good for Ghana with the bat over the last couple of seasons. Hasn't done too much wicket keeping, but he was pretty outstanding with the gloves in Pakistan, that drawn series, 2 test series.
He did look good.
Yeah, he really.
Based on the conditions that we would have seen in Pakistan.
Spinning conditions. His wicket keeping really did stand out, didn't it?
That was just amazing.
Couple of catches, the way he moved, his positioning, the way he anticipated, especially moving down the leg side.
And he was shuttling too. As a
keeping low.
He looked like one of those old-time keepers that you would have seen, really.
Low to the ground. It's pretty good. You just need to perform with the bat now.
Yeah, that's always going to be the pressure point. West Indies Academy batting a second time. They are 22 for 1. They were dismissed for 239.
What did Rivaldo Clark end up on?
I think 73.
Oh, wow. He's on his way.
He got 78. Joshua Bishop got 57, Mali. Not out.
Of 26?
26 deliveries.
Wow.
9 4s and 2 6s. So he teed off. Colin Boyne took it. It was cleaned up by Holder. This is something he's going to have to work out now. He got bowled in the game, in the Leeward Islands game, right?
Yes. Shem Holder this time.
Yeah, Shem Holder. Shem Holder picking up 6 for 70. Warwican 2 for 57. Raman Simmons 1 for 31 and Matthew Ford 1 for 29. So, Craig Bratterton forcing the follow on there. Leewards, they're going to have to lift their game, Mali. They're just going through the motion.
Jamaica far back, it must be said. His pair was launching a counter-attack led by Gordon Bryant. His rate is just dipped below 100 now. He's just become a bit more circumspect in his defense, but he started like a house on fire. And just there, evades a diving Hayden Walsh. Should come back for 2 more every run.
The Leewards.
We'll worry the Leewards here.
Yeah, they're falling away here.
Inching up to 150. Yeah. Now it's just making for a very good game. So, even if Jamaica get up to 180, 200.
It is still a good game.
Leeward should still be relatively confident with the amount of batters that they have. And so it's still very good contest.
Leeward Islands in trouble, Mali. 72 for 3. They trail by 218 runs. Pascal, Hodge and Kotoy back in the hut.
Yeah, hasn't been the best of starts for the Volcanoes. Yet to erupt, might you say. Pretty dormant so far this season. They'll be hoping to get Athens back in round 3. Maybe that will make a difference.
Yeah. Well, they got Salazar now at the top still fighting. And the captain, Sonny Lambris, has come to the crease, so he's due for some runs. But he'll have to do a lot of batting here.
50 partnership up, though. That nice little stroke by Javor Royal. And just like that, seemed like about a few minutes ago it was 32 or 33 or 33 or 34. So we've gotten there in quick time. This lead just 5 from 150, 145 now. It's important they don't flirt with those kind of deliveries outside the off stump. It's where they've been in the most trouble, even though not too much assistance for the fast bowlers on this pitch, at least the medium fast bowlers on this pitch. Bit of a naughty shot, that from Royal. See the Leeward's dugout there, watching intently. What they'll be hoping for a wicket.
to have dug in.
Duggan played very well. You know.
Lead is 145 and climbing.
At first it was all about attack. Now it's about good shot selection. Showing good defense, not only on the back foot, but on the front foot as well as Royal.
It's only 3:48 here, Mali, in Antigua and Barbuda, so we still got a lot of time in this game.
This is what I'm saying. This pair needs to eke out another 30 or so. Take it in intervals.
Partnership is 50.
5 at a time.
Of 65 balls. So they've really kept up the rate.
He's looked to play straight, and that's been good. In a half of the bat, but nonetheless, straight. As he has another word with Colin Archibald, they've been having a running conversation for the last couple overs or so. Doesn't seem to have affected Royal too much.
Like I said, when Archibald studied in Jamaica, he did play some club cricket. So I think that's where the banter would have been. You saw when John Campbell was batting, he decided he was going to charge him, come after him.
Yeah, they were looking to be very aggressive to Colin Archibald. Slug swept, lap sweeps. Looking to knock him out of the attack, really, especially in that first innings, John Campbell.
Yeah.
What was good to see from him as well, not too many. Can't remember too many foul strokes. Just think of that lap sweep in that 100 that nearly carried to Kadeem Henry on the backward point boundary, but I think his shot selection was good.
He'll be upset today the way we got out to that delivery from Thomas, because he was there.
Sometimes such is life. Didn't quite get on top of it.
Yeah. And maybe try to hit it too hard as well, too. Pressure here, Mali.
Yeah, good shape on these deliveries from Cornwall now. So wrapping those long fingers around the ball.
More like a cannonball.
Yeah, using that
delivery now.
Using the breeze.
Yeah. It's going to bowl flatter and faster now.
But Brian's up for it. He is up for this.
Something has to happen, Mali. Something has to give.
Not so sure. From a Jamaica perspective, they'll be happy just going along in this manner.
Keeping the Leewards at bay for some time.
Yeah, at least take it to Stumps. See where they're at. If they were to get to Stumps and not lose another wicket, they'd be, you must say they'll be past 200. The lead would have gone past 200 by then. Or near 200. Choosing to go back slower. So he's looking to lure Brian into a big stroke here, is Cornwall.
Maybe set him up with a drifter.
Will he take the bait? Can he resist?
Well played. Made Nova. Good batting. Good cricket all around. And as you rightly said, Mali, Cornwall gets through his overs. That was like under 30 seconds. Archibald has to come back and bowl again.
Even if you look to just keep Cornwall out at this stage and maybe be a bit more aggressive against the other bowlers, that's not a bad tactic either, because runs are key.
The lead is 145. Psychologically, Jamaica will be looking to get that lead up to 200, 225. This partnership has dug in.
50 plus. This pair obviously are showing that they can bat. So I want to see them take a lot more responsibility as this season goes along as well, even though they're coming in at 7 and 8, 8 and 9, you know.
The banter between Royal and Archibald is still going, Mali.
It is. Royal saying you don't have any pace to that.
At all.
It's not even carrying through to the wicketkeeper, but good to keep him on his still. He's still got a deep backward square.
And as you rightly said, on this track here, you maybe got to just put in an extra zip. And that has caused Archibald now to have to bend his back.
Especially with variable bounce. If one just keeps low. When Hammer
does have the last laugh at Royal. No pace at all. He's got to hurry. If Hamilton hits, he's up. Ooh.
That hurt.
It did. It hit him, I think, on the hip bone.
So Archibald lands a blow.
And he just told him, take that.
In the rib cage area. And he's down for the count now. He's calling for the physio. No, he sent him back.
He sent him back.
Wow.
He sent him back.
He does have a bit of padding around there, that area.
I hope so. I hope he does.
In which to absorb such a lick.
He's having a good laugh about it. There's an amusement taking place there with it. Wow.
Could save that. Sprawling away. It's Hamilton to his left. One-handed. So Archibald toiling away, just losing his line slightly, but well supported by his wicket-keeper.
Yeah. And despite that drop catch of Brown, of Louis, Hamilton has been excellent in this game.
Yeah, he has. It seems like a long time ago now. The score was on, 31? First day one. 31 without loss.
Just missed out in getting a big 100 today. Really batted beautifully.
Ran out of partners.
Steered.
Played it pretty well in that area.
Oh yes, kept his eyes on it too.
Has Brian and Royal as well. There've been runs for them in that third man region.
But the good thing about it is that, I don't know if you were here, but when Odean Thomas came out, I was on with Terry. Just for a moment, maybe Jamaica thought that they might have been able to go to the defense of Thomas, but he batted well. Got a big positive stride out.
Saw that straight drive.
Wow.
That was a hell of a shot.
I think that was one of the that would make the highlights tonight on 360.
Yeah, that was one of the shots of the match too. Got big stride in, full face, high elbow, everything about it. Posed on it as well.
I hope the cameraman got that shot.
He really liked it. You can tell he really liked it, which is good. You like to see fast bowlers contributing, and we've been a bit late to the party with that, to be honest, especially in recent years. West Indian bowlers almost thinking, hey, my job is just to bowl. But we've seen Roach, his batting improve.
Very much so.
Jaden Seals as well. He's no bunny. Jamel Warrior, Gudakesh Moti. This one's driven down the ground.
He's playing that on drive very well, Mali.
Very well indeed. Both of them have, Royal and Brian.
Yeah. Banter continues still. So, headache for Cornwall here, Mali?
Yeah, slight headache. They'd still think they're in control, or they like the position. They prefer to be themselves in this situation. The lead still... What? 147.
I think the Leeward's batsman in Henry and Louis were under the helmets. Carty and company will be thinking, starting to prepare their mind mentally in terms of what the chase would be. To have a look.
Oh, gospel.
To be fair, an element of confidence they could take into this second innings is they would have gotten that first innings lead without any real significant contribution from their returning international players.
True.
So you expect them to maybe fire in the second innings.
The Leewards need a wicket. Jamaica need runs.
But Brian, he's got other plans. He's keeping Cornwall out at the moment.
Yeah.
He told himself, Raheem Cornwall's not going to get me out. No need to take any unnecessary risks. Just there. Good defense as well, especially with two men in close catching. He's really trusting that defense. Confidently coming onto that front foot. That was a little fuller, a bit more air on that one. Just forcing the batter to just wait that split second longer.
You need a leg slip? You think? Would you have a leg slip, Mali?
Especially with the way he's defending. He's just looking to defend as well. I think I would.
So good evening to Jason Peters in England. Oh, wow.
Hakeem having a shy there.
Yeah.
Luckily.
I think that was more or less a frustration.
It was a bit of frustration there from the Leeward's captain.
He was like,
once again, posing on the shot is Royal, having a throw.
Like, what's happening here? You're just going to be blocking all the day? Is Jamaica playing to their plan?
Yeah, just a bit of gamesmanship there from Raheem Cornwall. Maybe just looking to break the concentration slightly. The Jamaican batter. Got to try and play these little mind games as well. Maybe hopefully next over he'll take offense to me throwing that ball and look to take me on a bit more.
Archibald's still in the conversation.
He still is.
The only thing that he doesn't have is a wicket.
He's toiled away. 10 overs here today. Hit hard down the ground.
Come on, you have to stop that.
Fades Carty at mid-on.
Leewards, they have to be clinical now. They can't afford, even though a partnership is building here, they now have to reverse the pressure back on the Jamaica Scorpions. Put together some overs, build some pressure. These two have been scoring quite easily, turning over the scoreboard.
I think if you're going to bowl predominantly full, that man at deep backward square is probably wasted. Looks to be Kareem will go down there on the deep backward point boundary, backward square boundary.
How many balls has he fielded for the day?
Not that many. Just looks like he's warming up as well. Haven't seen him yet in this regional 4-day championship. Didn't bowl last week either in round 1.
I don't think he will bowl. I think he's thinking about batting.
So he's warming up the bat. Warming up his shoulders.
Just warming up his shoulders because he may just never know what's going to happen.
You got to put yourself in the skipper's.
In the limelight to say,
no,
give me that ball?
No, not like that. But try to put yourself in the skipper's situation here. Knowing he's got someone like a Kareem Ago who they haven't seen yet in this match. And the nature of this match. Knowing he wants a wicket. Needs a wicket. He's almost tried every option. Went to Hayden Walsh. We haven't seen Kadeem Henry. As you see, Archibald switched up over the wicket now.
First game of the season, Archibald, 2 for 48 and 1 for 9.
Gone!
Finally.
Big wicket.
Finally. And he gets the last laugh.
He does. 1-0 to Colin Archibald. They'll have to resume this battle another day. Maybe if Colin Archibald gets a bat, the Leewards will be hoping not. But we will have drinks. It's a big wicket to take us into drinks. Just when Jamaica were looking to forge themselves ahead in this match with this partnership, Royal goes. Just losing concentration. Archibald switching to over the wicket. Aerial drive, not quite there to drive on the up. The man at extra cover takes a comfortable catch. It's 164 for 7. Lead by 149. We'll have a break.
half-century partnership between Brian and Royal. Moves the lead on to 149.
Yeah. Cornwall. Back and across it comes and defends. Interesting times ahead here, Kerry.
Definitely.
It's looking like they're going to have to back tonight.
Yeah, on the other hand, I think the Scorpions will be thinking if they could get that lead up around 200, give themselves a bit of a chance.
Let's go. Well, I just need to get that leg slip in. Staying leg side of the ball, he's going to have to be very, very, very careful that Cornwall doesn't get one to actually just keep down.
Around the wicket now.
That's why you need the leg slip.
Batted well has Brown on 29. Now the leg slip comes in. Oh, and he tries a reverse sweep. Big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. He hit him in the shoulder.
Almost like a switch hit there.
Yeah.
From Brian. Where did that come from? Cornwall and Hamilton looking at the positioning. Gregory Brathwaite said, not out. Back to basics again comes Brian. He comes forward. Over completed. And they got one run out of that over, Terry.
164 for 8. Brian on 29. Minley yet to score. The lead 149.
And it only just shows you sometimes what can switch on players, as Mali was talking about certain things. He got a ball that hit him in the grill from Odean Thomas. And then 2 deliveries after, just dispatched one. And he's just going in confidence.
Yeah. It's great to see the fight by the Jamaica Scorpions. Good counter-attack for that 8th wicket.
Don't think they have a choice.
Still have to execute it over. Over the wicket, Archibald into Mindy. Kept a bit low.
He's going to have to bowl as straight as possible, Colin.
Put on some 54 runs for that 8th wicket between J.V. Roll, who went for 25. Gordon Bryan, who's still out there on 29. Beats him outside the off stump. He's got 2 slips.
He's got a bowl on wicket to wicket.
To his 12th over, Colin Archibald. 11.2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35 at this stage. Asking the mid-wicket to come across to the offside. This is Jewel Andrew, and he brings the deep square leg up to mid-wicket position. Beats him again.
Very slow period of play here. The game just metering on. Lead 149. Super Bowl coming up this Sunday.
Such a Super Bowl party all organized for?
Yeah. Got to check out Shell Beach. They got so many parties lined up all over. Hodges Bay. I think throughout the entire Caribbean, there'll be a number of parties going all around, especially with so much of the American students based around. A lot of Caribbean fans as well too, following their favorite teams. Could be a cold Super Bowl in the United States of America and Canada. Still winter. You don't like to hear that, Terry?
No. Very long winter. Bang on target that time, Archibald, but well defended by Makino Mindley to complete the over, and that will be the final water break for the day, with Jamaica Scorpions on 164 for 8. Brian is on 29. Mindley is yet to score, and the lead is 149. So good hour of play since the tea break. Leeward Islands picking up 2 more wickets at good counter-attack. Partnership of 54 for the 8th wicket between Gordon Bryan and J.B. Royal. Leaves Jamaica Scorpions 149 ahead. So as the players take a well-earned drink, we'll take a break here on 360 and be back in around 5 minutes. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the last hour or so of play on this third day. Second round encounter in the West Indies 4-day first-class championship between Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions 164 for 8 with the leader 149 as Cornwall continues to Gordon Bryan, who's on 29. Cornwall into his 24th over. He's got figures of 3 for 52.
Just to let the cricket fans in Antigua and Barbuda know that the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association two-day competition continues this weekend with matches in Liberta. PIC Liberta Blackhawks against Wayne Electrical Services Rising Sun Spartans.
Hit firmly down the ground over mid-off. Coming round from mid-on, they go for the third and just get home.
Pretty close there, Terry.
Definitely.
And the Jennings Tigers will take on New Winchops Lions. And then the All Saints will take on Bowling Blasters. And the Pigots Squashers will be home to Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. Empire Nation will play the Schools at ARG. So return of first-class cricket at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Go support local cricket.
Cornwall into Bryan. Bryan defends. So the lead is past 150. 151 to be exact. Cornwall completes his over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 166 for 8. Gordon Bryan is on 31. Makino Minley yet to score. They have a lead. Jamaica Scorpions of 151. Johnny Campbell top score once again so far with 53. Contributions from Jermaine Blackwood 20. Javier Roll 25. Gordon Bryan still going on 31. Looks like Colin Archibald will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
You know, we were talking about mindset earlier, Terry. You know, is what separates you. Separates the best from the rest.
And clean bowls. Makino Minley, who took a wild swipe at that. Lost his off stump. 9th wicket falls. Jamaica Scorpions 166 for 9. Colin Archibald picks up his 2nd wicket.
I don't like that shot at all, Terry.
No. His
head just went up into the air.
Yeah, and his job was just to stay there and see how many more. Gordon Bryan, who's well set.
Well, you would have thought that that was his job.
Should have been his thought process, yes.
Okay, all right.
Maybe he wants to bowl, Vernon. Maybe he's seen something that we haven't.
That we haven't seen.
Yeah. So out comes the young Tamari Redwood. With the lead of 151, you think Jamaica Scorpions might be about 50 short at this stage.
Runs on the board is runs on the board, Terry.
Exactly, but you never know. Batting last.
But in all fairness, Terry, the track so far, even though we're into day 3, has shown no devils.
Not at all. It's still playing very well.
It is a perfect cricket wicket in terms of batting. The bowlers have just had to work hard, and I don't know any wicket that anybody will come and say that it belongs to them.
No, not at all.
Except if we were in Pakistan.
Wow.
And you got to spin a friendly wicket. This is the active period of time in the Caribbean when it comes in terms of sports. It's a sports term. Track and field season, Carifta Games coming up. It's going to be a big one. All of the respective school sports, high schools, primary school, everybody gearing up. Louis and Kadeem Henry must be thinking now, well, we have to come out and face Minley and Gordon Bryan and company at some point in time this afternoon. They're going to be able to switch on to that.
It's well played by Redwood.
Very well played indeed.
Yeah.
Archibald, 28 years old. He's gone past 50 first-class wickets. So, sort of good for him. His best bowling figures have been 4 for 27. He has how many now? 2 for 35. So he won't be able to get a fifer in this game. He'll be looking to dislodge the final batsman for Jamaica.
Passes the outside edge over Redwood, but he survives. So interesting times. They pick up a wicket in the next over or two to complete Jamaica Scorpions, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes will have a tricky period of around about 17, 18 overs left in the day. The lead is 151 for Jamaica. That's well played again by Redwood. Looks very solid in defence.
Keeping the Leeward's bowlers at bay.
Archibald is working on that ball as he turns, runs away from us now into Redwood. And again, Redwood solid in defence. Be interesting to see Gordon Bryan's approach in the next over. One more ball left in this Archibald over.
I think you have to believe more or less that it can be possible.
And
no ball.
No ball. Pitch that one up. Started to go up for an LBW appeal until he realized that he'd overstepped. 167 for 9, lead at 152. Archibald should be saying to himself, he just needs to get it straight. Again, down the leg side, harmlessly through to Hamilton to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 167 for 9. Bryan is on 31. Redwood yet to score. And they lead by 152.
Yeah, so just to give you a 360 roundup in terms of the matches taking place in St. Vincent in Ghana. We tell you that the Ghana Harpy Eagles were dismissed for 343. 343.
So they got a lead, CCC.
Yeah, it left, I'll give you the idea in terms of the Ghana captain, which he was left not out. But just to let you know that combined campuses and colleges, they are 14 for 2.
Oh.
46 runs in the lead.
That's trouble.
Yeah, Pamal and Shamar Joseph have struck already.
So it's going to be a change at the Sir Andy Roberts end. Hayden Walsh Jr., vice captain of this Leeward Islands Hurricanes team, replaces the captain in Rakim Cornwall. Bowled 2 overs in Jamaica Scorpions' second innings so far. No wicket for 16. Comes into Brian now, and Brian thumps that straight back to the bowler and saved by the stumps. It crashed into the stumps, otherwise I think that had 4 written all over it, Vern.
Yeah, certainly did.
Can't hit that much straighter than that.
Academy in their second innings, they are 47 for 1. After being dismissed for 239. In reply to Barbados Pride, score of 581 for 9 declared of 138.3. The West Indies Test captain and Barbados Pride captain scoring a double 100 in that game. We'll journey over to St. Vincent to find out what's happening.
Gone again, Brian, but just inside edge. They're coming back for 2, and that's well run. He looked to go over mid-wicket, caught the bottom of the bat.
Windward Islands are in trouble, Terry.
Again.
They're 93 for 7. Salazar top scored with 36, Pascal 8, Hodge 8, Kotoy 9, Ambris 16, Benjamin 2, John North, Descartes and Cyrus batting. So that looks like it could be a heavy defeat inside 3 days for the Windward Islands.
Brian has another go at Hayden Walsh Jr. It just goes out to the cover point fielder for a single. That brings Tamari Redwood on strike.
Remember, they were bowled out in their first innings, Terry, for 166.
Yeah.
And Kevin Hodge got 126 out of that. 142 balls, 15 fours and 1 6.
You might say it was a one-man show.
Well, it certainly was, because it was almost like a bank account number. 69296122200. That was the rest of the scorecard. He's bowled him.
He certainly has. Played back to that one, Redwood. Took off stump, and that is the end of the innings. Hayden Walsh picks up his first for the second innings of the Jamaica Scorpions. They've been bowled out for 170. Brian is left on 34 not out, and that means they have a lead of 155. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will come out with about 17 overs to remaining in the day's play to start their chase of 156 for victory.
But just before we go, we could just give the folks who are viewing online the bowling figures for the Leeward Islands today, because, you know, they have a lot of statisticians like Basil Morgan and company who take a lot of stats. Jeremiah Louis, 9 overs. 3 maidens, 11 runs, no wickets, 3 no balls. Odean Thomas, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 44 runs, 3 wickets, 3 no balls. Rakim Cornwall, 24 overs, 7 maidens, 54 runs, 3 wickets, 1 wide. Colin Archibald, 13 overs. The donkey did the donkey work today, Terry. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 2 wickets. And Hayden Walsh picking up 1 for 19 in the end of 2.5 overs. So as you rightly said, Terry, 170 all out of 58.5 overs. The scorecard for Jamaica: John Campbell continuing his good form, 53, Brown 6, Mackenzie 10, Blackwood 20, Bedford 4, Barnes 3, Smith 1, Royal 25. Brian played well for his 34. Minley 0, and Redwood was dismissed for 0. A total of some 14 extras, 7 no balls, 1 wide, 5 leg byes and 1 bye. They lost wickets at 1 for 18 Brown, 2 for 53 Mackenzie, 3 for 85 Blackwood, 4 for 94 Bedford, 5 for 104 Campbell, 6 for 105 Smith, 7 for 110 Barnes, 8 for 164 Royal, 9 for 166 Minley, and bowled out for 170 We'll come back in under 5 minutes' time. Pretty strange, Terry. The Leeward Islands, they've not called for any roll at all.
No, pretty happy with the pitch where we said it was playing well. 150. So.
So we back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The good news is the Leeward Islands opening batsmen have walked out. Leewards would need 156 runs to win. And I'm joined by my colleague Terry Larajo.
Yes, and we're all set for the Leeward Islands run chase. Makar Louis is out there with Kadeem Henry. And it'll be Jamaica Scorpions top bowler in Makino Aminli to start proceedings. We have about, should get in about 40 minutes of play this afternoon. 156 is the target. And here we go as Minley runs away from us into Louis, and Louis straight away is clipping that into the mid-wicket area to get himself underway, and the Leeward Islands 1 for none.
Very special month, Terry, the month of February, for a lot of outstanding personnel. Yesterday, Jamaica would have celebrated, had he been alive, his 80th birthday. Robert Lester Marley. It's one of the countries that, it doesn't matter, Terry, all of their leaders always come together to celebrate their heroes.
Yes, and in a timely fashion, he won a Grammy on Sunday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Which is fantastic.
Talking about Grenada. It's a happy independence to the folks also in Grenada. 51 years of independence. Spice Isle.
Spice Isle, yeah.
The home of Karani James. Junior Murray, how are you?
Junior Murray. Well bowled. Good leave though by Kadeem Henry. Picks up length very well, does Henry.
Talking about Devon Smith as well too.
Yes. Prolific.
Very prolific
run
scorer.
First class cricket.
2 former test players. In fact, Junior has written a book.
Yes, I noticed that, yes.
Yeah. When are you going to write your book, Terry?
No time, Vernon. Clipped nicely, but well fielded in the mid-wicket area.
You have to start documenting all of your history, Terry. In about 2 years' time, Terry, I plan to adventure myself.
I look forward to that, Vernon. You've been documenting since day one.
Yeah, still got a lot of work to do.
Down the leg side and clipped fine by Henry down to fine leg. So he's underway.
Minley missed out there, Henry. He's looking to hit that over square leg. He's rehearsing the shot there. Just needed to just turn the hips. The on drive is a very, very, very hard cricket shot to play, Terry. Very, very hard. You got to get those hips into the right position. You got to be leading with the head and the shoulders. Got to be able to, those hip flexors got to be working.
That one's turned fine, and that will reach the boundary. Off Makar Louis to complete the first over. So Leeward Islands 6 without loss.
Yeah.
Louis is on 5 and Henry is on 1, chasing 156 for victory.
So good afternoon to Kevin, who will be very deep into looking at the television. Somewhere up in the California area.
California should be a bit warmer than Connecticut.
Don't even remind me about Connecticut, Terry. I spent winter in Connecticut last year.
My God, was that punishment?
It wasn't a pretty sight. So good afternoon to Sci-Fi Philip, Michael Chambers and company. Dale Hughes. Dale, I know you're batting down Thanks for your support. No, it's not pretty, Terry.
Gordon Bryan taking up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 2 slips a gully. Backward point.
We also got football this weekend to Terry. Football heating up in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes, it
the
is.
Technical Centre.
Yeah. Close at the top again. The top 2 teams in All Saints United and Grenades. Grenades hoping they don't choke again like they did last year.
They might be on their way.
That's turned nicely back with a square by Henry, and they go through for another single. He moves on to 2. The score 7 without loss.
Louis, they made his debut last season, Terry. Came bang bang onto the scene.
What a debut.
Yeah, we're now looking to replicate that. He's played a number of test matches for the West Indies. And as Mali rightly said, he's still settling into international cricket.
Mm-hmm.
So another good season here will be good for him. In the first innings, I think he got a delivery there, more or less, where I just thought that he...
Another no ball.
Yeah, the bug continues. Thought he planted his front foot so close to the line of the ball that he almost crammed himself.
Yep.
You know, from playing with a straight bat.
Went straight through him.
He's been the first player from St. Kitts to play Test cricket. A lot of pressure, sacrifices made by his family. His dad, Terry, could remember a long time ago. This gentleman, you know, built a cricket pitch for his sons. Jeremiah, Michael, Jerickson. Had his own cricket team.
Right.
He used to go around St. Kitts and Nevis. The late Adrian Lamb was also part of that as well too. He also had a team from down in the Boyd's area, which included the Trent, Richard, Grimley Weeks, who passed away. But Louis' father was really, and mother, really very instrumental. Father himself fancied himself as a decent medium-pace bowler. And will tell you that he was good enough to play for any team. Worked with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank.
Mm-hmm.
We've just learned, Terry, that the Leeward Islands
have crumbled.
Not only crumbled, they've been dismantled. Louis back and across. Yeah, they've lost by an innings 176 runs.
Oh.
They were bowled out for 114.
That's a beating.
I think they need an inquiry. Some heads should roll. What do you think, Terry?
Yes, well, they haven't started this season very well. Of course, they were beaten by this Jamaica Scorpions team last week by some 176 runs. Tamari Redwood, these leg breaks, running through them in the second innings, picking up a 7-for. But it's Gordon Bryan into Macau Louis. And that one is pushed through the cover region for a comfortable 2. Of course, the last time Louis batted here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium prior to this match, he almost, in fact, we were lined up, Vernon, weren't we, ready to celebrate his maiden Test match century, and he fell for 97.
He won't be the first and he won't be the last.
Definitely not.
I just hope that one of these times I could be on commentary while he gets
When
to
he
90
gets
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a special moment, but hey, life goes on, and he'll remember that for a long time. Massive support, his mother and his family. It's just a real proud moment for the young man. Played for the West Indies under 19. Came to the ranks of the 13 and under ranks, came to all of the systems. Graduate from the Washington Archibald High School, called them the Wildcats.
Minley to continue into Henry. And a miss by Beckford.
Beckford is having a torrid time.
He is having a tough time, the young man behind the sticks. He goes through for a bye.
He can't be the only keeper in Jamaica. They have to have some other keepers. But he's having a torrid time. I think last season, Thomas was the keeper. And he didn't do bad at all. I think he got 100 as well. Got to speak to Robert Haynes about that to ask him what has happened to him.
Yeah, I seem to remember Thomas made quite a few runs, didn't he, last season?
Yeah, he had a pretty decent time. If I'm not mistaken, Terry, I think he would have got, I don't want to say he got 100 because I might get myself in some trouble, but I know he was around. I just need to go to some stats very quickly, Terry, and see. I know he was in among the runs there. I'll find it. Don't worry, my buddy.
I never doubt you, Vernon. Not with your stats.
I'll find it. Certainly will.
Minley into Makar Louis.
Yeah, Mile got 317 runs last season.
Yeah.
Morris, 319 runs, high score of 97 not out, 2.5 centuries from 7 matches. He must be injured. Gonna have a word with Robert when this game is finished. Wonderful gentleman, personal friend of mine. First met Robert Haynes, that was like a long time ago, in St. Kitts, Jamaica against the Leeward Islands. I think that was a game that Viv Richards scored a big 100. I'll give you the story, Marley. And Terry, it took Viv Richards, in that game, Michael Holden played, Robert Haynes, Cleveland Davidson, a couple of players. It took Viv Richards 1 hour to get off the mark. He hit Robert Haynes inside out. His first scoring shot was in Her Majesty's prison. And then he never looked back. Big 100.
Definitely.
Against Jamaica at Warner Park. Took him an hour to get off the mark.
I can remember I was there at Warner Park. It would have been 89, 90, somewhere around there.
Were you there when Richie made his debut?
Yeah.
Against Barbados?
Right.
I was the little boy around the team.
Right, okay.
So I know you that long?
Yeah. But I remember when Patrick Patterson said he's going to knock his skipper's head off.
Yeah.
Remember that?
You know Pato.
Yeah. And Pato come charging in, bowled 2 overs and said to his captain, I've got a sore leg. Vivi went on and made 100.
That was the same game with Robert Haynes.
Right.
Michael Holden played that game as well too. But it's important, Mali, because when Viv came to St. Kitts during that game, he was under a little bit of pressure. He wasn't scoring any runs.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of chatter. There was a lot of chatter in Warner Park.
There's a lot of chatter around the region.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And he was determined to get a score.
Yes.
He really was determined to get a score. He sweated for it. It's just a wonderful knock. The great man.
Yes, most definitely.
You know, it's moving and touching sometimes, Mali, when you sit next to Viv, you know, just looking at greatness and just being able to appreciate. And I've had the privilege of sitting alongside some great people. Brian Charles Lara, Usain Bolt, boy.
Viv is
when you sit, yeah, he's a different individual.
Yes, man.
Oh my gosh.
We played at that one.
If I can get
appeal, but he definitely played at it.
Let me get my cameraman to pull this up again. Let me just look at Louis. Was he on the heel? He was. But this time, his hands didn't go. So it was pretty much okay. I just would like to see his head leading into the ball. That's what I wanted to see. Because he's a big, tall guy. So he just has to be mindful for that. Sometimes I think he gets himself into trouble where he wants to play and he wants to leave alone. I just think, just get across and defend the ball. That's what I'd like you to see happening. See? He's in two minds. That's where he gets himself into trouble. See? He's thinking about playing, thinking about leaving. Get across and defend the ball. Play right up in front of you. You're getting to that V there. And see, he was going and then hands sort of low.
pulled the bat away just in time.
Yeah, I think that's just an error, but that will come with batting. This is just his second full season. He will understand the art of batting.
Good bowling though by Brian. I see Jamaica. They need to keep believing that they can pick up 2 or 3 tonight. You never know. Again.
I'm most kind of concerned as well too, Terry, in terms of I didn't remember to see what guard he took, whether he took a middle stump guard.
Yeah, I think it was more middle and off.
Yeah, well, that's something which I feel that he has to examine. A lot of chatter taking place now. Mackenzie is coming and playing some mind games here as well.
Brian.
And those Jamaicans, they're getting into his head.
Yeah,
They're saying
so
no runs under his belt yet. So he knows that. He just has to have a look. Just spend some time at the crease. The form will come back. Beautiful. Well played. Just keep looking up that V. It's very, very important. I can remember the days of old. The old Vince Deming, the late Jackson Stonewall. He was one of the groundsmen at Warner Park. Vincent Deming. And you could hear him hollering all the time to whoever, whether it was the players from St. Kitts or the Leeward Island players or whoever came there. Got to keep looking up the V. Austin Eddy always reminded you of that. Somebody dig eye out of Nevis as well too. That's much better. See? So I feel he just plays the ball.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not just a look in there. Just get in line and play it. You know, get on the defense. Just think about the next delivery. They know how dangerous he is, because if he gets off here, this game could be over before lunch tomorrow morning. 300s last season and 4 half centuries. Michael Louis.
670 odd runs, I think.
682 runs.
82.
High score of 130, average of 48.71. And if he can just get another 600 season again under the new format. When I say new format, I'm talking about the new selection panel process that has been put in place. There could be a number of changes. We'll wait and see.
Mm-hmm. But a good over there by Brian. 12 without lost Leeward Islands.
Yeah. 8 to Louis and 2 to Kareem Henry. And already the disease for no balls continuing.
Keno Minley will continue from this, the commentary box, or Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Just the one slip now.
He'd be very disappointed in the way how he got out.
Should be.
He's a senior pro in this team.
That's flicked backward of square, beats the diving fielder. Finally comes around, restricts the scoring to 2.
Loves that shot, Terry. He's very strong in that area, Kareem Henry. Plays for the Pickett Sports Club. Yeah, one of the top clubs in Antigua and Barbuda, now coached by Winston Benjamin. Johnny Frederick has moved on to the PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
Strengthening that onside field now. Point has gone to square leg. Backward square leg is about halfway to the fence. And misfield by the fielder there who moved into the square leg position. So another one to Henry. Moves on to 5. The score 15 without loss. Leeward Islands Hurricanes require another 141 for victory. Late on the 3rd day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Clean bowled him again. It's the same delivery, and he's got through Macau Louis' defenses, just what Jamaica ordered.
Look again, Terry. Look where his left foot is. See?
Straight down the pitch, and right between bat and pad once again.
He's jamming again.
Disappointment for Louis.
Goes bold. He's got to play the ball under his eyes. He just keeps planting the foot, really.
Clean ball for the second time in the match by Minley. He goes for 8. Leeward Islands 15 for 1, and Jamaica are not done yet by a long shot.
Leeward Hurricanes still require another 141.
Jamaica Scorpions, 9 more deliveries like that one.
My good friend George Ferris is testing me now to tell me that Joey Benjamin is the first Kititian to have played Test cricket. You know, that's always going to be a major argument, but I think for West Indies...
for England. That doesn't count, George.
It is going to be a conversation that's going to be a long time. He played Test cricket, but he played that went for England. In terms of we talking for the West Indies, Mikael Louis' name goes up there. Fact, you know, it's amazing because even when the late Joey Benjamin played, a lot of people still came out of the Tabernacle area. People still had really even not cemented themselves with his name. No ball here by Minley.
Carty off the mark straight away. Pushes backward a point for a single.
More people might have been associated with someone like an Alan Warner, who was called Monkey, was another fast bowler out of the Sinkis area. He was a household name, really, that you could have cemented in. Because even when Benjamin was in England, as a small boy coming up, I never really much heard about Benjamin. I just know that he played. But I'm talking about home, making a presence. He wasn't that impactful, really. Alan Warner was.
Minley into Henry. And this is turned nicely down to fine leg for another single.
I think one of the things also that would help Louis Terry is so bent on coming forward.
Yeah, well, I was going to say he plants that right foot.
You gotta be balanced. You know, they gotta get that back and across, maybe more or less.
He's not coming across into line with the delivery.
Because even that delivery there, just too often that he's just getting bowled. So he's gonna have to sort of kind of work that out. Next game is in Sinkit. Maybe needs to have
that took the edge.
A chat with a Victor Eddy.
Between slip and gully, rolls to the boundary for 4.
Maybe sit down and have a conversation. Maybe even talk to Coach Percy Daniel.
Carty took the bottom hand off, kept that down, bounced well in front of the only slip fielder there in John Campbell. Score goes on to 22 for 1. Carty's 5. Kadeem Henry is 6. Yeah, and it's not good that he's being bowled so often, especially as an opening bat. And appeal for a caught down leg side, but
Minley was not interested.
No.
Yeah. The thing about it also too, Terry, is that a lot of people are going to be talking in his ear right now as well. Mm-hmm. We don't know what was being told to him, and so sometimes that is almost a problem. He has to now go back to the drawing board in his own spare time and trust his instincts and work out, what is happening now. Look back at some of his innings from last year. What adjustments do I have to make? It means that I'm coming forward too early. It's just like a big lunge. So he needs to just stand up more straight now. Because he's a tall guy. He's about 6'3", 6'2", somewhere around in that area. And get that right foot maybe deep. And then look to get out to the pitch of the ball, really. And then he's ending up in a no man's like situation where he wants to play and he wants to leave. And most of the West Indian batsmen, there's something that I see happening.
Yeah.
I just think that, once the ball is off your stumps, Terry, you know that you have to leave it. So there really is no question. You allow the bowler to come to you. You don't go to the bowler.
Brian continues to Henry, shoulders, arms. So 22 for 1, 134 more required for Leeward Islands. 9 wickets for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Carty. He would need a score here as well, too. He was on the last tour to Pakistan. In fact, didn't play in the last test. Jangoo made his test debut, so a lot of pressure on a lot of players. to perform. Casey Carty last season would have scored 496 runs with 5 half centuries.
Way down the leg side. That was a good take by Beckford. Do his confidence a lot of good. Yes, Carty, to me, he just he seems to be going through that lull that we've seen before. He's not fully switched on, so to speak.
But you all go through these periods of time, so this will be a good experience for Louis. He will bounce back, and he will bounce back before the season is finished as well, too. He's got good support around him, so that'll be all right. No ball again.
No ball. Brian just losing his direction also in this over. Bowled an excellent over to Louis in his previous over that helped Minley remove the dangerous Macau Louis.
Sometimes, you know, it's also important to use your resources that are around you. Anytime he gets back to St. Kitts, maybe even have a conversation with I know Victor is a good person to talk to, even Luther Kelly. You know, that would sort of kind of help. Just never know. Just sit down and just talk cricket, just talk life. Take your mind off of the game, you know, just ask them what they went through. These things sometimes help. Is one of the things, Terry, that I find that a lot of the younger players are not maybe exposed to go and speak to some of these greats.
That's
like
that's
a Richie
what I was
Richardson
saying.
and
Exactly.
company.
Exactly right.
You know?
They're not encouraged to. They don't know them, so to speak. They know of them, of course, but they don't know them.
Not a no ball again.
Simply because of their age, but they're not encouraged to talk. Or once a month, you know, you bring all clubs together. You're talking about the local 2-day competition continuing tomorrow. You know, after training on a Thursday night, meet in a central place like here or whatever, and you get one of the greats to talk to them. Or as you say, the various players like a Jewel Andrew or whoever who's, you know, right on the cusp of playing for West Indies in all formats. You know, take the initiative upon themselves. Go and talk to Vivi, Andy, whoever.
The thing about it, what I try to do, especially around the Leeward Islands setup, especially when we have our camps or youth camps, under 15, under 17, is always try to get a legend to come in to speak to those guys, you know, once they're available. But always somebody like a Hugo, especially to the under 19s.
Definitely.
You know, those are the brains that you need, because I think the young players at that early age need to learn the history of their territorial cricket and know their true heroes.
Exactly.
Too many of those players, it's almost like, you know, they feel like they're entitled. But they have to understand what the Dave Joseph went through, what the Keith Atherton, what the Derek Parry went through, what the Elkomida went through in their period of time, to be able to appreciate where they are today.
And what it means to wear that maroon cap. Brian into Henry. And again, left.
I know of camps, Terry, you know, when, you know, they used to have camps in Antigua and Barbuda up at the police ground. You had the police officer, Mr. Greer. You know, he was a big, powerful man, and most of the Leeward Islands camps used to take place up there. And so, you know, when you come to Antigua and Barbuda, you know, factory was the hotbed, but at morning, Mr. Greer would be waking you up. And you would hear him from the time he enters into the police gate. You know, he'd be big, loud call coming out. Even in St. Kitts, you had people like Earl Clark. Earl Clark was one of the trainers, the late Earl Clark. Break for a while. Another wide delivery. But the point what I'm making is that the sacrifices that were made, those guys in the point in time, the money they made playing for first-class cricket, Terry, was maybe sometimes even under $100 US.
Absolutely.
I'm talking about a game, innit?
Yeah, per game. Not per day, per game.
I mean, that's how the cricket has evolved, you know? $24 for 1. Leewards could have had so many more players who could have played for the West Indies.
That's dispatched by Henry.
I think he needs to run.
No, through the
Doesn't?
mid-wicket.
Okay, good shot.
Area, 4 runs.
He's very strong in that area.
Clipped that nicely through mid-wicket. To end the over, he moves on to 10. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 28 for 1. They require 128.
When you look and you see that it took the Leewards, right, 51 years to get their first Test player. And you had even great players before.
Most definitely.
Willett, who just never got the opportunity. You understand the politics of West Indies cricket.
Exactly.
Especially coming from the small islands.
Right.
Even after Frank Ward had already indicated that the talent was going to come from the small islands. But so be it. Today, we can boast of the Jamal Hamilton, the Lionel Baker, Mari Banks, Raheem Cornwall. You got so many players from Antigua and Barbuda, starting from Andy Roberts, Viv Richards, Richie Richardson, the Benjamins. So many players, just being able to excel. You got Key Carty now, Casey Carty from St. Martin. It's just an evolution now that is just opening up. It's just now for those guys now to be able to carry that flag to bring to the Nathan Edwards and company. Down the onside again here for Minley. Still would like to see Casey Carty's right foot also get back and across and look to just turn that ball there. Just a while ago, he was just like planting that. If I can get my camera guy, Billy Joe, to just show me that last delivery that Casey faced there. I think he looks like he's batting leg stump. Let's look, Terry. See, his right foot just coming around, turning right around. Got to be very careful, Casey. Got to be very
popped up. But falls in front of square leg, and they scramble a single. But that was uppish.
Yeah, he's got to stay side on to the ball, side on, so he can, get to clip the ball, play it from right under your eye. He's rehearsing on the 9 strikers end. Just needs to get that foot, that right foot. Got to get deep into that crease.
29 for 1. He moves on to 6. Kadeem Henry is on strike. He's on 10. Put the backward square leg out on the boundary. Throw ball by Minley. Defended straight back up the pitch by Henry. Jamaica would love another couple of breakthroughs tonight just to keep themselves in the game.
But they're going to have to lift themselves in the field, Jamaica. They're going to have to support each other. Very important that when this bowling unit comes off, that whoever comes off, that keep the pressure on the Leeward Island batsmen. Minley getting this ball to induct here, bowling in the right areas.
He's bowled well, leading bowler for this Jamaica Scorpions team, and likes the role of basically the bowling coach for the squad.
Just like him to find a way to be able to bowl Warner a short delivery. Give him something to think about.
He's got 2 men back, and he's about to push another one back.
So maybe they heard us.
Yeah. 2 true, Vernon. We've got 3 out now. Fine leg, deep backward square, and deep mid wicket.
Pretty trained field place in here. 6-3, 6 on the leg. They must see something that we have not seen. Now he would get a short ball. Give him something to think about.
And he flicks it fine. Good batting by Henry. Not so good of a delivery there by Makino Minley, but 4 more to the Leewards. They move on to 33 for 1. Henry is up to 14.
Badly line delivery there by Minley. That was easy for Karim. And all he had to do was just get bat onto that. So maybe the fielder that is on fine leg maybe should have been finer rather than square if he's going to go down that line.
True. I just think it was badly lined to begin with. That was spot on target, that one, no? It brings the over to an end. So 123 more required for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes as they're on 33 for 1 in pursuit of 156 for victory.
It's interesting because maybe I might have just maybe gone for a redwood.
Yeah, I think so.
It's 5:15. Just to give him something to think about. Some of the cricket fans, Kadeem has brought some of his fans to support him. 33 for 1.
And Marley says to tell you, Vern, that next time you're telling a story, remember it's Terry sitting next to you, not Marley.
But I always call him Marley and Terry. So what is he saying? Because I know he's listening. Tell him I work on the radio. I'm like a Calypsonian, so he's not going to get away with that one. He's over there killing himself alive.
I look forward to that. Vernon Springer's greatest hits.
New bowler, Odean Smith.
Here we go.
Two slips a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. Feel at square leg. And they sneak a single. Royal put under some real pressure. It was good running by Carty and Henry.
34 for 1. Umpire just letting Smith know you're getting close to that front line.
I could never understand why all of these seamers are bowling so many no balls. It's just horrendous.
Yeah.
It just shows that when they're practicing, they're just running up and they're just bowling. Nobody's working on a plan. One, there could be a number of factors, Terry. It's either that they're jumping from too close, so that's why they're overstriding. Two, the stride pattern of how you set out in terms of where you're going to run. Let's look at Odean Smith. Seems to have kind of cut his pace here.
Takes the edge, but falls short of the slip cordon into the boundary. 4 runs.
Good delivery there. Squared up. Kadeem Warner played with nice soft hands in the end. And
yeah, definitely.
He's a guy that he doesn't go deep into his crease. His right foot just goes across, just shuffles across the crease. It squared him up, but played with nice soft hands. He went down, and it sped away down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. Much needed boundary for the Leeward Islands, taking the score now to 38 for 1.
And Henry's looked good again. He's moved on to 18. Faced the 26 deliveries. Carty is on 7. That's down the leg side. Half a shout because Henry didn't play a shot. Wrapped him on the pad, but way down leg side. Keep working, boys. Keep working, says Blackwood. Dealing love at least one more tonight just to keep them in the conversation. Going into the final day tomorrow is Smith into Henry. Again, way down leg side.
Another player, a couple of players missing from the Jamaica conversation would have been somebody like a Paul Palmer and a Brandon King. We have not yet seen this season.
Well, Brandon King keeps saying he's got aspirations to play Test cricket, but don't see him playing.
Only 11 can play. Only 11 can play, right, Terry?
That's correct.
I hope you know that.
I should. Firmly struck down the ground. Beautiful shot there by Henry. Rolling into the boundary. No, just pulled back. Good chase. Although he flicked it over.
I think he lost that race.
So good shot there by Henry. Good on drive straight back past the bowler to complete Smith's first over. Henry moves on to 22 and the score 42 for 1. coming towards the end of the day. 5:30 has been around about the time we've finished on the first 2 days. 5:20 local time here in Antigua and Barbuda.
4 in Jamaica.
Can't go by their clock though. Fern will be here till it's dark.
Maybe we could
Talk of the lights being fixed. Do you think that's the next challenge for the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium?
Well, I don't think it should be a challenge. I think it should be a number one priority. These lights have been up since 2007.
2007,
I said 2006, 2007. Sir Vivian Richards Stadium really certainly needs an upgrade in that respect. Warner Park also, they've come under some scrutiny as well. The lights in Warner Park. So they're going to have to get some upgrades. The government is going to have to find some funds, really, LED lights. I just think that you're talking about Antigua and Barbuda, you're talking about two main venues, you're talking about the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and Yasco. They maybe need to be combined into a board, Terry, or a corporation that takes care of the facilities themselves. Because if you look at the budget for the Minister of Sports, which is Creative Industries, Education and Sports. Just the maintenance alone of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the government budget, sometimes would maybe not be enough alone for that.
Yeah,
so
true,
they maybe need to have a board or have a corporation that runs these facilities, especially these two main facilities.
Yeah, because if you look at the sporting facilities around the island, they never really finished off, Vernon. When I say finished off, fully completed, like with proper seating capacities, proper covered stands and bathrooms, pavilions, and all that goes with it, with the actual playing area, or you're talking about Yasco, which is the home for athletics, track and field here in Antigua and Barbuda. Yes, now they've got an international recognized track, but the facilities are still not there. The Antigua and Barbuda Football Association Technical Center, same thing. Lovely.
Antigua and Barbuda is blessed to have two international venues. The home of cricket, West Indies, the Coolidge Cricket Ground. There's no reason why a bigger effort can't be made to be able to turn also the Liberta Sporting Complex or the cricket field itself into another first-class venue, because that would enhance Antigua and Barbuda as a cricketing venue as well, by having 3 international venues. And then, as you know, the University of the West Indies, 5 Island campus, that is going to come on stream as well.
Yeah, most certainly. But, this discussion has been going on for years. You remember when Antigua was going to go it alone. They were talking about 4 places. You had the recreation ground, police ground, factory ground, and they were going to do something with Rising Sun, but never happened. But as you say, it does come back to money. It's only a certain amount that you've got to share around.
You see, with investment, Mali, comes opportunities, Terry. So you have a situation where you have the Leeward Islands Hurricanes franchise, which is based in Antigua and Barbuda. You have the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. Then you also have a number of the professional teams for Cricket West Indies, be the men's, the women's, the academy, who all live in Antigua and Barbuda, which means now that Cricket West Indies will be looking for other venues outside of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, outside of Coolidge.
Yeah.
Antigua Recreation Ground is another option to have teams training, but you could also look to extend that into Liberta, or maybe look to extend that into another community. When the Leeward Islands have camps, we use pigots. And also sometimes Liberta. And you have some other venues around which could be developed, So I think it's a start for some of the communities as well, because even though you get a start, It's for you now to enhance and build on what is being provided.
True.
Even though sometimes, Terry, the cricketers sometimes get a hard time because especially football is now 12 months a year, unlike what used to happen before.
Yeah. So you're sharing.
Every sport is now 12 months a year.
Yeah.
But that really should not be a deterrent, because you could then look to develop your practice nets area that can also help for cricket as well.
44 for 1, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in pursuit of 156 for victory. Jamaica Scorpions late in the day looking to pick up another wicket before the close. We're going to have spin from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
But the reason why you see me been pressing, because an upgrade development at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium keeps you in the conversation all the time, because you have other venues which are competing for matches. And going forward, so you got to be able to make sure that you keep upgrading your facility. Governments are getting wiser, getting smarter and understanding. We have a shower of rain which is threatening Terry. Rainbow is being formed over the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Groundsmen are moving into position, but the breeze is so strong, the umpire will...
The sun is shining. It's just very light rain at the moment as Javier takes up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Henry leaves that alone outside off stump, and the umpires are called the players.
I think it's getting heavier.
And that may be it for the night.
Just maybe? They might as well. What's the time? What time you have?
Because it's 27 minutes past 5 in the afternoon.
And maybe don't see them coming back out.
And I don't think they would bother. But the state of the game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are currently 44 for 1. Kadeem Henry is on 22. Casey Carty is on 9. And that means they need further 112 runs to win. As the big cover comes on, make sure the entire square is protected here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
The rain has played cat and mouse for the day.
It waits for the ground staff to be on the wrong side of the ground before it explodes.
It's played cat and mouse.
But they do a great job with the ground staff.
I don't know if they're going to come back out for the day. I think maybe Gregory Brattett and company might just call that.
Yeah, well, there's 8.5 overs remaining in the day. They were never going to get 8.5 overs in, and this is the roundabout 5:30, 5:35 we've been finishing on the first 2 days. So
you see what happens now, right? It just stands up right there in the middle of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Exactly. The rainbow is just being formed, but the breeze is still pushing it, but the cloud is very high. And we'll wait to see whether umpire Gregory Brathwaite and company will come back. I certainly don't feel that way.
The umpires are going into the dressing room. The Leeward Islands are in the dressing room. And the remainder of the Jamaica Scorpions are making their way into the dressing room. So I think that's Stumps. Yep.
Yeah. So at Stumps, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 44 for 1. Rain has stopped play here on the eve of the closure of day 3. We don't think there'll be any more play because we have a rainbow which is huddled over the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And the groundsmen are just looking to maybe just bring on the remaining covers. The players are heading to their respective dugouts. Umpire Bernard Joseph, the standby umpire, he's the lone man out there making sure that everything goes right. And I think we can officially say, Terry, it's the end of day 3 of the West Indies Championship.
Yes, most certainly. And another intriguing day of cricket. Jamaica Scorpions, I feel like they, like the first innings where they probably felt they were about 80 runs short. In the second innings, good spell of bowling by Rakim Jimbo Cornwall restricted them for a lead of 155, so they probably thought again they were about 50 to 80 runs short of setting Leeward Islands a target that they thought they could have defended. It's going to be tough from here though, so the Leeward Islands finishing the day on 44 for 1, just requiring a further 112 for victory. They'll come back tomorrow. Jamaica will be hunting early wickets to try and keep themselves in the match. But at this stage, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the box seat to make it 2 wins from 2 matches. But on behalf of Vernon Springer, Marley Richards, and myself, Terry Laraji, and the entire 360 crew, we hope you can join us tomorrow at around 5 minutes to 10 for the final day's play of this second round encounter between Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. Until then, have a good evening. Bye for now.